is set up so that you can't falsify it. Either your experiment correlates with it or it doesn't. So you can't falsify
the
it.
Coriolis can falsify it, in my opinion. But yeah.
So all you have to do is continue to work on the model. So all you have to do is get people to believe this model they work on is the truth. And then it requires less people to actually know the truth. So it's more a hiding of knowledge than a requirement of all people to lie.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at before you left.
So the ideal that all people would have to lie, so we need a motive, that's a false dichotomy. It's not true. There's alternative ways of thinking about that.
On that point, I was trying to ask you before you left. You've heard the saying, "Knowledge is power," right?
Who gives away power?
Yeah,
rich people.
Why would power be free?
The most powerful men in the world run nations.
Yeah,
they got trillions. Billions.
The better question is, why wouldn't they lie if that's true?
Yeah, exactly. So I spent 12 years in service to my country. I absolutely know my country lies. So no offense, but to hear a young person say, why would governments lie? The question for me becomes, no, that's not you're naive and you believe your country and science, which is a business, has your best interests at heart.
No, it's I
didn't. No, hold on now.
I said, why would the government lie about the flat Earth? It's very
specific. Well, this is at the very core of your dichotomy.
Oh no.
Do you believe these systems are built and operated and maintained around your best interests?
Well, no. Well, there are certain times where the government will lie, yes. But I'm saying, why would they?
Not certain. They can lie whenever they want.
Specifically, flat Earth.
Well, yeah, but if you're saying there's certain times they would lie, then why?
Hold up.
What are those specific times?
Why are they lying specific, then? Exactly.
What's the reason for those lies?
When you're saying specificity, so go through and specifically tell me everything you know they didn't lie about and everything you know they did lie about.
Well, government can definitely lie.
You can't do that now, can you?
Why would they ever lie? Why would they ever lie?
Hold on. Can you do that? Can you be specific about the instances where we can actually prove they didn't lie? Are there any?
Well, everything's based off correlation, so I mean...
Well, we couldn't say specifically. We couldn't add specificity to any statement about what they would lie of and what motive they would have. Because we don't understand their motives.
So you've taken the nihilist view at this point.
Sorry. It's not the nihilist view. All things don't matter. Bullshit. Everything matters. Morals matter. So morally and ethically,
you're saying everything's a lie.
Morally and ethically, no, I'm not.
You're saying politically.
No, I'm not. I'm saying there's no valid reason to say they don't morally or ethically they owe us the truth. I'm not saying everything a lie. Your entire life's not a lie. Applied sciences are not lies. But these people in these systems owe you no truth, like you act like they do. When you say, why would they lie? Fuck, do they owe you the truth? Do they act under your best interest? And we can answer these no. Because we know they've got us in wars where we sent our children away to die. My mother could say that. They sent my child away to die over oil and economics, motherfucker.
Well, that's all based off vote or Senate.
That's all. What? No, it's not. No, it's not. You apparently you don't know. Apparently you don't know how a declaration of war goes. So all we have to do is convince the American people another nation declared war on us, and it's automatic. It's not decided. It's automatic because they've declared war. It's a law of war.
And the people that are in the government right now, currently, just keep in mind they didn't come up with this lie. They inherited this lie. It goes back a ways, you know.
Well, the thing is, you can't honestly say any of these people owe you the truth. You know, these are most of you. Do we have faith in Christians? Even if we could say these are honest religious people, they could still have a reason to lie to us.
Yeah, was there some unwritten code that they're not supposed to lie about anything? Do you know
Yeah.
about did you know about the Smith-Mundt Act?
In
You ever
what
heard of the
world?
Smith-Mundt Act? They they
Listen,
they
bro.
repealed the Smith-Mundt Act, which gave them legal right to lie with propaganda
Yeah,
in the news.
exactly.
It's legal.
That's what I was going to say. In a world where men lie, and it's legal for the news to lie to you, what man would assume that they could answer
Exactly.
a question by saying, why would they lie? We already know they do. It's legal. And for them, moral and ethical, because it is legal.
Yeah, national
Because
security.
it's legal, it's okay to lie to you. And we can just label it national security. Well, wouldn't it be an interest in national security if we had technologies and it was all based on this bullshit? And then all of a sudden we realize, hey, we just found anti-gravity, but it's nowhere near this science. And we just realized where we really live in this plane. But if we shared this with everybody, then other people would have anti-gravity, which is a technology could put any nation above any other nation and change the entire power structure of the world. So would we want to share that? It wouldn't be in our best interest of our society or our social group to give away power and authority to other people. And then we wouldn't want the entirety of the world to riot because they just realize they're in a contained realm, or even just a realm, and this realm is the only place where life exists. If people knew that, they all of a sudden realize there must be a creator, and they're going to pay for their sins, and you just have panic and death everywhere. Come on, look.
The whole purpose is that this isn't like we're going to try to get them to tell the truth with this flat earth movement. You know that, right? We don't care what you think. We don't care to convince you. To even think that we care if you're convinced of anything is totally wrong. We're here just
No,
in case you want to know. We're just in case you
yeah.
want to know. We can help. That's all it is. Treat
So
us like we're combating you,
one
and
man in
it
their
doesn't make any
thinking
sense.
process can change the entire world. So if we finally, for once, go down, get off the bullshit that's unprovable, and start actually trying to concretely demonstrate things, how far would science advance again? Because our science and our technology advanced when we didn't know shit. And we started to demonstrate things, how electricity works, how heat works, how metallurgy works, how magnetism works. This is when we advance on the applied sciences that are demonstratable, not
Hey,
theoretical science. But hold up, I want to say this. Theoretical science has never evolved human society in a way that was beneficial to man. Right now, technologies, economics, they're not beneficial to man. We got technology for all man to be independent of a system, create their own electricity and their own food. Do we do
right?
that? That's what
No,
would be good for man, for
right. But
mankind. But what
and
it wouldn't be good for is the 11 companies at the top that own all the companies. It wouldn't
right,
be
and I
good for
got
the economical giants that support the political systems.
I got to go, but I'll say one more thing before you go. RGN, you know that these men are probably not these men, but whoever is perpetuating the lie, and whoever whatever you want to even call it a lie, it's a paradigm that they inherited, and there's something called a noble lie, and they're probably convinced that this is a noble lie. And what he's
Yep.
talking about with the free energy, they also say, well, of course we're not going to give free energy to everybody. How are we going to charge for that? Which is what their interest is, right? So it's not necessarily lying, but it's a business thing, right? And so
Well, here's a
if
clue
they're
to that.
wait, hold on, I'm going to say one more thing and I got to go. If the Earth is flat and there's a lot more land, what would that do to the scarce resources? If there were infinite resources, a little
Yeah.
speculation for you. If there's a lot more land, what does that do to the price of gold and oil and all that shit that they
Well,
can say there's
everything that you
less,
covered
right?
would free mankind. It would make them a freer people who could rely on themselves.
That's not in their best interest. Bottom line, right?
Yeah, there'd be a new gold rush. There'd be more
Which is what
rich
you'd
people.
expect. And if it's
There'd be
not in their
more.
best interest, why wouldn't they lie, right?
Yeah, there'd be more rich people. More rich people could engage in more technologies, And then you got more possibilities of people slipping stuff out there that can enlighten the entire world to the true sciences. I believe we
Good
do
luck.
know
Good
the
luck,
true
RGN.
science.
Good night, guys. I gotta go. I'll
All
see you
right,
at
bro.
RGN. Later, bro.
I believe we know the true sciences. It's just kept from everybody else because you couldn't handle the truth is the way they think. So they do it for your own good. And if you think they got your best interests at heart, that's keeping you from everything that would free you for the best interests of man, because man needs to be controlled by the people who think they're the most intelligent people. So
Well,
if you ask a businessman where the greatest leaps in science and application went, and they'd say, well, people trying to get rich. These are the people who advance technology. Yeah, well, they advance technologies that aren't good for men,
I
that are
sent the research for.
possibly possibly harmful to men. All the electricity we flow around, that's electromagnetic fields. That shit's not good for man. If everybody produced their own electric, we wouldn't be pumping it all around the realm, changing the flow of electricity on the realm and changing the Schumann resonance. You know what the Schumann resonance is? That's the resonant frequency at which Earth vibrates. We're changing that frequency with all the electromagnetic frequencies that we propagate from every spectrum of radio wave to cellular phones to electricity. We say what each one of those things individually will do to harm you, but we don't say what they'll all do collectively together. We don't equate that. Because if we did, people would say, hold up, we got to stop pumping some of these EMF fields out. Because together, combined, it's just carcinogens floating all over in the air. Then you find out that your body starts rotting away with cancer because you exist in an electromagnetic field that's not natural. Earth has a natural electromagnetic field and a natural resonant frequency. You change those two things, if you believe in evolution, life evolved under different circumstances. And we're starting to change the realms at the most basic fundamental frequencies of life.
I sent in a
From
research article. That's all I need to say about your argument.
a research article. Is that a clinical study or a scientific research with data and
Yeah.
experimentation to back it? Or is
Yeah.
it just an article?
It's a science or research
It's
paper.
an article. It says it right in the link.
It's a research paper. I mean, it's an article.
Our articles
Based
don't
on
have
research.
datums.
No, this has data on it. It's an article.
You know what a datum is?
It has it on there.
It's a specific description of a process for collecting data and the data.
Yeah, no,
Social,
it covers it. But
social, cognitive, and affective neurosciences. So, are you wanting to say that people have brain injuries,
no,
and
no. The
that's
neural
why
basis for
penetrating
developing
traumatic
radical political
brain
statements
injury?
revealed by penetrating traumatic brain injury. I'm saying that like people with your statements tend to have brain injuries.
I know that's what I just said, and you said no. Based on what?
Data research.
Data research. Okay, what's your academic level, and what is your life experience? I have a bachelor's of science in engineering with a major in mechanical. I'm a professional engineer, a highway engineer. I pave
Highway.
highways. I spent the first part of my life in school. Then I went to service in the Marine Corps for 12 years as a MARSOC specialty operator, or black ops for layman's. And then I came home to run my own businesses. Where have you been in life? What qualifies you to assess my cognitive state?
I was a undergrad for psychology. I'm getting my master's in neuroscience.
Where are you currently at in your studies?
Second year in my master's.
Associate's degree.
No. Second year's for my master's.
You know, a master's takes more than 2 years. The
No,
first
I'm in
2
my
years,
second year. I'm in my second
yeah,
year.
yeah, the first 2 years establishes associate level.
Well, we got a bachelor's in psychology right now.
Yeah, bachelor's is 4 years.
Yeah.
In psychology, it takes 4 years.
Yeah, I took 4 years of psychology and so far 2 years in neuroscience. I'm in neuroscience right now, though.
How old are you?
Well, I'm 23, but I don't know. That's the
Then you're not old enough to have done that.
Yes, I am.
No, you'd be 24 with 6 years of college.
I said I'm in my second year. I don't have 6 years yet.
You said you had a bachelor's and you're in your second year of your master's. That's 6 years of college, dude. I don't miss a beat. I have a college degree. I went to college. I
I'm
know.
in my second year. You can quiz me about neuroscience.
The second year is associate's level. You said, no, I have a bachelor's. You can't have a bachelor's after 2 years. Which is it? You
No,
have
I
2
said-
years of college.
No, you misheard me. I said 4 years. I have a bachelor's and now I'm taking my master's and I'm in my second year in my master's, which is technically my sixth.
Yeah,
year.
4
I
years
haven't
would
completed.
be,
I haven't
you'd be
completed my-
22. You'd
Yeah.
be 22 with 4 years of college in, and then you got 2 more. You're in your second year of the next level. That's 6 years. Still adds up to the same thing. You'd have to be 24.
No, I'm 22 and I went from psychology to neuroscience. And 4 years in my second year. Second year just started. I've already
4 years in your second year.
I just completed
Which equates to how many years of college?
about 5.
Yeah, how many years of college are you saying you're going to have to do to have a master's in neuroscience?
When I complete my thesis.
No, I want to know how many years. Generally, it's done in a certain distance of time.
Well, probably one more year. I mean, I think I could complete it in about like 9 months, but I think it'll take me a little bit longer. So I'm taking other stuff too.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Neurological Scientist
Yeah.
in college, is there any test that you can give somebody that would detect a chemical imbalance in their brain?
Well, I mean, you could give them like a visual perception test, like a neural test, but I mean, that's mainly for yeah, you could, but I mean,
you
it's not
detect
really,
it
it's
in
not
the brain.
you can't do it on
Sure.
paper though. It needs to be physical, like check eyes, check vocabulary, check.
It's not like a blood test or some kind of.
Blood test would be better, but you could do it through memory.
You can't determine somebody who has a chemical imbalance in their brain, not in their body, in their brain.
I'm saying if there's something wrong with their neurology, you could check for that. Your nervous system, you could check for that through a series of questions or like memory assessment.
What is a chemical imbalance exactly? Lack of oxygen? Is that a chemical imbalance?
Well, like neural, like it's when stuff is not being transmitted correctly in your brain, like neural passages or transmitters.
Neurotransmitters are passages. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. For chemical wise, that would be maybe like you could say hormones, but that's not really my field. That's more bio.
All right, cool, man. Just a simple question. All right, check it out, man.
Cool.
You think psychotherapists actually ever cure their patients?
You can treat. Unless
So neurotransmitters, what would you liken them to? What would you compare them to as it pertains to the working system of the body?
well,
Maybe
the
maybe
neurons in your brain, like the when you
maybe a
signal,
chemical messenger.
like something like you could like for example for speech, neurons fire in your brain.
They're chemical pathways, yeah, that connect the neurons to muscles. It's chemical. It's pure chemical, all chemical. It's a signaling molecule secreted by a neuron, right?
Yeah, but you could also check for it through it's like well, you could do it through a neural test as well. Like you don't have to check through blood or check.
A neural test. So a biopsy.
Yeah, but no neural tests. Well, you could perform. I'm saying like a external neural test, as in you would test like
Cognitive or function.
cognitive test, cognitive function stuff.
So
Like
that's not an actual test of neural pathways. It's comparing a cognitive thought to the function of a neural pathway.
well,
So it's
well,
comparative. It's not a test. It's comparative.
non-invasive.
So it's a logical inference. His cognitive function isn't that great, in my opinion. So his neural pathways must be fucked up or altered.
Oh, for
And that's
example,
basically what you're saying.
if someone has
Flat earthers suffer from. Now I've heard people say, confirmation bias, data bias, experiment bias, even when there is no experiment to prove what they're talking about. So generally, people who try to find these psychological ways to win an argument, they are in no way versed in the argument, and so they don't have any answers for all these complex questions.
I'm not.
So
The
their
study
first
isn't based
thought
on
is because intelligence always sounds like ignorance to a
no.
pole. So
The study is not based off.
their first response, which would be cognitive dissonance for you, if you're really who you are, you
The study isn't
understand
based
what
off
that is.
cognitive, or it is based off.
Yeah. So you
It's not based
assume
off psychology.
you assume that you're smarter than everybody else. Your faculties work better than everybody else. You
No.
hyperinflate
I'm
that,
saying people.
and
No, as
you deflate the ability of flat earthers. Just like now, you're wanting
believe.
to cut me off so I can't make my intelligent premise because you've already said we have cognitive problems. So what is it you fear? The
It's not
fact that
intelligence. It's not
you
intelligence.
can't give answers for the scientific questions we have,
It's not a
or
matter of
the
intelligence. I'm saying people who adopt
I
radical
didn't
beliefs
say it
have
was
brain damage.
intelligence. I likened it to cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, people who adopt radical
Yeah. Well,
beliefs.
it's not radical.
It is.
It's based on lack of
Based on
scientific
reality.
demonstration or scientific
Well,
demonstration. So listen, my assessment of you is that
Radical is something
you
that's
you
far off of political truth.
you're creating a
Radical,
bias
no,
due to the fact that you have no answers for the scientific
radical
questions.
ideologies or beliefs are based
Dude,
off something
quit
that's far.
interrupting me, dude.
I'm trying to explain myself, but you just
Intelligent people don't have to overtalk people. If I could finish my fucking premise, which I haven't done, and I know it's long-winded because it's a hyper-focused point, but it's as if you're scared, you fear, you live in fear that we might actually be right and you can't grasp the concepts that we're talking about. So there must be a problem with our psyche, our cognitive ability.
It's not a matter of intelligence, like I said. Intelligence have nothing to do with the beliefs, believe it or not. I mean, I'm saying.
Is that what I said when I said cognitive ability?
Well, you said you brought up intelligence earlier, and
Is that what I
intelligence is
said when
only
I broke it down to cognitive ability?
intelligence.
Come on, this is
Form
supposed
of
to be your
cognitive
fucking
ability.
field. What is cognitive function and ability?
Well, it's based off judgment. Cognitive is like a root of judgment. You're thinking, and people who have radical thinking,
Exactly.
radical
And I
cognitive
covered that
thinking.
when I said you hyperinflate the fact that you're intelligent. So that's a cognitive bias. And you also
No, it's not based off intelligence. It's
you
based off
also
objective data.
no, that's a belief.
That's not based
Cognitive
on data.
belief.
It's
You think
evidence.
you're smarter than all of us, so
It's
we couldn't
evidence.
possibly be
I'm
true.
speaking. I'm speaking on behalf of the evidence, not myself.
You're not. If it was evidence, you could rely on
I
that,
did.
and then you
I
could
sent
state
it.
it, and you wouldn't have to keep interrupting me.
I mean, I
You're
could
not
quote the
being
entire
you're
thing.
not being very civil right now. This is rude. It's uncouth and
Yeah.
unruly.
Just let it play
I'll
out.
send it again. You can read it yourself.
Yeah, real quick. I think psychology nutball fucking bumped his head in the
Psychology.
bathroom and jumped up some. Shut the
Yeah,
fuck
listen, this dude
up.
don't
I
have
think he
no
jumped up to
answers
fucking
It's
for any
neuroscience.
science that we
flux
have.
capacity.
So it must be his bullshit premise because he's smarter than us. And
I'm out of intelligence.
we have to have a problem with our core base belief
I
systems.
got a question for Mr.
If you keep focusing on intelligence, motherfucker, I'm pointing to a state of mind for you. You wanted to put this on cognitive points.
Then if
So
you're speaking on
that's your cognitive belief. I'm not saying who has the greater intelligence. I'm saying you believe you do. It's a belief.
I don't. You know.
You do. That's why you're attempting to assume a position of authority and analyze us.
I'm not
Without any data.
I'm simply
Without any
speaking on
data
behalf
to
of
make it
evidence.
on, but you base it on the fact that this argument is outside of your realm. And like I said, intelligence sounds like ignorance to a fool. So you're ignorant of the topics we talk about. So we must have problems.
There's no evidence that links.
Address some of the
intelligence to belief.
scientific shit we've said. Then
There's no evidence
Sounds like he
that
has
links
the power struggle.
intelligence. There's no evidence of that. That's why
is
I'm
there
not
a
thinking
problem with the belief that we can't believe
on.
just because other men are in positions of power that they have our best interests at heart?
You're cutting me off.
Is that belief?
I was
Yes,
gonna
I
finish.
am, because I'm done with your fucking interrupting me ass, and I'm
He's
about
not
to
cutting
ban
out
you,
on my end.
and I'm trying to not ban you.
Quit talking.
Shit.
Let me know when you're finished, then.
Please.
No, I'm not gonna let you finish because you refuse to let me fucking finish.
I'll
For
let you
last,
finish. Tell me when you're finished, and tell me when I can reply.
dig this here. You don't afford me the opportunity for anything here. I take it because why? This is my house, not yours. You believe you're an authority here, and that's your cognitive problem with it.
Well,
You think we're ignorant. It's not a debate when you base it on your fucking unqualified assessments of people's cognitive reasoning.
Let me know when I can reply, because I think I could reply when you pause, but no, when you stop talking. But it seems like you keep going when I
didn't
continue.
stop talking. That's just it. You interrupted in the middle of every sentence I was doing. I never stopped talking. I had to reset every time. That's why it took so long, because of you. You're trying to make somebody fall off their thought train because you think that'll make you right. I can't believe your belief system, and you're trying to address mine. And
so what makes you believe?
Listen, here's the thing. You haven't even talked about maybe 4 flat earthers here, and you've made an assessment about the entire fucking community.
So what makes him believe in the globe? What makes him believe?
What's more, Marani? What I base my premises on known science, or what you base on the unknown of people you don't know in a clinical study that you haven't performed? You're pulling data out of the fucking air.
He's a victim of.
He's a fucking moron.
Behavioralism.
It's neuroscience, not behavioralism.
I said, I bet you don't know that you are a victim of behavioralism.
Yeah, Josh was a therapist.
No, that's not true, but...
Yeah, Joshua is a therapist. That is true.
Behavioralism is? Behavioralism is also known as advertising. It's a way to manipulate other people's behavior by subtle clues like jingles and tunes, mottos.
I'm simply speaking on behalf of the evidence. I sent the article in the live stream voice.
Yeah, the article doesn't establish your evidence.
You're welcome to self You're welcome to self-mute and just look at the article. I mean, you don't have to listen to me.
Excuse me?
I'm simply speaking on behalf
Excuse
of
me? Are you telling me to mute on my own platform?
No, I'm saying you can self-mute, as in like individual, like you know how you can mute somebody.
Do you think I don't know that? Do I need your instruction for that?
I'm not telling you. I'm telling
Is
you.
that one of my cognitive problems?
He thinks I'm trying to manipulate people, and I said you can simply just mute me and look at the evidence.
That was
Did I
hilarious.
say you were trying to manipulate people? No. You're assuming things, sir. I said you are a victim of it, as everyone that is living today in a Western society is.
We're all victims.
Well, yeah, listen.
You
He
know,
hasn't addressed one thing I said, but he keeps repeating himself. As if
proves
the
my
second and
preposition.
third time he says it, it's going to become true.
Mike, let Josh handle. Take a break, man. Let's trip out on that.
Well, all I was saying
I was going to let him, but I just wanted to get that portion out. That's it.
Well, all I was saying is, I'm willing to bet so-and-so doesn't realize
This is the same fucking article.
They didn't.
Well, I'm speaking on behalf
It
of
just
that.
proved my point.
You're speaking on behalf of this article.
Well, the evidence, I should say.
What evidence?
The evidence the article states of the research.
What evidence that the flat earthers act like this article states?
Well,
can I write an article because I have
radical political statements? It's
radical political statement, radical ideology, radical belief.
Yeah, basically what you're a conformist and you're saying you can't go against politicians. Politicians can't be wrong. You know how idiotic that is?
Radical beliefs.
You can't have a radical belief on politics. It's only radical from the view of the person who's a politician, because it makes them in question. Questioning politics is not a radical belief. So what you're saying is, in a free society based on the Constitution, I don't have a right to fucking critique politics and my politicians.
No, I'm not saying that.
Your fucking generation is fucked if that's what you believe, buddy.
Do you know what politics means? It means policy, bud. It means those who make policy are politicians, right?
Well, look at the evidence.
Thus, the root word.
It's not evidence. It's an article based on a belief.
It means many minds.
There's no evidence in here.
It's an article showing evidence of a research.
What is an article? I can write an article. I have letters after my name. Would that be more credible? If I had more letters written after my name? If I had a
keywords
right after my name,
political beliefs, radicalism, traumatic brain injury. So where's the traumatic brain injury? Where's your evidence of traumatic brain injury? Well, I've had no traumatic brain injuries.
People who hold radical beliefs,
define traumatic.
Like cognitive dysfunctions.
No.
Wow, you're using the same 5 words, man, for like the last half hour.
Like as in
now, if you mean mind trauma, like psychological trauma, maybe possibly because we've been lied to for so long and everybody's starting to realize it throughout the media.
Perhaps, but mainly brain damage, as in physical as well.
So you went around every flat earther.
Flat earthers. Hang on. What makes you think that flat earthers are on a lesser cognitive function than normal people? What makes you believe this?
The evidence. We can look at the evidence. Yeah, the evidence.
No, I don't want the evidence. I don't want
this is supposed to. Yeah, this is supposed to be his category, and he can't even define traumatic.
Paper's not evidence, man. I'm sorry.
Source reality.
Articles.
Learn about brain chemicals. Learn about the gut.
I'm reading this article right now. It's a premise. The abstract denotes a premise. Statements. It's not based. Where's the testing? There's no testing in the abstract. There's no clinical study.
Dude, I feel sorry.
There's no group of subjects studied.
Fucked up thing is
you imply social impairments.
One time or another.
Yeah, you imply social impairments. So what I want to know is who defines that which is radical.
Scroll down. Radical. It states right there. Political view.
No, I'm asking. What gives you the right to define that which is a radical belief?
Radical belief.
By what authority do you define that?
Something that's far off society view or political truth, as in like
listen. There are no political
For
truths.
example, a political truth might be don't murder people.
No, that's not a political
Jeez.
truth. That's a moral truth or an ethical truth or a legal truth.
It's political. Well, how about capital
M-
punishment?
murder is a legal term. You know that.
Well, how about kill people then? Use that term. Or like don't like political
Well,
truth.
there are reasons to kill.
Let's have individual freedom. That's
So murder says that the taking of life outside of the law. So when
Are you
there are legal reasons you can kill,
well, it's also
which make it moral and ethical if you follow the law.
yeah. Well, that also covers.
You know, I can take your life by the law. I've done it at war,
well,
self-defense.
It also states moral dilemmas.
Yeah, it makes a lot of statements, but what it doesn't do is it exercise proofs, like you said it did. There's no clinical study. It's all a bunch of assertions.
The brain scans.
Radical means they're obtaining in the
brain
What
scans of
pool?
who?
Listen, what pool of subjects did your brain scans get tested against their beliefs?
Scroll down. That's all I have to, just scroll down. Look at the images and tables.
No, I don't just scroll down, motherfucker, and read images and tables. I read the entire article, and I'm about halfway through it. I'm not a look at the pictures type kind of guy, okay?
Look, I understand it.
Because I don't argue things on a half understanding.
I understand.
Ooh, is there coloring sections?
I understand you can't hear the truth because it destroys your illusions, but somebody has to
Oh,
hear the truth.
man.
Here's the thing.
You're someone that's come in here.
Subjective truth.
You think it does.
So 100. I asked what pool. Here's the thing. I want to point out something, dude. This dude didn't read his own article. I asked from what pool and how many people was it taken. It says it right in the subjects, materials, and methods. But yet he couldn't repeat to me how many people participated.
Look at the evidence.
Why are you interrupting me, motherfucker?
Interesting point, Mike.
You don't get to define that's what's evidence. Evidence is critiqued first by materials and methods, and abstract, which is the premise. So the abstract doesn't make a statement of scientific proof. That's like the theory. The abstract is an abstract concept of what we're trying to say here. So it's a shortened version of what they're saying. And then when we get into materials and methods, it becomes a demonstration of how they come to their understanding. This is not a scientific reality or proven truth. That's what you don't understand.
I just want to know what it means by radical.
It's a premise based on a thought and a process in a group study of 168 participants, okay? And they only did certain things. And these guys had Vietnam head injury study. So these people were traumatized by war. And the impression that was, I know this study, all Vietnam vets had radical beliefs against politics. And why? Because they held the belief, we should have never fucking been in Vietnam killing people. That's a radical political belief. This is what you need to understand. I know what the Vietnam injury head study is, basically because I'm a veteran.
Oh,
and they said my uncle was crazy because he had political views based on his experience. He was sent to murder people at a young age as a Green Beret in Vietnam War, right? For what? And then when we questioned the motives, it became a radical view. Why? Because you're questioning the motives of the politicians. You're not supposed to question that shit. This is why it's a radical belief. Because the definition of discipline in the military is the instant willful obedience to all authority, respect for authority, and self-reliance. So anything outside of that is radical. And I find this to be a false dichotomy. I can think for myself. I'm a person before I'm a soldier or a Marine. When I kill a person in said defense of my country, I can question that and critique that because I'm the one who did it. I'm the one who's got blood on my hands. So it's up to me to decide whether it was worth it or not, whether it was valid. Not the people who are giving the orders and not doing a fucking thing in the field. And they don't hold the right to say my views are radical after I did this because I got a traumatic brain injury. It's not a brain injury, first off. It's a trauma. We lived through trauma in war. Yes, we did. Does it make you, does it fuck with your cognitive functions? No. Does it affect your beliefs? Yes. It makes you, you're now taking people's lives. You ever killed 20 people at war? If you came out of war, killed 20 people, and you now question the reasons we were there, would you take the fact that they called you a radical political view motherfucker with a traumatic brain injury just so they could write off what you were saying was true about them? Maybe we weren't proper to be there in war. So is it your belief, never been to war, that all wars are sanctioned, true, and for valid moral and ethical reasons? Is that your belief?
It isn't only taking political. It takes
yes or no.
It takes in. It doesn't only study off political beliefs. It also does.
No, this is based on the. I know that. This is based on the Vietnam War, but it just covered that. When you go to war and you kill people, your core beliefs change.
Yeah, well,
your ass.
So does
you don't have the same core beliefs when you come out as you did when you went in.
That's an obvious.
And is it a problem with your neural function? Hell no. It's a problem with the experience and the fact that you got to contemplate what you just did. Oh my God, this is the very premise of this is disgusting.
Is it a coincidence
now,
that
I just hang on. I just wanted to find out,
No, you're not going to compare me being in Iraq to your study on Vietnam War. If you do that, you're out of here.
Look,
just so you know.
Look at the quote I sent.
Quote these. Be quiet.
Welcome 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, look at the quote that Highway Hermit said. The dominant system is radical, and they claim any challenge in them is radical. It's a sick world. You probably think that's a traumatic cognitive problem. Somebody got a brain injury to think the system could be wrong. That's disgusting. The very premise of that is disgusting. What it says is don't challenge politicians. Don't say you went to war and killed people for a non-valid reason. Don't come home from war and say the war wasn't worth it when you was the guy that had to murder people. You know what they went through in Vietnam?
Is radical, though.
Well, they give you the order to kill a whole fucking village. Man, woman, and child. And you're the one with radical belief?
No, you're taking this out of context. It also does moral. It doesn't also question political. It does moral.
It's based on the Vietnam head injury.
Look, I've sent an example.
Fuck that article. Fuck people who believe it. Is that radical enough for you?
You can deny science, but
it's not up to you to judge how other people think.
Is this flag
when
radical?
They go to war and kill people.
Radical, man. Fuck.
You can deny science, but science won't deny
what it
you.
says, it's not science, dude. Nothing psychological is science just because you base it on chemical content or your premise on firing signals through chemical reactions in the brain. Basically, what you've said here, and this study says, is when men go to war and kill people, and their entire thought system and belief system becomes changed, and they now question whether or not what they did was moral or ethical, that these men hold radical views because of traumatic brain injuries. It's disgusting. You're throwing out everything they went through to make your premise that don't listen to these Vietnam War vets. They're crazy from war. Because they don't want you to say that the people that sent you to war and sanctioned war and declared war are the actual problem with the world. because they're the ones that order people to go out and deliver death. That's a radical belief. That's the
That's a motherfucking radical belief, man.
yeah. That's the
Motherfucking
entirety.
belief.
That's the entirety of that
The most
study.
radical fucking belief you could have in the
And
world.
90% of that isn't a study.
You go
It's
kill
assertions.
That's
It's assertion.
crazy shit.
Did you read that shit? Did you read his article?
Wait,
Read
wait.
that
So
shit.
he just said that thoughts are physical.
They're
Thoughts
not
are physical,
physical.
guys.
I
What?
didn't say that. I quoted something there. Like,
So I asked you, are thoughts physical, RGN? You said yes.
I said
You said yes.
Look at the brain scans. When neurons aren't going to certain parts of the brain. When
Thoughts are not physical, dude. They
No,
exist in the
asked-
mind.
And
the
no
psyche.
offense, but 90% of your article is all about military brain injury from service and war. It doesn't apply to 90% of flat earthers.
look at figure 3.
Figure 3.
So he brushes this away. Are thoughts physical, RGN?
Yeah, no, I'm not brushing it. I just sent it in the chat.
Are thoughts physical, RGN?
Yeah,
You
no,
mean table 3?
Are thoughts physical,
yes,
RGN?
yes.
Insanity.
Oh,
No, it's,
So
neural
you can take.
receptors fire when you have thoughts.
So you can bend the thought.
Can you wrap
can
up some thoughts for me? Post it to me, please.
No, look at I sent you
Put a little
link.
bow on it.
It is
So,
it
so
actually,
no, right then.
Can I pay you a penny for a thought?
if you thought
So
about
no then,
your cat scan,
RGN.
if you thought about
So
something,
no.
if you thought about something under a scan, neurons will fire in your brain, and you can.
We're
Can
not
we-
asking
can we-
if neurons are physical. We're asking if thoughts are
You
physical.
dipshit. The synopsis is happening regardless on a random scale.
When a Vietnam,
Just because an area is lighting up due to brain activity,
Yeah,
did
these
you know you can
lesions.
get shit lighting up due to brain activity if you take a hallucinogen?
Here's the thing.
when a Vietnam,
Listen, here's the thing of the Vietnam participants, right? Figure 3. Lesions in the brain, right? Overlapping lesions. So, did these people have physical injury to their body or head while they were in war? Or is it just the trauma that created these lesions? I see no data collected about the war injuries these people have. Because, when you go to war, you don't just have trauma's not the only injury. Some motherfuckers lose a leg. Some people are around while bombs explode. That pressure does create brain trauma
well,
from
Hang
a
on, I wonder
physical
if I were to take.
physical force. It's called shell shock. So I'd like to know how many of these people suffered from shell shock and how many did not.
I can answer that.
Well, I wonder if somebody were to hit
it's
him on
not
the
in
head with
your
a hammer,
article.
if he would turn into a radical.
It's not in your article.
I can answer it. So, when something psychological happens, something psychologically significant.
No, that's not what I asked.
certain-
How many people had actual physical injury to their head or body in this study? You're wanting to make the thought process of physical injury.
You don't need to.
Listen, if you're going to say this is all directly from trauma, I want to see the motherfucking variables covered that none of these men that you tested had physical injury. Because if they did, then it could become physical injury that caused it and not thought.
No, when certain events happen, you don't actually have to include that. Because
Yeah, when certain events happen, like you're by an IED or a grenade when it explodes, you get shell shock. It's proven scientifically that causes lesions from the pressure, severe pressure on your brain from shell shock. How many of these people got assaulted by battery? And you want to say their thought process caused lesions in their fucking brain? But these are guys that were, these are guys that were at war with bombs, grenades, mortars, battery, artillery. And you didn't calculate none of these guys. And this is why, and I know I've read this Vietnam article more than fucking once. I've read the actual study. They didn't look at how many of these people, how many of their subjects had physical injury. But yet they want to say thought is the only thing that injured their brain. Well, it's bullshit to any motherfucker that's actually been to war. We know if a grenade goes off too close to you and you catch shrapnel, you're probably going to get a bruised kidney, bruised liver, ruptured blood cells, lesions in your brain. You can have ruptured blood vessels. Your eyes can turn yellow and bleed for a week.
I can answer that from a neuroscience point of view.
It's not an answer from a neuroscience point of view. It's either you
Well, I can
looked
reply.
in,
I can reply.
either it's you can't reply because if you can't give me the fucking statistics for how many of them was physically injured, it's not a reply to my statement.
When
And the data doesn't exist in this. I already know it doesn't.
no, because it doesn't need to be added because it's for a
It does need to be added. Physical injury can cause these lesions that you want to point out.
If a neuroscientist reads this, they'll understand that when something significant happens in life, physical or not, that certain area regions in your brain can become deactivated or less used than others through thought process. When you have a thought, it can be scanned through neurons. Like neurons fire when you have thoughts, and certain
lesions are created by pressure in all sectors of the brain. If you didn't calculate the variables out, you can't say that these lesions are caused just by thought. You don't know whether these people
broken record.
Yeah, you don't know whether these people had shell shock or not. And listen, shell shock can just tear up. It can go through your spine, through your body. It can damage your organs. It can rupture the blood vessels in your heart. It can put holes in your heart. You're telling me the pressure from an explosion can't also rip the tissue in your brain or cause a lesion? I'm telling you, you're wrong. It's a variable you didn't calculate because you were just worried about making your premise about thought process. But as any doctor would tell you, you can't say that injury is just from thought unless you can say none of these guys had shell shock. None of them experienced high pressure shell shock or pressure trauma.
Not from thought, from external.
There's more than one way of trauma. Yeah.
Psychological trauma, for example.
Yeah, you can't prove it's just from psychological trauma. You can't prove that because you can't prove they weren't physically injured. You can't prove they didn't have direct trauma to the brain band, the cranium, or the body.
Well, how about this? Say that.
How many different things can cause lesions in the brain?
No, okay, look, I'm saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know you don't want to cover this shit. Fucks with your premise.
Okay,
and then the guy that wrote this article isn't as smart as he implied he is. But I guess that's a radical belief now.
Your entire family just up and died on you right now. Your thought process would change. It's psychological.
Well, yeah, that would affect me, dude. But
yeah, and what I'm saying is flat Earth.
Say when they died, it was in a robbery, and I was defending them, right? And I got cracked in the head with a stick. But then the next day, some idiot tells me I got lesions in my brain, and it's caused from my thought process. Would it be a radical thought when I thought he was fucking wrong? Because I just took a direct injury to the cranium?
No.
Yes. No, so he would be wrong.
Well, when
yeah, well,
significant.
So change. Is your premise? It doesn't matter.
The way
physical injury doesn't matter in this study. Is that your premise? That's all I want to know.
Well,
yes or no?
Let me explain it.
No, it's a yes or no answer. There's no explaining. Do you believe physical injury doesn't matter in this study?
No.
Well, that's because you don't believe physical injury can cause lesions in the brain.
It can cause lesions in the brain.
I know it can.
But also psychological trauma can also do it too.
Well, fuck, if you get a brain injury from high pressure explosion or crack to the fucking skull with the butt of fucking M4 or AK, it's going to traumatize you. Nobody's fucking arguing that.
Well, radical beliefs, people who hold radical beliefs like flat Earth have psychological trauma.
No.
Tend to have psychological trauma.
Prove it.
Well, that article was one of them. I could send.
Well, that article doesn't prove. Listen, I could send. So here's your premise. trauma causes lesions in the brain. Now prove all flat earthers have lesions in their brain where their neurological pathways are distorted or corrupted.
Yeah, well,
Prove that point.
psychological trauma can change.
Do scans of flat earthers. Make it a study. Otherwise, it's just an assertion that this applies to that.
Psychological trauma can change thought
Get
process.
you 100. Yeah, it can. I'm not saying it doesn't. I co-signed that when I said going through war changes your entire fucking belief system. Do you pay attention, dude? So now what you need to do to correlate it with flat earthers is take a study of a bunch of flat earthers, a percentage of them, and show they got trauma lesions in their brain. Then maybe you'd have a premise.
Well, that
Until then, you don't, because it's not demonstratable science.
Radical statements cover that dimension.
It doesn't. You need to prove they got lesions in their brain. Listen, so would this be a true statement? If you don't have lesions in your brain and you're stating what people might believe to be radical, then maybe it's not because you got brain injury. Maybe it's just because you just fucking believe that radical statement. And a lot of times the truth is pretty radical. You want the real truth about war, motherfucker? That's pretty fucking radical.
No,
the value of a motherfucker's life, I don't care what age they are when they're pointing a rifle, a AK, or a rocket launcher at me. It's my life or theirs.
Believing radical beliefs such as flat earth or like something that can't change their view. For example, like
flat earthers have legions.
Listen, no, that's not how we need to address it. Do flat earthers have legions in their brain?
Well, under the dimension of that study, yes.
Yes or no? Not under the listen.
Yes.
Listen, under the dimensions of that study, we wouldn't know if they had legions unless they participated in the scam.
Yes.
Because unlike you, the study actually scanned people's brains and said this group of people had legions, and we believe it's from trauma, even though we can't prove they didn't have physical injury to their head. We believe it's from trauma. So what you lack here is a test pool of flat earthers that proves any flat earther has legions in his brain. You can't prove that. You're wanting to say, because they have radical beliefs, I can logically infer it. But it's only a radical belief in your mind. That's just it.
Battle mod, hang on real quick.
Maybe I think your qualifier is radical belief. Yeah, bro, you can go ahead. I made my point. This dude's full of shit.
Okay, first of all, what is it? RGN. You're sitting there going off on belief and radicalism, right? Two of those things have no grounds here. We don't talk about belief systems.
Moral.
In fact, we tear down belief systems. Something else that I'm not done talking. Something else you have, another thing misconstrued is the radicalism part. What part of feet on the ground does flat earth have to do with? Or perhaps the political aspect of a revolution, otherwise known as, oh shit, how far was it when I posted it? This was quite a while ago, and you just kept fucking psycho blabbering over me, busting your fucking gums. In the political sense in which the world has been most used, a radical is one who aims through a reform in the government form a liberal or democratic point of view, or desires the establishment of what regards as abstract principles of right and justice. Now, none of that.
Read more.
None of that right there. That was liberal and democratic. None of that was conservatism, was it? Was any of that conservatism?
Read more. It covers that. It doesn't only cover political. That was the political aspect. Now look at the moral aspects. Look at the belief aspect. Belief is the
moral aspect, belief aspect. What belief aspect?
It covers the belief aspect.
I'm talking about what I cited.
Ideology.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about what I cited. You keep talking over me you have a serious problem of communicating with others. Your peers will have a hard time dealing with you and probably ridicule you.
No.
Yes, you have a hard time
One
communicating with
is kind of like
others.
of a belief. Like, for example,
What is a belief?
it falls
Can
under
a
the
belief
same theme of which liberal, conservative, morality.
can a belief
all
be
goes under the
tested?
same
Stop
theme.
fucking talking over me. Can a belief be tested?
Well, I answered your question, and you said I was cutting you off. So just
Can a belief be tested?
can a belief be tested? Well, what do you mean? Like, of course, a belief can be tested.
Really? Then it's not a belief, dipshit.
It depends how you test it. Then
You cannot believe in a fact.
that's an objective.
Do you understand what language is?
That's an objective truth.
Do you understand the concepts that you're throwing around?
You're talking about personal truth. Okay, saying the Earth is flat is.
I think you have head trauma. Were you in a sporting incident? Have you ever played football?
There you go. Now you're redirecting what happened to you to me.
What happened to me? I don't play sports, but
no, if you read the article.
No, I'm asking you if you've ever had a sports injury.
If you read the article correctly under a
Have you ever had a sports injury? I don't need to read your fucking news article.
Okay, here, I'll answer your question, okay?
Articles have no merit. Articles are not citation, my friend.
It's an article.
Do you understand that? An article is something written by a fucking
It's an
journalist.
article that quotes research.
Yeah, okay. We heard you the first 12 times about your article, dude. Why don't we talk about your psychotic disorder, right?
It has references. It has
So
references.
you believe the exact opposite of what you experience without any objective measurements or evidence, right? So
I already covered this. It quotes research. I mean, even this guy, BattleMod, was talking about the
Jesus
research.
Christ,
It was
I don't give a shit what the fuck you've already covered. You have covered nothing.
It has data on it.
You provided a fucking document on a website written by Joe motherfucking Blow.
You obviously weren't listening earlier.
So RGN, thoughts are physical, right? Can you put them in a jar for me?
I could put your brain in a jar.
So you can't put them in a jar for me, right?
I could put your brain in a jar, and I guess that would.
So that's not a thought. That's not a thought. So no. So you clearly have difficulties with yes or no.
Neural receptors in a jar.
So that's not a thought, right?
About that.
Neuroreceptors.
That's not a thought. That's not a thought, right? That's not a thought.
Neural receptors
So that's
control thoughts. Yes.
Thoughts
are passing to neuroreceptors.
So that's not a thought, right?
You know what a neuron is? When you imagine something.
That's not a thought.
The mechanism that works listen, all parts don't make up the sum of a whole. The sum of the parts is a thought. The thought's independent of itself. The functions that make the thought a reality, they're not a thought. The parts don't make up. They make up the sum of the whole. They don't own the properties of the sum of the whole.
An idea. So RGN, an idea. Can you put an idea in a jar for me?
Is an idiot that's trying to win this argument based off psychology.
Not psychology, it's neuroscience.
It is because it's your fucking belief, dude. It's not neuroscience. You can't prove. Listen, I'll tell you what. I know for a fact your premise is wrong about me. No, I won't listen. I'll fucking mute you, you punk motherfucker. Shut up.
Because I'm right.
But fuck, you're not right. You're a dumbass, and I'm going to prove why. Listen to me. Last time I wrecked my drag car, I had a motherfucking brain scan. I don't have lesions, and I'm a flat earther. I know this. I don't have any lesions in my brain. I've been to war. I'm a veteran. I've had to weigh other people's life against my own. I don't have lesions. So, and if you think flipping in my drag car 32 times at 140 mile an hour with 0 to 8 seconds isn't traumatic, you're a fucking idiot. Your entire premise is bullshit because you don't have any proof flat earthers have lesions.
Topic.
You want to say they have radical thoughts so I can logically infer they do. No, that doesn't make it a reality.
Brain damaged person are more
and you don't have the education you say you do, and I know that for a fact.
Brain damaged person are more likely to believe in flat Earth.
He has a head injury, guys.
He must have.
If you were to take a scale of flat earthers, I'm
If
sure
you haven't done
If
that,
you
Here
would,
comes,
so
It
an,
makes
escaping
here
from
perfect
the
comes
sense because
reality
another
it
is
is,
you won't
assertion.
have
we
and
anything.
would
he's
have
just
shared
learned
solutions.
about it.
Here comes another assertion because he hasn't tested any flat earthers, so he wouldn't know. I'm not even going to play part of his dumbass argument.
He's in here right now with 20 flat earthers and he's getting rolled over. So I hope he takes this away and runs a few tests on it.
He ain't going to take shit. He's trying to win on a loophole. You're crazy, flat earther. That's all he's saying. He keeps repeating it. Like that's going to make it true. And we're the ones with brain injuries. First
But
they said we're on.
as you said, intelligence.
Listen, first they said we were uneducated. Then they said we didn't understand. Then they went to psychology on us. Now this guy wants to say we got traumatic brain injuries. When will they address the scientific evidence and realize it's not a radical view to question science? Questioning science isn't radical. Science is meant to be questioned. That's how it evolves and advances. This is how knowledge grows. What's so radical about promoting the growth of knowledge? I don't get it.
What radical means for him is anything that makes him uncomfortable in his reality.
Oh, I know. But it's good.
Defines radical.
Flat earthers are good
Let's
for
go,
science.
Brian. Let's go.
We
Brian.
actually
Let's go.
The research
we,
shows that
we actually teach these motherfuckers science that don't know it. Like this guy who says he's in the 6th year of college. He's full of shit.
Well, he hasn't been paying attention or asking any real questions.
The article, well, the research shows.
Listen, just keep talking over this dude. I'm tired of him.
I was the one who started the talking.
I muted you just to troll you, punk.
Yeah, you're talking over me still.
Yeah, I know, and I got a mouthful of food too. Doesn't that piss you off? You're talking a bunch of gibberish, and that's what I'm going to do every time you talk. Talk gibberish over you. You know, see, you just don't want to listen to us because you're afraid we're right.
Does he even know any of the arguments?
It's called confirmation bias. No, he came with this brain injury thing, and he thinks it's a one-hitter quitter.
So
he's an idiot.
All right.
He tried to claim he's working towards a bachelor, and he's not.
You know, this whole conversation.
You couldn't even define from him, motherfucker.
Associates to have a bachelor's.
You have zero glow proof.
You know what I see in the server is shared.
It doesn't change objective reality.
No. You know what I see in you? You're a moron who thinks you're going to just keep rattling dumb shit.
And you're
shut up, RGN. Shut up, man. Just shut up. You ain't going to be your
thing you see in this server, RGN.
Your belief isn't a requirement, nor is your mouth.
You've never experienced.
I'm just out to piss you off. I'm just out to piss him off right now, guys. I'm tired of this dude. He's redundant. Radical belief is the proof of lesions in his mind. But he doesn't want to cover the qualifier for what's a radical belief. And it's not questioning science. That's how science grew. One person said, I know what's up, and another person said, no, you're wrong. What we thought was true 50 years ago, we know damn well isn't true now. And what we think is true now, we know it's just our current understanding, and it'll change down the road. So there's nothing radical about questioning science. And we don't have radical political views. We have radical scientific views because 90% of what we talk about is science. We cover politics for morons that say, why would they lie? And the whole purpose of why would they lie for him was to say, you hold radical beliefs. You got brain lesions. You got brain lesions. All flat earthers got brain damage, but I don't have to test flat earthers to prove it's true. I can say their beliefs are radical, and then it becomes true. Is that fucking science?
Yeah,
if this idiot thinks it's science, and
hit in the head with a baseball,
why should we waste our time with this guy that thinks that's science? That qualifies as science in his mind. And we're the one with the brain image. I'm not hearing it, man. Fuck this dude. I've been called a retard, uneducated, didn't understand, unaware. I got high school kids repeating to me shit I learned in fucking college as if I didn't know it.
Yeah, so early enough. He's read all the textbooks, maybe, but he doesn't have a fucking clue what he's read.
I don't think he read the textbooks.
Whatever he's read, it's studies,
Somebody gave him
whatever.
this. Somebody gave him this argument, and he comes in and said, I'm a neuroscientist. Hasn't qualified that just because he read enough words in the article to try to sound like one.
What exactly would you need to have in order to be a scientist of neurological?
I know.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have a consciousness, truth. Seems like it. Fucking NPCs.
I know his name should be NPC, not RGN.
He just doesn't figure it out that the majority of people that exist around him are fucking retarded. That's it. He thinks we're at the
He called an entire demographic brain damage, and he has no scientific evidence of that. Just his words.
Of course not.
Yeah, I'm trying to be quiet so I don't make an ass of myself because the shit pisses me off.
I wish you would.
Fucking really pisses me off.
I'm
because,
insulted too,
listen
but my mouth
to what he
is full.
listen to what he says. He's like, he says consciousness people have more activity in the frontal lobe. So are there people existing today that doesn't have a consciousness?
I think he's
what the
spiraling
fuck
and
does
he's
that mean?
fucking up. I think
he might have a point there.
Yeah, like, okay, so let's look at his mental diagnoses here. So he believes the Earth is the globe, even though there's evidence to the contrary, and that's a clinically diagnosable delusion. Okay, and if you
isn't there a condition where when you go on other websites and you try to down other people and tell people they're full of shit? Isn't there
Dunning-Kruger? Dunning-Kruger?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that could encompass several.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off in the middle of that. I know you probably
cognitive bias.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
you're good. I'm trying not to say too much, really, because it's like he's muted
I'm
anyway.
Not to talk about spanking your ass. Welcome to my world.
So it's just that.
Yeah, let's talk about something we can all agree on here.
It's just amazing. We live in a world where we have little clowns like this running around thinking people are brain damaged because they think something that shows no curvature can't be a sphere,
or they hold a belief
brain
that,
damage.
Listen, we live in a world where if you don't agree with a politician, you hold a radical belief. Is that crazy?
Yeah,
that's just one way of saying we can't question our government when we the people own the government.
Not this generation.
They
this
work
generation
for us.
is the government's
We'll take it away from us like whenever we're ready.
Yeah, thought is not stored in receptors, you dipshit motherfucker.
They're not I know it isn't. Thought isn't stored in them chemicals that... Listen,
what about...
Thought isn't stored in those... They're chemical messengers, okay? And the message... They deliver a message that comes from a thought. They don't create the thought. Nobody even knows what...
How long has he been in here? Is he even...
Listen,
where that light up to cognitive
science right now, we don't know what thought is, and we all know that. Just the fact he acts like the thought can be made physical. Basically, he's saying the creator's real then.
What do you mean?
Correlation is not causation.
It's true.
Thought made physical.
You would think that people that come and argue in here would at least take some logic, like take a college or maybe even a high school.
If he went to masters, if he's in the second year of masters, he should already studied his laws of logic.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Don't think they're giving them that anymore.
First, second.
Anybody that applies logic to anything is right here, and they're a flat earther. The rest don't have logic.
What's he saying about?
You might have a point.
What did he say? What did he say about the curvature? Like has he even anything?
I only got in on the tail end, like the last half. This guy, so I don't even know how this began.
Me either.
What did he address anything on flat Earth battle mode?
He didn't address anything I brought up about science or his study or variables they didn't test in their study.
Yeah, why is it they don't have evidence? I don't understand. Like, you'd think you'd have something,
I
right?
mean, if you're going to take a physical injury to the brain, which is a lesion,
at least a lunch to fight with, right?
And say it's caused only by thought and none of the other things that could cause it, shouldn't you have the control variable in your experiment that shows the other things that could cause it weren't present in this pool? Shouldn't you? Because the idea of the entire study is thought created these lesions through trauma in your brain.
Well,
like
and
over sparks.
The entire thing's built on a premise that flat Earth is wrong. So first, he starts off in a fallacy.
Yeah, that might be a good way to go. Is to try start proving it wrong first.
The first thing, the first thing he needs to do is find some curvature. Prove that the Earth is spherical. Prove that it's a globe, because it measures flight and level everywhere. So prove that first. Then come back and say, hey, you all are wrong. Here's the evidence, right? And then you can psychoanalyze us.
Then we'll sit and look at it too. We'll even take the time.
But until you're just suffering from delusional, brainwashing, socially engineered psychosis of Stockholm syndrome.
Exactly.
Wow.
She broke that down to Stockholm syndrome real quick, didn't she?
I bet you the dude is a total Oedipus. I bet you he's a total Oedipus.
He gets his.
I bet he's a solipsist.
He told me I was a nihilist.
That's what I was going to say. Or a sadist.
You know how when the doggy does good things and you pat him on the head, he gets used to getting a pat on the head, and he'll sit there and he'll twist around and wag that tail until he gets it. Yeah, that's what he also suffers from, because until he goes back and gets his little pat on the head from
my
his
dog,
controllers.
when I pat him on the head, he likes to curve in a circle and then put his butt against me so I can slap his butt, spank his butt.
Probably have a more constructive conversation with your dog than that guy, though, battle mode.
No. Every conversation we have here, I can relate to my dog, because that's my boy.
Right.
And he's not really a dog. That's my son. He's smarter than a lot of people. He knows what he wants, and without words, he can tell me. A lot of people don't know what the hell they even want. You got people nowadays that don't have experience in shit that come in and want to go into these deep scientific premises, but they don't want to cover the entire process. They just want to keep repeating. I posted the article. Well, yeah, we're covering your article and the methods by which the material was gained. But you don't want to talk about that, and that's because an intelligent man can infer. It's because you don't have a scientific mind. So that's when I go into the logical inference that you don't understand our scientific arguments. So your first thought is, must be something wrong with our brain, because what we're talking is French to you or Greek to you or German or Roman. You don't understand it. So it must be wrong. There must be something wrong with flat earthers, when the problem is you don't have answers for anything we bring up. So you just want to label it, categorize it, and say it's done. Well, if that's how you feel, get the fuck out of here. We're here for people who actually have an open mind to the fact that you can question politicians without being considered radical.
If you're
wants to talk about the black swan, so
yeah,
disputing the 1 foot.
It's not 1 foot.
If you're disputing the 1 foot thing, then you can repeat it. It's been repeated many times. So you've not even been there. You've not even tried to do it.
He's saying it wasn't done at 1 foot. He can go watch a video. It was done at 1 foot.
I sent him.
They videoed it. They videotaped it. We can show it from 1 foot, 5 foot, 6 foot. 3
We
foot.
can ask him, guy. So we can ask him about his radical thoughts about it not being 1 foot high. So
Yeah.
let's ask him about his radical thought.
Well, maybe
kinda
he's been
he said it
traumatized
looked
by the black swan. He now has lesions.
Yeah, he may have seizured out on us.
Show me a real paper. Did you guys see that video of like the kind of older gentleman? They were out in
Study
the desert, and he was talking about peer review, and he was saying all the kids coming out of university now, they need papers. They can only understand papers. They can't understand observations, demonstrations, and actually think.
Hey, I want to address everything what he said. What kind of study? It's not a study, it's an observation. So it's an observational truth. It's self-resonant, evident, so it's an axiom. And the ideal backyard experiment, an experiment's an experiment wherever you do it, if it follows the scientific method. Ask the Wright brothers. They experimented with shit till they flew on a bicycle with wings. Don't be a moron. They didn't have academic level educations either. They weren't scientists. They weren't even engineers.
Oh, we can talk to Riro. He's claiming that we believe Project Tsukinomi, right? So Riro, what's up? You think we're traumatized? What's up, Riro? You wanna talk in the chat but not here? Riro?
Oh,
Tell
you
us.
got a baby sleeping.
Oh,
how
another
old's the
anime
baby? That's cool. If it's true, that's cool. How old's the baby? My baby used to sleep all night. Me and my brother would come home from doing asphalt work, and my old lady would come out in the front room and say, "Be quiet, the baby's sleeping." But whenever I came home, I get my baby out of the crib, make sure it don't need a diaper, wake it up, clean its butt, feed it, and then I talk to it till it goes to sleep. So it goes to sleep listening to me talk, and that's what gives it its comfort zone. That way, me and my brother can sit there and actually enjoy a portion of our day. And my old lady would be like, "You're gonna wake the baby up," and I'd be like, "No, the baby went to sleep listening to us talk." And she liked her uncle Ed. His voice was deeper than Dad's. My old lady's was kind of high pitched too, like mine. My voice is nasally. You know, I've been a boxer my whole life and a fighter. I got cauliflower on my ears and a deviated septum that's been deviated multiple times and repaired. But my brother got a deep voice, and kids like that. Boy, I'd hold her and she'd sit there and stare at her uncle until he'd say, "Well, give her to me." See, though, you establish relationships like that when you're a big family. Dad holds a baby, not just mom. I held all my babies a lot. And my brother would even come over and hold my baby. That's why it's daddy's girls and mama's boys. The mamas, they hold their boys forever. They don't want to put their boys down. Dad got to be like, "Put the boy down, man, so I can show him how to walk." What the hell? Come on. His legs are going to be weak if you always hold him. And then you got to tell dad to put the daughter down so mom can get her time in. Because it really is mama's girls, daddy's boys. It really is. Or mama's boys, daddy's girls. I was a mama's boy my entire life. Even though my mother passed away, I'm still a mama's boy. Still living my life trying to make my mother and grandmother proud. I knew my father was proud before he passed. We're men. We don't hold up to say it. Women sometimes just don't know how to mention it or bring it up. Men, they just blurt it out. Man thinks he got something needs to be said, and we ain't got no tact. We ain't got no tact at all. We just blurt it out and apologize later if somebody gets offended. I'm sorry if I had radical beliefs about politics when I came home from war, but I honestly believe people died for invalid reasons that were neither moral or ethical. And then that makes me feel bad about my actions. And yeah, that's traumatic, but it doesn't mean I have a brain injury or I wouldn't have the cognitive reasoning to understand what I did was wrong. And that I'm not just saying the politicians were wrong, I'm saying I was wrong too. That's what you got to understand. It's not just a radical political belief when a veteran of war says, we were wrong. When he's saying the politicians were wrong, he's saying we were all wrong. Everybody that went there, all of us. Everybody in the process. And that we want the world to recognize that life is so valuable that it should take more to send our boys. When you're 18 years old, you're just a boy.
Yeah,
fucking man.
Lying about the earth and saying it's a globe isn't radical, I don't guess. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, I was in war before I was a man. I couldn't even grow hair on my face.
So what truth, NPC? What truth? Bring us the globe model. Bring us, because you said we are brain damaged.
Now it's a direct attack on battle mod. Well, you say I can't accept the truth, huh? Because it'll destroy my illusions because I got lesions. But I actually had brain scans a year ago when I was in a car accident. I know damn well I don't have lesions. Not from war.
Yeah, I've
not
had a brain
from the
scan
trauma
too.
of war. And not from my fucking wreck in my drag car, man. So your entire premise just falls apart. And I can accept truth. But here's the thing.
Bring us this truth you speak of.
It's this standard, the quality of the standard for truth. Who gets to dictate what truth is? So what you're saying is, whatever I say is truth, and I don't have to demonstrate it. If I say this is truth and it's science, you have no right to question it. You just have to accept it. That's basically what I'm saying, guy. And no, truth is argued over nonstop until we come to a consensus. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an ideal of consensus. So you're literally throwing out 90% of the thought process, and nowhere in there are you using the laws of logic. So it's not a logical thought process. It's a fallacious and faulty process, faulty reasoning.
I just wonder if he thinks that when people wear those white coats, if everything that they say, just because they have a white coat on, if it's true, if he believes that the government has never lied to us, that everything that they've ever said has been true.
The dudes that wrote that article didn't wear white coats, I guarantee it, man.
But let him bring the evidence then. He said
you
logic.
Know how many times? Yeah, you know how many times I've seen an article about that fucking Vietnam trauma bullshit and radical beliefs. You know what? Because all the soldiers came back and all the Marines came back from Vietnam and they said we was wrong as fuck. So this was the government's answer about why they weren't wrong. No, we went to war for a good reason. Oh yeah, we slaughtered man, woman, and child for a good reason. Just communities, villages, tribes. That had nothing to do with the Viet Cong we were worried about. And then we entered the war because it was a civil war. Well, no other country came over and got involved in our civil fucking war. So why do we got the right to get in theirs? It's their country, not ours. And how was their civil war a threat to our fucking people? So our soldiers and Marines, they should be holding the front line, defending our property, our people, our nation. Our nation wasn't a threat over the Civil War in the Viet Congs. Period. That's all there is to it. And many others here have high functioning brain damage. I challenge you to prove that, guy. You didn't prove it. You say, I stand on the authority of that article. Well, no, you didn't prove it because you'd have to prove they have brain damage. You can physically prove that without words. Do the test. Show me one flat earther that has brain damage.
Do you not understand that they've measured for this so-called curvature and it doesn't exist?
Oh, well, yeah, he's just going to keep repeating. Hey, you have a nice day, dude, but you're not the type of people we want here.
Ban him. Let's just ban him.
Oh, yeah, I'm over that. I'm not taking shit no more. I'm going back to the guy I was. You want to come in here and call people brain damage, not have the actual physical test to prove brain damage? Fuck you. You want to call in here, call people retarded who have college educations? Fuck you. We ain't got time for you. We're not here for you. Let that be a radical fucking statement. But I'm not here for those type people. I'm really not. I'm here for people that can have a civil conversation because it's not radical what we're saying, and it shouldn't hurt people so bad that they go from calling you retarded to stupid to unaware to they try every way to attack.
Avoid that curvature.
Listen, that's just an attack on the people that are he attacked. He didn't attack any one premise. He attacked every person in the group. Every person. They're all in the same basket. He labeled an entire demographic, which is faulty in and of itself. It wouldn't go in psychology, science, medical tests, clinical studies. And that's why in a clinical study, you got a subject group. And your data applies to that subject group. And then you figure, well, this subject group is that percentage, and this percentage out of that group, 10 out of 100, test this way. You know what I mean? If you don't have that, then you're just spitting words. You don't have any clinical study or any physical test to prove any flat earther's got brain damage. That's just an insult. Just what? Come in here and spit in our face, right? Every one of us are triggered right now. Mike probably the maddest because I ain't shut up yet. I've been mad since that motherfucker interrupted me to call me brain damage.
Truth, you triggered?
Little. Yeah. Not gonna lie. Look, I get triggered easily though, and I admit it. I don't.
What was the last things NPC said? I missed it. Before he got, did he get banned?
Oh, on his way out, he said he was a dumb bitch. No,
he said he was a dumb bitch.
He repeated. Yeah, he repeated 5 times in text. He said, "Me, I'm cognitive bias. I got a bias. I can't accept truth." Being the truth of his article, as it applies to all flat earthers being brain damaged because they got trauma, which he can't prove the trauma, and he hasn't demonstrated the brain damage. He says his assertion of trauma proves the brain damage, but then on his way out, he said a large amount of people here have brain damage and a high amount of it. And that's based on the fact
I know that part, Baltimore. We don't need to go over it all again. I just meant the last few things.
And he based all that on him being an authority because he's in his 6th year of neuroscience, but he's only 23 years old.
Is he 23? I guess his age perfect. I thought he was about that.
Well, you'd be 24 to be in your 6th year of college, but hey, you know.
I started asking him if he'd had any trauma or brain damage or like psychological trauma. And he was like, no, let's not get personal.
I think he does have trauma. He comes across as
he didn't want to talk about it.
That got raped when he was younger on a pile of dirty clothes.
Yeah, he didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him if Santa Claus was traumatic when he realized that didn't exist. And because he'd been through that trauma.
You mean the fucking Easter bunny is not real?
For him, old dude, definitely.
Eggs and candy.
Very traumatic.
I had jelly beans.
That was like 3-4 years of good hard counseling.
Right. Easter bunny's fucking real. Fuck you, man. You're brain damaged. You've been smoking too much pot. I mean, Easter, man. Fucking Easter. Where do you think them baskets come from, you brain damaged?
Okay, so in a world without the Easter bunny, where did the Easter eggs come from?
I don't know. Maybe your mama boiled them and then your daddy painted them. Maybe it was the other way around.
They come from China.
I mean, that's how it was in my house. My mom said, "Oh man, get your ass out there and boil me 3 dozen eggs while I get my paint ready." I'm serious. My mom didn't play. My dad got to act like he was the king until the bedroom door shut behind him at night. Listen, I had 5 brothers and 6 sisters. My dad was married to a woman before my mom, and she died in a car accident when my brothers and sisters were young. And, my mom raised them, but, my dad had 5 kids with my mom and 6 with a previous woman and adopted 2 children. So there was 13 of us all together,
Damn. Busy woman.
Yeah, well, not one woman, 2 adopted ones, 5 children for my mom and 6 for my brother's mom. I never got to meet my brother's mom. That kind of bugs me, but it is what it is. Still my brother.
I have a quick question for you guys.
He's back. An alternate.
No, it's box ops.
I'm not.
I thought it was box ops. My bad.
That's Frost Knight. Frost Knight's the one who.
Come on.
Frost Knight's the one. I remember what he said a long time ago about Neil deGrasse Tyson being a paid operative by the Flat Earthers.
What? Really?
Yeah. That was the last thing I remember.
Oh my God, that's a good one. I have never heard that.
I'll
that's
never
a
forget
good
it.
one.
The first for me hearing that.
So we pay Neil deGrasse to make them. So are we playing Michio Kaku too? Are we paying Michio Kaku?
You got money train and everything?
We're paying Neil deGrasse. We can't even get him on here, man. For
Shit, I'm gonna bump Michio Kaku another 50,000, man, just to make you all look dumb as fuck.
You still think we're paying Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Michio Kaku.
Well, that would be the only explanation for his statements, right?
Oh, I paid Don Pettit.
Couldn't be that.
Don got his
lying
money.
to you.
Yeah, Don
Are you
Pettit.
sure it's not geometry dictating his statements from where you can see curvature at?
It is geometry.
Right.
Yeah.
So is it geometry or money? Right. So can you demonstrate through geometry you would be able to see?
Oh, come on, man. We paid him. I personally
easiest
gave him
answer is
some money
usually true.
myself, bro.
So now Neil deGrasse Tyson, he just trolls the flat earthers.
Don Pettit was
paid
cheap.
He just trolls us.
Don Pettit did it for $3 a little Debbie oatmeal creams and a bag of weed. It was a big bag of weed, but he was cheaper.
How big was that bag of weed, man? He's
Michio Kaku, about a pound and a half. It was Granddaddy Purps. He was loving it. He said, "This is some space weed, Mike," and then he laughed.
Chugga.
He said, "I could prove it's space weed, but we lost the telemetry data to get back there." I mean, come on, NASA, this prolific motherfuckers, they can send a motherfucking satellite or a rover to fucking Mars. We can't park a rover on the moon and just set up a 24-hour live stream and prove fat earthers wrong. But we can send one all the way to Mars, but we can't go back to the fucking moon, and we can't keep track of some telemetry data. They said they reused it, but dig this here. The telemetry data for all that shit was on data reels for old General Electric computers, because in that 70s, we used tape-fed computer systems. They're called data reels. So what I want to know is that in the 90s, when they supposedly recorded over some of this stuff, how'd they record over it? Because it wasn't a record player. It wasn't a DVD. It wasn't it wasn't a
making sense,
it wasn't a it wasn't Beta Hi-Fi, it wasn't VCR. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a cassette tape. It was a goddamn data reel for a General Electric fucking 2 gig computer. Your phone had more motherfucking RAM than that, and that's even if you got a cheap fucking phone.
Frost, what was your question?
Yeah, I was wondering. So, the moon is a sphere, but yet,
is it?
When we stand on,
you only see one side of the moon.
Hold up, let him finish. Just let him finish. We can give him the moon as a sphere. Just let me cover it when he's done. So the moon's a sphere. Yup. What's the rest of your premise? We'll give you that part. The moon is a sphere.
So no matter where we stand on the flat Earth, we all see the same exact face of the moon. Why is that?
So are you gonna go? You seen that? You seen that doctor? Who is that? Professor who?
Dave. This is a Dave argument.
Professor Dave. So Professor Dave misrepresents our field of view. He misrepresents the position of the moon. We don't say that the moon is right above your head. Obviously, if it was right above your head, none of us would view it from the same side, and that would be true. But if it's a couple 100,000 miles out there, then that's no longer true because we're all looking off at the distance at the same object. So the premise is it's based on a false dichotomy. So what you're saying is it's not possible for us to all see the same face. Well, here's the thing. If you looked at the Earth as a 360-degree pie and you said, he's got people all over the Earth looking at the moon at the same time and saying they wouldn't see it. But that's not how we relatively observe it. The people on the back side of the disc wouldn't view it at the same angle as the people on the front side of the disc. Because when it's on the back side of the disc, the people on the front side of the disc wouldn't be viewing it. They wouldn't view it till it rotates around into their view. And it'd be only a piece of the pie that could actually see it at this one time. The entire Earth wouldn't be seeing it all at the same time from the same angle. So to say it's not possible based on everybody on Earth viewing it from the same angle, that doesn't make sense because that's not how we observe it. So, example, moon's in my northern sky when I view it, but by the time it gets to Europe, it's in the eastern sky. It's northeastern instead of southeastern. So the angle of view isn't the same for Europe as it is for we'll say the southern hemisphere in the United States of America in the eastern time zone. We look down to see it. You guys look over to see it. And we're all viewing it when it's in our viewing area, when it's actually in our sight distance for us to observe. So the idea that somebody on the other side of the plane would have a different view when it was in my area is untrue because they wouldn't be viewing it. Not at that time. They view it when it rotates around like the wheel in the sky. That's what the song's about. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Well, what's a wheel in the sky? It's a moon because the moon is said to roll like a tire. Plus, do one complete orbit as it orbits around. So if it just orbits around 360, changing a little bit of a degree, all the way around 360 degree, when each person in the relative area observes it, they'd observe it from a different angle, but they'd always only see one face.
You know what's missing out of all my playlist? All of the different videos of people taking recordings within the same minute of the moon.
Look,
from different
showed
angles.
This.
Like all of those are gone.
Yeah, look, Box Up showed this image. This is what Professor Dave's ideal. The guy on the right would see it from a different angle on the guy on the left. Well, the truth be told, the guy on the right wouldn't even be viewing it from that angle. He wouldn't view it till it was closer to him. And then he'd be looking downward at it. And the guy on the left would be looking over at it when it come around to his point of view. They wouldn't both be viewing it at the same fucking time. So when the guy on the left viewed it, it'd be in a different position than it was when it was viewed by the guy on the right. Neither one of them would view it from the same position. That's just it. The distance between them two. What would you assume that distance to be, Frost? Between those two sticks on Box Office's view, or we can go get we can get Professor Dave's fucking view of it if you want. I can rip that all apart because he crams everything so close together. He acts like this person 10,000 miles from this other person would both be viewing it at the same fucking time, and that wouldn't be true.
And actually, that wouldn't even be possible on a globe because you'd be on opposite sides of the Earth.
Right.
Which people have, like, from what is it, New Zealand, Kentucky, and Africa were viewing the moon at the same time. And I think there was even there's one where one was in Australia. It's just there's a lot of observations that are not even possible on a globe.
Stand on opposite sides of standing in another spot. Look.
See, this is stupid. The people he has viewing it are on the opposite side of the Earth, and the moon's on the opposite side of that. It's never true that people from the northern hemisphere see the moon when it's in the southern hemisphere. So his entire premise comes from a false dichotomy that the people in the northern hemisphere can see the moon when it's in the southern hemisphere, and somehow that applies to something not being observable on a flat Earth. But in reality, we observe them when they're in our hemisphere or our local area, not when they're halfway across the realm. Actually, 75% of the way. So here's Professor Dave's image. And Professor Dave's argument is flawed from the get-go. Because nobody, you see, the pink guy, where's he at? He's in America. But it's in the moon's in Australia. And it's not viewed. We're not viewing in America the moon when it's up in Australia. We don't see that.
Well, that one video that I had, it was in 3 different locations. One was in New Zealand, one was in Kentucky, and one was in Africa, and they were filming it live, streaming it live, and within the same minute, whatever lag that they had, and I'm just saying the same minute to cover lag, but they were all viewing the moon simultaneously, which would not be possible if it were a globe.
Exactly. Exactly. And so we're waiting to hear a response from you.
Yeah, I think if the moon was close enough to go over the horizon, I think it would be close enough that we would be able to see more than one face of the moon.
Over the horizon. That's just it. See, you do the same thing Dave does. Do flat earthers tell you that the moon is close enough to the Earth to go over the horizon? No. So it's an argument from a straw man. None of us say the moon's only a couple thousand miles. Literally in Dave's image, it doesn't even look like the moon's 100 miles off the Earth. How moronic is that? And then all people on the Earth are seeing it. So people in the eastern or the western area of the northern hemisphere are viewing it when it's in the eastern portion of the southern hemisphere, and that's not true. It's just not true that these two areas viewed at the same time, or that we view it. His relative view is wrong. You can't see the moon in Australia from America, so that doesn't apply to any argument. We don't place the moon where it's pretty much his moon's touching the disk. It's not even above the disk. It's just across the disk at eye level. That doesn't make sense. If you're going to address observations that wouldn't be true, shouldn't you put them in their relative perspective as we observe them? When do you have observed the moon to be on the horizon like it is in Professor Dave's image? When does that ever happen? I never see the moon go over a horizon because there's not a lighted up horizon. And I never see it to be that low in the sky. It's always high in the sky. And normally I don't see the moon for more than 2-3 hours a night. I live in the country and I've hung outside all night long. We had parties by the campfire 20 years ago, I was partying every day for 10 years outside. I wasn't going to come home after working a 12-hour day and drink a beer in the house and be all loud and wake my family up. I'd take a shower and go out to the fire pit with my employees or my brother and drink a beer by the fire pit. And I've never seen the moon in the sky for more than 3-4 hours of a night. It disappears in that time. Never see all night moon. Who does?
The moon definitely goes over the horizon. I've seen it plenty of times.
Well, how do you see a horizon at night?
Well, the moon.
Where is it that the sky appears to meet the ground at night? Where is that?
The lake.
What size of lake?
Big lake.
I can show pictures of a big lake right now where you'll never see the opposite side of the lake. So you think the horizon is 50, 60 foot away from you? I mean, I live by the world's largest lakes. I live in Michigan.
It certainly goes over the houses and the trees. I mean, I would imagine if I went to the lake, it would go all the way down to the
houses and the trees. Is that the horizon or the curvature? No, they're obstructions.
Can you first define how far the horizon should be on a spherical Earth for us?
Well, it depends on refraction, but the point I'm trying to make is that if we were on a flat,
Hold on.
Yeah, I'd like. Listen, no offense, but I'd like to see a visual image of the moon on the horizon. Otherwise, I don't accept the premise.
You're only right in one sense. It does depend on refraction because refraction can shorten your horizon, but we're talking about the maximum distance that it can be.
Well, refraction needs light, right? The moon's out at night, right? How much refraction you gonna have at nighttime? There's no light propagating around except for the light of the moon? Come on, man.
What's the furthest that the horizon can possibly be on this globe that they
I've never heard anybody try to invoke refraction at night.
Yeah, that's what globers mean.
What is that? Super darkalicious refraction? Can I get a citation for refraction at night? I mean, you need light to refract light, right? Do you not?
Or do you want to keep talking about the moon? Because we can get into the Selenalian.
There's no refraction of light without light. So is it the light from the moon that's refracted? And
I don't think there's any point going with Selenalian with him because his whole premise is based on completely fallacious presuppositions. So I think take it right back to curvature in the horizon.
Well, he's wanting us to explain things. He's wanting us to explain things about the moon and the sun, and we don't claim to have. And we don't claim to have all the answers, but yet his worldview doesn't have explanations for what we see.
Yeah. I'm gonna need proof of nighttime refraction, and I'm gonna need proof of the moon on the horizon, because I don't accept those two premises. They're not known. It's not a widely accepted premise, and I don't believe there's any science to back it up.
Does anyone else here agree that the moon goes over the horizon, or am I the only one here?
Nobody here agrees that anything goes over or under the horizon.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you could see the moon long enough for it to appear to go over horizon.
Yeah, I mean like a moon set, right? Like of course on a flat Earth it's not over the horizon in a spherical sense, but I'm saying like it.
I never see that. I never see a moon set.
What is the horizon?
We don't view it for long enough. The sun we can see from the moment it rises fully to the moment it goes out of view fully. But that's not true for the moon. The moon can be out of your view You can see the moon for only 30 minutes in the night, dude.
It's the same idea that the ISS never comes up from the horizon. It just appears in the sky and then disappears into the sky before reaching the horizon. The moon being a weaker light compared to the sun, it would have similar properties as it transversed across the sky.
Yep.
Well, I would bet a lot of money that if we went to the lake, a big lake, we would see the moon set over the horizon.
Well, that's my point. If you're
I've
standing at the
watched the
edge of a
moon
lake,
on Lake Michigan, dude, and I'm telling you, it just goes out of view. Doesn't appear to set. You can see it in the sky 1 minute, and then it's just no longer in the sky. It's over Wisconsin. It's not seen in Michigan. There is no visual horizon at night. I don't know how you get that. And what if there's enough moonlight for you to actually have a horizon? It's limited. It's not like it is in the daytime where you might possibly in the daytime see 30 to 60 miles. That's not going to be true at night. I live in the country where there's no artificial light. And it's just not true. If the moon could be seen all night traveling, we could see it from moonrise to moonset. Then maybe we could see it go over a apparent horizon. But 9 times out of 10, the moon is invisible but a few hours of the night in any given position, any place. There's only so many moons that are seen for, most of the duration of the night. The full moon, the new moon. Which moon is the lowest in the sky? Do you know?
What? What do you mean?
Is it a new moon that's lowest in the sky? Is it a crescent moon, quarter moon, half moon, full moon? Or is it the super moon?
I don't think any of those affect how high it is in the sky.
Actually, it does. How it appears. Because most of that we call the illusion. The lunar illusion. And that's the varying distances. Same with the supermoon, where it looks enlarged. You do know what a supermoon is, right? That's where it appears to be right above you and the largest it's ever been. And it does appear to be lower in the sky, and they do. Each different one appears to be in a different position in the sky. Not only that, but the position of the moon in the sky changes from spring to winter. From a northerly setting to a southerly setting.
So what is the horizon to you? Is it an optical thing? Is it or is it the physical curvature of the earth?
Light is just a bunch of photons bouncing off of stuff and then refracting around. So you can't really
The horizon.
judge a physical object based on what you see.
I'm talking about the horizon.
Right. So if it's on a ball or a flat Earth, it doesn't really matter because all we're seeing is just photons bouncing into our retinas. It's not like we can really judge accurately what we see from a long distance away.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the actual the horizon that you see. When you see a horizon during the day, okay, when you see a horizon, to you, in your worldview, what is it? Is it optical, or is it the actual curvature of the Earth?
Right. Well, I brought up the supermoon because that's when it appears that the sun is on the horizon or setting. When it appears to be a supermoon and a large moon, which is generally a new moon.
Kitty, stop.
It's optical.
It is optical.
Oh, where does curvature start?
Well, curvature The physical curvature would be whatever that equation says, like 3 point something miles or something, right? What was it? I forget the number.
Well, it's based on the observer
And the
height.
3-point mile. So you think the geometric horizon exists in 3 miles for an average 6-foot man? And it's said to be 2.223 miles. So
Okay,
if that
so
was it, listen, if that was the exact curvature spot, then it wouldn't change from 2.2 to 3, given the clarity of the atmosphere.
So what happens if you're using an optical device that allows you to zoom in and see further, and you see the horizon extend well beyond 10 miles? What's going on there?
Refraction.
Refraction isn't said to be able to extend the distance horizon, but it is said to be able to shorten the distance horizon. Could you give a scientific citation for when the refractive effect is
And
said to
define it.
extend the horizon 10 times greater than the distance that's geometrically possible on a globe? Because that's what you need to do.
Define
it's
which
called
refraction.
It's called.
Can I get a citation? No, I want a citation. Standard refraction cannot extend the distance to the horizon 10 times. It can't extend the distance horizon, so that's why I'm asking for citation. You think I haven't read every article on standard refraction?
Isn't it 7/6 the times the radius of the Earth or something?
7/6R, yeah, but it doesn't. It's calculated by 7/6R, but that's not saying it multiplies the distance to the horizon. It doesn't do that. Generally, listen, go to a curve calculator, a line of sight calculator, and look at the distance to the horizon, and then look at the predicted refractive distance horizon. Tell me if it's ever greater or less than. Which one is more common?
What was it called?
The refractive index. When you calculate refraction into the distance horizon, it generally shortens the horizon from the 2.2 miles to 1.22 miles. You'd be hard pressed to show me a calculator that extends the distance horizon based on refraction. Shortens the distance horizon. You know why? Because refraction is said to project images. So the light from the image of the object on the horizon is refracted to where it comes into your view. So that means it appears closer than it is. Right? Wouldn't isn't that by definition shortening the distance to the horizon? By definition.
I have no clue how refraction works.
Oh, well, I just explained
Why are
it
you
to you.
using it?
Refraction is light delivering an image to you when it's not physically possible on the globe. So, what's 100 miles out now appears to be 2 miles out. That's what refraction, that's what it's said to do, dude. It's never said to extend it. Because to extend it, you'd have to show that the light is behind your back and somehow projecting the image back to your face.
I know how the moon works. I don't know how refraction works, though.
You don't know how anything works, bro.
Oh, you know how the moon works? So can you tell me why the moonlight is cold? Measurably cold.
Yeah, the reason for that is because when you measure underneath a shade, it actually insulates some of the warmth, so that way it's actually warmer under the shade.
This has been accounted for. You're just listening to the same old strawman arguments from Professor Dave.
Oh, shit. That's probably good. Yep, he likes Dave, doesn't he?
It's word for word what Dave says.
I know.
Is Dave cutting you in on his super chats and his monetization? I'd be asking for a piece of it if I were you.
Dave needs these guys to come in for him because he can't himself.
Yeah, it just fuels his thought train. I mean, it's not that people are just, it's not, I'm not saying it's just an echo chamber, but when someone touts themselves as a professor and it's the media strain, the media outlet on it is so strong, and other, well, learned minds seem to say that he's not wrong and not entirely insane, this is what people are led to think, that he's touting reality. And we've got to deal with the aftermath of that.
Yeah, people coming and saying, I don't know how refraction works, but I'm going to assert exactly how it works. It's fucking insanity.
So, if you know how the moon works, can you explain the inverse square law of light? Right? Getting closer to the moon, if we went to the moon and it appears dull and dark, but you're here on Earth and it's many times brighter. So, how does that work? Frost.
That's a good question, actually. I haven't thought about that.
Right, the inverse square law of light. So every time you half the distance to a light source, right, it gets 4 times brighter. So do you know how many lumens of light from the Earth's surface the moon appears to be? So by the time you quadruple that over and over and over, it's going to appear brighter than the sun by the time you're close to the surface, right? So how do you explain any of the claims moon shenanigans, right? When it's a dull, dusty rock and not brighter than the sun.
Why would it get dimmer as you get farther away?
Why does light get dimmer the farther away? Right, the inverse square of light, like you can inverse it as well. Like it would get brighter every time you half the distance, right? But the inverse would be every time you get farther away, it would get 4 times dimmer instead.
Yeah, the light goes in a straight line, so why would it get dimmer?
So it doesn't refract? Which one is it?
Well, it wouldn't refract through a vacuum, it refracts through an atmosphere.
So are sun rays parallel or divergent?
Well, they claim the moon's now in Earth. Now they claim the moon is in our atmosphere. So,
The sun rays go out in like a. Well, I guess most of them are parallel.
So light from 93 million miles away is parallel, but we can't see 10 miles away without the light being bending down and around a ball. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because they're coming, straight at us, not through over like the water,
You don't observe parallel sun rays. Go ahead, Truth.
Moonstone, if you want to hop up in the VC check-in, I'll follow you up.
I'm done. I'm going to sleep. Y'all have fun.
Sleep tight.
Yeah, I've seen the crepuscular rays, but I think like if you actually like measure them, they're all straight. They just appear like it's an illusion that they appear like they're.
Seen any parallel rays lately? Got an image of that? Crepuscular rays is the only thing you've ever seen. So don't act like it's something rare.
When is light not an optical thing anyway? Like always optical. It's like, how do you even know what light's doing if you can't see what it's doing? So it will appear to you to be doing something. Anyway, whatever.
When you're blind, I guess that would be the only answer.
Don't dig your feet in. Don't dig your heels in too hard and get such a conviction and such a personal investment in it. Because if you look into some of the information and you see that it contradicts with, be willing to, alter your thinking in accordance with what the evidence presents. Don't dig your feet in too hard to where you can't get yourself out of it. Don't let your ego keep you nailed down to a false premise.
Yeah, I just don't see how the moon is not going to change if it's like going across the sky. It should you should be seeing like it different sides of it from one side to the other.
We've been over this, right?
Well, if it was so far away that you can only see one side, then you wouldn't see it go over the horizon.
Do you know the distance to the moon? Do you?
Well, I could Google it.
No, you don't, right? You don't even know the radius. So I don't know what you're on about.
But I can see it go over the horizon every night, or mostly every night.
And?
Well, even with the globe model, what they present and what they claim the moon is, there's that gravitational locking that they claim goes on. Like, that doesn't even make sense anyway. If the moon was a rock that was orbiting the Earth, we shouldn't see the same side all the time.
It's just an argument from repetition now. We've been over it, right? Showed you. They've used a faulty model. Right? You don't know what the moon is. You don't know if it's physical. You don't know the distance. You don't know the radius. So circle jerking, man.
You don't know either.
We don't claim to have all the answers for the sun and the moon and the things in the sky, the lights in the sky. What we do know, it's not a spherical globe because there's no measurable curvature, and it's not moving because there's no measured movement. You can't measure any movement. Scientists have tried to measure and they failed to, and they concluded that the Earth was immovable. And we know that water seeks its level when it's left undisturbed. And it takes the shape of its container. Like, these are the things that we do know. We know that you need a container to have gas pressure.
What do you mean by gas pressure?
Pressurized gases.
Because if you were to blow on your hand, that area has an increased pressure without a container.
That's not the same thing. That's what, like turbulent air. That's like you're putting force and pressure, and it's already pressurized gas though. It's already pressurized gas. I'm just moving it with the wind from my lungs. How did it get pressurized to begin with? Okay, so you got to have the pressurized gas before you can even before you even have the movement. So tell me how you have pressurized gas without a container.
Because gas has weight, and it will, due to the relative density, it will trend to fall downwards.
Gas moves in all directions. and it will continue to do so until it has the walls of a container of sorts that it can bounce off of to create the pressure. It's just going to continue moving in the same. It moves in all vectors, and when it begins to move in that vector, it's going to continue to do so until it encounters a wall.
Do you believe in relative density theory?
No one's denying that density is a thing. Have you heard of specific gravity? Like, that's pretty much all about density.
Well, so denser things go down and less dense things go up, right? So what's more dense, a vacuum or gas?
We're talking about the gas pressure. How do you have the gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, but gas is more dense than a vacuum, so therefore gas is going to go down while the vacuum goes up.
Okay, show me where you have pressurized gas. Okay, inside of a vacuum, you remove the valve and show me the denser gases continuing to fall to the bottom because they're denser inside of a vacuum. Show me this happening. Because I'm telling you, dude, that's not what happens. It's just gonna escape out into the less pressure.
See, the question is, why does that evidence not exist? Because we're supposed to be in a gravitational field, and we do have vacuum chambers. So these guys should be able to demonstrate that gas pools at the base of a container in a vacuum because of the gravitational field. Why does that evidence not exist? And why is there not a gas law that describes this apparent behavior that you believe exists?
Because it's pseudoscientific.
Stop sleeping.
Here's the thing. So
Respectfully, though, hang on, that wasn't a rhetorical. I was hoping for an answer. Why don't you have a gas law to describe what you're describing? And if you haven't got a gas law or a demonstration that supports it, why would you assert it to be true?
Well, I don't know all the gas laws, but what I know is that gas particles bounce off of each other, and that's why they tend to fill an area. But if you have a large enough vacuum chamber, you will find that the gas settles down mostly lower rather than higher.
Okay, so let me tell you a gas law that is a problem for your claim that gas pools in a vacuum chamber because of its density. It's called the free expansion of gas law. It states that gases will disperse in all directions omnidirectionally. In other words, it won't pool, it'll move continuously in all directions at high velocity. It's called the free expansion of gas law. You need an opposing law to that doesn't exist, and you need a supporting demonstration if you're going to claim that the density of gases are going to pool in a vacuum chamber, and you don't have one.
Well, that law is implying that there are no external effects that are causing those gas particles to move in a different direction.
Well, if there was, there would be a gas law that gave directionality to gas, because it would include the net forces that you believe might exist, and it would be cited as the directionality of gas law or something similar. But we don't have any of that. So it's not implying it, it's expressly excluding it. But if you think that there is a force that's affecting these gas molecules, cite the force and the supporting gas law and the supporting demonstration. Otherwise, you have to concede your point.
The force is called the relative density theory.
That's not a force.
Have you got a supporting gas law?
Do you believe that gas has a weight to it?
Does it, Eck? Right, define the word weight in physics.
Weight is something that causes something to exert a downward pressure on a scale.
Okay, so it's a defined term in physics. It's mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Do you agree? Weight, W equals mg. Do you agree?
Yes.
And do you agree that gas molecules have mass?
Yes.
But the problem we now have is that and I agree with you, they do have mass, but the direction of gravity, the acceleration due to gravity, we have the free expansion of gas law that states the opposite. So which do we accept? Is it the gravitational acceleration that doesn't exist anymore because it's been superseded by Einstein, or do we accept the free expansion of gas that totally contradicts the claim that you believe that gas molecules have weight?
I'm confused. What?
Okay, let me say it again. The problem is the little g in weight, because W equals mg, and the g is the acceleration due to gravity. Gravity is not a force anymore. It's been superseded by Einstein in 1915. And because it's not a force anymore, we have the free expansion of gas law that states that gas is omnidirectional at high velocity, and it does not have a directionality to it. Now, because gravity is not a force, and we have the opposing gas law that does the opposite of what you're about to claim, or you're trying to tell me exists, we have a problem here for what you're claiming. We've got the science that supports what we're saying. You've got nothing to support what you're saying.
Gravity is a fictitious force.
Say that again a bit louder.
Gravity is a fictitious force.
Gravity is an effect. It is not a fictitious force. It is defined by Einstein in 1915 as an effect. It is not a fictitious force.
Okay, it's an effect.
So, in the expression weight, you said that gas molecules has weight. So if there's no acceleration to gravity because it's not a force anymore and it can't accelerate mass, then how can gas molecules have weight, and how can they pool on the deck of a vacuum chamber when you haven't got a supporting gas law, you haven't got a supporting experiment? But we do have supporting gas law, and we do have a supporting experiments in every occasion that you can ever: tires, drinks cans, deodorant tins. All the experiments that we can show that shows that you need containment to keep these gas molecules from dispersing. So you have no gas law, no experiment. We do have a gas law, and we do have every demonstration of gas pressure ever, and they all require a containment because the gas molecules omnidirectionally disperse.
The effect causes the gas particles to accelerate downwards.
So which gas law supports that theory?
I guess we have to write a new one, don't we?
Or you admit that you're making shit up?
No, it's true. Gas goes in all directions. You're right, but it tends to go downward just slightly more than it tends to go upward.
It doesn't. If that did that, there would be a supporting gas law and a supporting demonstration showing that.
Well, you can see that there's a pressure gradient.
Okay, so how would you get the gradient in the first place if we're in a vacuum of space? Where the molecules form? How would they start forming together?
Well, they would start going down slightly more often than they go up.
Down? So which direction is down in space?
Towards the center of the Earth.
So they're not going down. They're not going down, then, are they? They're going towards the center of mass. So which gas law would describe that behavior?
I'm sure that all of the people who created gas laws would agree that gas trends towards the center of the Earth.
Okay, so which gas law, in your belief, you said you were certain that all the people that created the gas laws, which one do you think that exists? Given that we've got one that states the opposite, and it says it doesn't do that, it says it expands freely in all directions. That's not being attracted towards the center of mass. So we've got one that says literally the opposite, and you don't have one that supports you, and you don't have any supporting experiment. So why would you think that gas would pool in a vacuum chamber?
That law that you stated is implying that there's no effect of gravity on this particular gas particle. It's not incorporating.
That's because there is no effect of gravity on gas molecules, contrary to your claim that there is. You're saying that there is a directionality to gas because of gravity. The free expansion of gas law states that there is not. It is expressly excluding your interpretation of a gas law that doesn't exist.
When you create a law, you don't assume things that are like on Earth and like, oh, well, we have gravity, so therefore the law assumes gravity. No, when you create a law, you assume that there's no other forces or effects or anything interacting, and you're just creating this pure concept that's
You
devoid of any
misunderstand
other.
what the laws of nature are. They're not man-made created laws. They are descriptions of what happens in nature. So we always see gas pressure go into no lower pressure, always. There are no examples where pressure becomes like you don't have a vacuum creating a pressure. Yet you believe that the Earth exists in the vacuum and there is somehow something that's created the 14.7 that surrounds the Earth. You believe that can happen, even though it directly violates the second law of thermodynamics that states that pressure goes to non-pressure, not the other way around. Yet you believe that.
If there was a container containing all the gas, what we would see is a uniform, consistent pressure throughout the entire dome, not a pressure gradient.
That would only be true if there was no sun. But you haven't answered my question. How is it possible that the vacuum of space can have an increase in pressure that conforms to the exterior of the ball that you believe that we live on, when all demonstrations show that pressure goes to non-pressure, it doesn't go the other way?
Well, you also have to account for the density of the gas.
You haven't got any gas. We're in a vacuum.
Okay, so what's the issue in the vacuum?
That you can't have a vacuum increasing its pressure because it's the opposite of what entropy does. Entropy is the pressure going to non-pressure, not the non-pressure going to pressure. So you can't create the gradient in the first place.
Okay.
So how could we possibly exist in a vacuum with 14.7 psi next to the vacuum? There would need to be something that allows non-pressure to go to create pressure. And that doesn't happen. We don't have that. The entropy doesn't work that way. It works the opposite way. So how is it possible that you believe this?
Well, you could call it gravity, or you could call it variable density theory.
No, you couldn't call it gravity, because gravity doesn't affect gas molecules. If it did, we would have a directionality to gas law, and we would have supporting experiment that demonstrates it. And we've already discussed how we don't have a supporting directionality to gas law, and there are no demonstrations of gas pooling in a vacuum as a function of just pouring a bit of gas in. It fills the available volume. That's what every experiment demonstrates.
Okay, and then why is there a pressure gradient?
You ask, so the pressure gradient is caused by the biogeochemical cycle powered by the sun, and we're in a cyclical environment. If we weren't in a contained environment, there would be no cycle, and pressure would be created but then lost immediately to space. There would be no atmosphere for us to breathe. We couldn't breathe in your model.
I mean, wouldn't you agree that if gravity exists and if gas does indeed have weight, that we would find that gravity would fall down and create a sort of pressure gradient that would remain next to a vacuum?
If gravity did exist, there would be a supporting gas law to describe the directionality of gas, and there would be the supporting experiment demonstrating a vacuum chamber with gas pooled at the bottom of it, given that we're in a gravitational field and that we do have vacuum chambers that can almost recreate space. These would exist. These do not exist. So what is the logical assumption that comes from that lack of supporting evidence for the positive claim?
Laws are true all over the universe, right? So you wouldn't make a law that only applies here on Earth.
Correct. So the law of entropy applies throughout the universe, the known universe. Gas pressure always disperses to non-pressure. It never goes the other way. Yet you're trying to tell us that we can breathe at 14.7 psi, but you don't have a mechanism that creates the psi in the first place for us to be able to have the gradient. Now, if you're going to say gravity, then notwithstanding the fact that it's not defined as a force of attraction anymore and hasn't been since 1915, you still don't have the gas law that describes that behavior, the directionality to gas, and you still don't have the supporting experiments, even though we're in a gravitational field and we do have vacuums, and you should have that supporting experiments, but it doesn't exist, and you don't even question it.
Well, I have seen demonstrations that show that you can create a pressure gradient where a cylinder of gas is denser at the bottom than at the top.
Is that in a container or is that in a vacuum?
Yeah, that cylinder of gas, does it have a valve that's open, and is it inside of a vacuum?
Well, it has two valves, one at the top and one at the bottom.
And is it inside of a vacuum? And are the valves open?
Well, that would be impossible. We don't have a gigantic vacuum. I mean, I guess.
Yeah,
well,
we do though. We do.
If you took a gigantic vacuum and you put a tiny little amount of gas, I promise you it would be closer to the bottom than the top.
No, it would be bouncing randomly off all directions with perfectly elastic collisions, and it would never lose any velocity.
It would constantly move around until all of the entire volume was equalized. So, and the volume, there you go. How do you have volume?
It wouldn't be a vacuum, right? If you put gas in a vacuum, it wouldn't be a vacuum anymore.
Sleeping Warrior is much more eloquent than I am, so I enjoy listening, so I'm just going to listen.
Well, gas does lose velocity, and that's when it becomes cold.
That's because of temperature. That's because of temperature.
Right, but if it will lose its velocity as it bounces around, and then it becomes colder.
Yeah, but remember Newton's first law of motion. It states that an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by a force. So if your gas molecule's traveling at 600 meters per second and then it loses temperature, it isn't going to stop moving because it loses temperature. It's going to continue on that path until a force is applied. It just loses its energy. That means it's not going to be continuing to accelerate. It's just going to stop accelerating. But it isn't going to slow down. It's going to maintain. It's going to conserve its momentum. You know about conservation of momentum, right?
Yeah, but that's implying that there's no gravitational effect pulling it back down.
So we don't have any supporting gas law or experiment that supports the belief that there is a gravitational pull on these things.
Well, there is.
Okay, so which is the gas law that gives a directionality to gas, and what's the experiment that supports it?
If I find one, will you believe it?
Absolutely, because it would be in direct violation of the free expansion of gas law and every demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum or next to a disequilibrium of pressure ever. So yeah, if you could find something that supported that, I would absolutely accept it.
Good luck with that one, Frost.
So look, back to the definition for weight and gas molecules having weight. Can we agree that it can't have, no gas molecules can have weight because there is no directionality to gravity? It doesn't have a force acting effect on the gas molecules, even though you say the word weight, it doesn't do that. Because if it did, there would be a supporting gas law and there would be a supporting experiment, and it doesn't happen. So therefore, we can say that gas does not have weight. Will you agree, or will you still fight?
The pressure does what?
I didn't mention the word pressure. I said back to the claim that gas has weight, because that was what you started off by saying. That's the reason why I jumped on. Gas does not have weight. It does have mass, but it doesn't have weight, because weight is a defined term and it relies on gravity being causing an acceleration. Well, we know that gravity is not a force because it changed in 1915. We know that there is not any supporting gas law, and we know that there are no supporting experiments that demonstrate the directionality of gas. So given the 3 points I've just made, can we now agree that gas does not have weight?
I believe you do not need a force to create weight.
It's defined as mass times the acceleration due to gravity, and the acceleration due to gravity would be defined as an effect, as a force, because it causes an acceleration. It is in the term acceleration due to gravity. You need a force to have weight.
It's an effect.
I know that. So therefore, there is no acceleration due to gravity. So therefore, gas pressure cannot have weight.
But the effect is that acceleration happens.
It's an apparent acceleration. It's not actual acceleration, and it's caused by the curvature of space-time, but it is not given a directionality to gas molecules, which is what you need to have the claim that gas has weight.
Do you believe in the curvature of space-time?
Irrelevant. It's a non sequitur. Gas molecules don't have weight because they cannot satisfy the definition.
Well, we should redefine it to include effects, not just forces.
That's called moving the goalposts to support your narrative. Unfortunately, it's not that position, and even if it was, we would be asking, well, why did you change it? It's called moving the goalposts, so no, you can't change it.
Yeah, Newton was wrong. He had some...
Gas molecules don't have weight.
We've learned that the universe is weirder than we thought it was, and now everything with mass has weight.
No, because there's no directionality to gas molecules, and gravity is not a force, so it cannot exert any acceleration on gas molecules. But you need that for gas molecules to have weight. Gas molecules don't have weight.
If you have a tube with one type of gas in it, and it's denser at the bottom than the top, that shows directionality.
So what? It's not showing weight.
That's the same thing. If it's denser at the bottom, it's heavier.
Yeah, that would be our argument. Your argument is that there is something pulling down on gas molecules to give directionality to gas so that you can claim that there is weight to the atmosphere. The problem is gravity isn't a force. Secondly, you don't have a gas law that supports your belief. And thirdly, there's no experiments that support the gas law that you don't have. So therefore, you must concede that gas molecules do not have weight because they can't satisfy the definitions.
So the way I started to believe it works is that because the gas is going through time, and space-time is curved or something, that pushes it down to objects or something.
Curvature of space-time is not a force, it's an effect. And it's an apparent effect as well. It's not an actual effect, but that isn't satisfying the definition of weight. That's what we're trying to establish, whether the atmosphere or gas has weight. And it doesn't, because there is no directionality to gas. There is no supporting gas law. There is no evidence to support that. And gravity is not even defined as a force and hasn't been since 1915. So therefore, gas pressure cannot have weight. It cannot satisfy the term. You have to concede.
Whether or not you want to call it a force, the fact is that the effect of gravity is indistinguishable from a force.
Okay, but there's still no directionality to gas. You need a supporting gas law, and you need a supporting demonstration of the application of the gas law. In other words, a vacuum chamber with pooled gas at the bottom, showing that it does what you say. Because we are in a gravitational field, and we do have the Sandusky massive vac chamber. We do have big vacuum chambers that in a gravitational field, you should be able to demonstrate this claim that you have. But that evidence doesn't exist. So you haven't got a supporting gas law, you haven't got experiments, and you don't have gravity being a force. But even if we gave it you as an effect, you still don't have the gas law or experiment. So therefore, you cannot make the claim that gas molecules have weight.
So if I was standing in a vacuum chamber and we released some gas and I start slapping the gas around, do we need a gas law to explain why my slapping the gas is, causing it to move around?
No, because that's not a natural behavior of gas, is it, if you're in there slapping the gas molecules around?
Right, well, gravity is just a thing that causes the particles to move in a certain direction, just like if I was slapping it. I mean,
okay,
it's just
so
an
why
external
is there not?
thing.
Let's give you gravity, right? why is there not a supporting gas law to describe the directionality of gas that you're claiming we have?
Well, that law is called the law of gravity. It affects things with mass, and it pulls them to move in a certain direction.
I'm talking about a gas law, a supporting gas law to describe the behavior of gas with a directionality. If gravity does exist, then there would be a directionality of gas law.
I mean, I don't know that there isn't one. I don't know all the gas laws.
You do know that there isn't one because you know that there's the free expansion of gas law that states that gas molecules will behave in an omnidirectional, not directional, omnidirectional, and they move at high velocity. So you know by that existence that there is no directionality of gas law. You couldn't have two conflicting and opposing gas laws because one of them has to be wrong. And the gas law that does exist is the one that says there's no directionality to gas. So even if I gave you gravity, it isn't affecting the directionality of gas. And therefore, you cannot satisfy the definition of weight, which is mass, times the little g, which is the acceleration due to gravity, because gas molecules don't accelerate due to gravity, even if you add it, because the free expansion of gas law proves it.
That gas law you keep citing, what is that called specifically?
There's two names for the same law. It's called the free expansion of gas law, or alternatively, the dual expansion of gas law. They both describe omnidirectionality of gas molecules, not directionality to gas molecules. And that's giving you gravity as a force, which it's not. Oh, and just to add one to that, if gravity did cause a directionality to gas, then Pascal's law, when applied to gas molecules, would be wrong. So the free expansion of gas states that the gas molecules are omnidirectional, but the Pascal's law, when applied to gas molecules, states that the gas molecules will apply the force against the walls of the container evenly in all directions. Now, if there was a directionality to gas and it allowed that to have an unevenness, then Pascal's gas law would not exist, but it does exist. Yet we're supposed to be in a gravitational field. So even in a gravitational field, Pascal's gas law states that the pressure exerted against the walls of its container is even all the way around it.
All right, I just posted a quote from the wiki article about that, and it's not even a law, it's just a thought experiment. It involves ideal gases which aren't realistic in nature.
So on Wikipedia, you're saying that the free expansion of gas law and the dual expansion of gas law, you're saying based on Wikipedia that they are not gas laws. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a thought experiment. That's what Wikipedia says.
No, it's not a thought experiment. It's a gas law. So just answer my question. Your claim is that because of Wikipedia, you believe that the free expansion of gas law is actually a thought experiment. Is that correct?
It doesn't say that it's a law. It says it's a thought experiment.
Right, but you're citing Wikipedia. Did you type in free expansion of gas law or dual expansion of gas law? And don't cite Wikipedia, because that's created by blurthers that deny science. So go to the actual science that's independent, that's not Wikipedia, and it's not Forbes or Quora. Go to an actual citation describing what is the free expansion of gas law, and tell me, does it have directionality to gas, or does it have omnidirectionality, and therefore debunk the claim that gas has weight, because if it did have weight, there would be directionality to it, and the free expansion of gas proves that that does not happen. I'll help you if you can't find it. I'll do the same thing.
I went to Google, I typed in free expansion of gas law, and I didn't see anything that said law. I saw a Wikipedia article that said it's a thought experiment.
Yeah, but I'm asking you not to cite from Wikipedia because it's written by blurthers that deny science. Free I mean, you guys at home watching can go along with this and do this with me. Free expansion of gas. Hit enter on Google, see what it says. The Joule expansion, also called the free expansion, is an irreversible process in thermodynamics in which a volume of gas is kept in one side of a thermally isolated container via a small partition, with the other side of the container being evacuated. And let's see what it continues. Let me read what it has. The partition between the two parts of the container is then opened, and the gas fills the whole container. And then it gives a variety of diagrams showing what's actually happening. Oh, to be fair, it does say on this, the Joule expansion, treated as a thought experiment involving ideal gases, is a useful exercise in classical thermodynamics. It provides a convenient example for calculating changes in thermodynamic quantities. Okay, so that is citing it on Wikipedia as a thought experiment, but it isn't actually a thought experiment. It is a gas law. Let's see. Let's go to LibreText. chem.libretext.org, free expansion of gas in chemistry. To develop the theory of thermodynamics, we must be able to model the thermodynamic properties of gases as a function of pressure. My page keeps refreshing. And volume. To do so, we consider the processes in which the volume of gas changes. For the expansion or compression of gas to be a reproducible process, the exchange of heat between the system and its surroundings must be controlled. There are two straightforward ways we can do this. Let's see if we can find where it gives. There we go. Any expansion of a system in which the applied pressure is less than the system pressure. Any expansion of a system in which the applied pressure is less than the system pressure can be called a free expansion. I'm looking for where it describes the behavior. There we go. We find that we must introduce a new parameter, the Joule-Thomson, not Joule-Thomson. Let's find the Joule expansion. Where we go. Here we consider the behavior of ideal gases, and we begin by considering the limiting cause of free expansion in which the applied pressure is zero. Physically, this corresponds to the expansion of a system into a very large evacuated container. That could be, say, space, even though it's supposed to be not a container. Under this condition, dW equals 0, and the energy change is dE equals dQ. For 1 mole of any substance, if only pressure volume work is possible and the applied pressure is 0, we have a formula. It's going all into the maths. It's not describing it. I think the only easy way to show you the description of it is to apply the diagrams that are shown in the Wikipedia article, where it shows the direction of molecules freely in all directions. It's shown in the illustration. Let me see if I can. If I click free expansion of gas and then click images, that might give me the thing to see. Yeah, there we go. So free expansion of gas and then click images on Google, and you can see the before and after state, and you can see that when you remove the partition, the gas is freely expanding all directions, mainly up, because you've created a bigger volume in the up direction. So they fill that volume in a directionality that we would describe as up. But that totally contradicts your claim that there would be a pooling towards the bottom because of the pull of gravity. That's not a pull anymore, but even if it was, it isn't supporting your claim that there is a pull or a directionality to gas.
Yeah, but that's of an ideal gas. That's not of a regular gas.
And the difference between an ideal gas and a regular gas is what?
An ideal gas is one that is not affected by any other forces, gravity. It's just
it's controlled. Not forces, gravity. It's not affected by the changing of temperatures or pressures or volumes or any other parameters. It is just the ideal circumstances for the gas behavior to not be influenced by other external things. Not forces, external attributes like pressure, temperature, all those things that influence the behaviors of gas. But the ideal of gas law demonstrates that there is no directionality to gas. So if you're going to claim that there is an actual gas that does give directionality to gas, you're going to have to cite the gas law that supports that, and there isn't one. That's the problem.
So when you're referring to real gases, not what it says there is an ideal gas is a hypothetical gas. If you're referring to real gases, then then even that comment that was in the context of referring to ideal gases, it's like you can even leave that out. If you're talking about real gases, then even that first definition that he cited where he said it was a thought experiment, that was in reference to ideal gases only. It wasn't in reference to real gases.
Yeah, but this is why I said if he's got a supporting citation for a real gas with a directionality to it, given that we're in a gravitational field apparently, then let's hear it. Because if he's saying that there's a difference between the ideal gases and the actual gases, technically speaking, he is right. There are other things that influence the behaviors of gases, but he still needs a supporting gas law to describe a directionality to gas, and he doesn't have one, be it an actual gas or an ideal gas. He still doesn't have a directionality to gas law. That's giving him gravity as a force, which it isn't a force. So we'll give him that gravity affects gases. Why is there not a gravitational directional law?
Yeah, but free expansion of gas is not a law either.
It is. If it wasn't a law, then you wouldn't see the free expansion of gas. You would see them pooling on the floor, and the description of the behavior would be the non-free expansion of gas, or the limited expansion of gas, or the directionality of gas law.
When you Google it, you will see no. It's not a law.
When you Google it, you'll see what?
You won't find any articles calling it a law, because I was looking around and I didn't see anything saying that it's a law. It just says the free expansion of gas.
You're saying that the free expansion of gas is not a gas law?
Correct. It's a thought experiment. It's not a law.
No, it's not. Citing it from Wikipedia that does describe it as a thought experiment does not make it so. The free expansion of gas is what gas does all the time. It's also called the Joule expansion of gas. So if you're going to look up the Joule expansion of gas on Wikipedia and see, does it describe that as a thought experiment?
Yes, the same thing. It does not refer to it as a law, and it can't be a law because it only refers to ideal gases, not real gases, whereas laws deal in reality.
What's happened is Wikipedia has been bastardized by ball earthers that are basically lying. The Joule expansion of gas is a gas law. It describes the behavior of gas molecules as you increase the volume. As you increase the volume, the gases press into it in all directions with perfectly elastic collisions bouncing off all of the walls of the container evenly until it gets into that volume, and then the pressure is reduced accordingly. That is what it is. That describes, and if it didn't exist that way, there would be a directionality of gas law in place, and that doesn't exist.
Well, here's one for you. Have you heard of the law of what's it called? The water cycle?
Yeah, the hydrological cycle or the biogeochemical cycle. Yes.
So it goes up as a gas and then it comes down as a liquid. So therefore it shows the directionality of downward.
Right. So if there was a container and
not as a gas though.
Yeah, it condenses, right? So if there was a container and we see the droplets of water on the ceiling of the container and then it drops down every now and again with the odd drop, that's essentially what you're describing. But if there's no ceiling on the container, the gas just carries on past where the container would be and you don't get the gas back, it evaporates. That's why when you have a drink and after a couple of days it evaporates, you don't get that drink back. Why? Because there's no lid on it. But if there was a lid on it, the gas would condense on the underside of the lid. Every now and again, it would drop off, but the volume of water would still be there. So the fact that we have rain shows that we must be contained.
Once the gas changes into a liquid drop, it's changing states of matter. You're no longer talking about gases anyway.
Yeah, but the fact that it does that shows the fact that it does that and it doesn't continue like expanding into because the molecule would continue on its path, applying Newton's first law of motion. A gas molecule in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by a force, and that even if it changes its state. But in the real world, it changes its state but then comes back to Earth again. Well, what's the explanation for that? Well, you would say gravity. Okay, so let's give you gravity. Where's the gas law that describes that behavior of gas? There isn't one. Yet we're in a gravitational field.
The clouds aren't dripping off the ceiling; they're floating around.
Yeah, but if there was no ceiling, the vapor, the gas vapor that the sun creates by burning off the oil and breaking the hydrogen bond off water, that gas molecule would continue in its journey and it would never come back. But it does come back.
Is my hand a force or an effect?
Who cares? Address the water vapor evaporating and why it comes back. Because if it was an open system, the gas molecule would continue on its trajectory and it would not change its direction unless a force was there. Now, even if we gave you the force, which isn't a force, but even if we gave you the force, there is no gas law that describes gas molecules turning around and coming back. At any point, they continue pushing in the direction that they're traveling until they hit a wall, a container wall.
If I'm slapping the cloud around, I mean, clearly something is acting upon it, right?
Yeah, no one's disputing that you're slapping the cloud around, but that's not a description of gas behavior in its normal state, is it? That's you in there messing it up. Well, we're not talking about you being in there messing it up, but we've given you gravity as a force. We're asking you for where's the directionality of gas law that supports that, and where's the demonstration of a vacuum with a pooled gas in the bottom of it not filling the container? And the problem is you don't have either. So we've given you gravity, but you haven't got any supporting gas law or demonstration. So back to your original point of gas having weight. No, because you can't satisfy the definition. They use defined terms in physics, and gas pressure doesn't have weight to it because it can't satisfy the definition. Can we get a concession?
Well, I was looking for the different gas laws, but here's the thing. So are you guys throwing out the theory of relative density then?
No. So you couldn't find. So what you've just said then is that you were looking for a gas law and you've not found one, right? You won't find one. You can look for one indefinitely, but there isn't one that describes the directionality to gas. So given that you can't find one, do you concede that gas cannot satisfy the definition of weight because there is no directionality to gas? That contradicts the claim that gas can have weight because there isn't a directionality to gas.
Well, I don't think that a law would apply to the gravitational interaction of gases, but a law is just a quote from a human who's observed something consistently about nature or whatever, right? So that doesn't mean that every single law.
No, that's not what a law is. A law is a description of what nature does, right? It's not a cause and effect relationship. That's an experiment. It's the opposite. It's the description of something happening in nature without man's interaction. It's just a description, right? So the description of gas behavior doesn't have a directionality to it in nature. There is no directionality to gas.
Even if this observation were deserving of such a law, it doesn't mean that every law has already been written down or determined. You know, there are still laws that nobody has figured out yet, right?
Yeah, but that's not the case in this. It's not the case that there is no law that covers the directionality of gas. There is a law. It says that gases move freely in all directions. That's the opposite of having a directionality to gas. So it's not that we've not discovered the gas law yet. It's that we have discovered it. It just doesn't have directionality to it. So therefore, your claim that the atmosphere can have weight is not true because it can't satisfy the definition in physics.
Well, you and I were both looking through Google at the same time and determined that what you just cited there is a thought experiment that only applies to ideal gases.
No, that's the way that it's written in Wikipedia because it's been bastardized by ball earth believing zealots. The description of the gas law that I'm talking about does not give directionality to gas. It has no directionality to it because gas molecules move omnidirectionally. That is the dual expansion of gas demonstrated. And if it was, it would be called the dual directionality of gas law. But it's not. They move freely in all directions.
Can you find a source that refers to the free expansion of gas as a law and one that applies to real gases as opposed to ideal gases?
Well, you would need to find something that violates that law.
It's not a law. You haven't found a source that calls it a
is.
law, for one. And every source
The dual expansion
assumes
of
that
gas and the dual expansion of gas and the free expansion of gas. If you're going to claim that it's only a thought experiment because it only applies to an ideal gas, okay. So when it applies to an actual gas, it's not a thought experiment because we're using actual gas, and that's what actual gas does. If it didn't, you would never get gas pressure moving around in the way that it does. It's omnidirectional. There's no directionality to gas molecules. If there was, there'd be a supporting gas law that said it.
Under some conditions, sometimes real gas acts similarly to an ideal gas, and other times it doesn't.
So what? You're trying to distinguish an ideal gas from an actual gas, and when you try and distinguish the ideal gas from the actual gas, you then apply the concept, which is the thought experiment, to that concept. And I'm saying, okay, apply the rule to actual gas, and you will see that there is no gas law that gives directionality to actual gas. So that therefore I'm removing, or I'm just giving you your concept of ideal gases and saying, okay, take that away. Apply it to an actual gas. Show me a gas law that gives directionality to actual gases. And the problem is you don't have any, or any supporting experiment. If you did, you'd have a vacuum chamber with a puddle of gas molecules at the bottom and saying, look, there's the directionality of gas. There's nothing else in there. We're in a gravitational field. There's gravity pulling on the molecules. There's nothing else in there to pull on. So it becomes the most dense gas molecule, and it's being pulled down by gravity, and that's why it's pooling on the floor. That would exist, but you don't have that. But what we do have is any container, be it a vacuum or otherwise, if you put one gas in there, it fills the available volume. It does it every single time. There's no directionality to it at all. If there was, you'd be able to demonstrate it. So let's go back to your claim that the atmosphere has got weight. It can't have weight because there is no directionality to gravity, even though we gave it you as a force, which it isn't, but we gave it you anyway. You haven't got any supporting gas law. You haven't got any supporting experiments for this directionality to gas that you claim. Therefore, you have to concede that the atmosphere does not and cannot have weight.
Just because I haven't found one yet doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and just because it doesn't exist doesn't mean that it's not true.
Okay, so are you familiar with the phrase not exclusio unius est alterius I can't remember the phrase. Exclusio unius est alterius alterus. It's something like that. I can't remember the exact phrase, but it says the express mention of one excludes the other. So we have the express mention of one gas law that describes the omnidirectionality of gas. Therefore, yours is excluded because the directionality of gas law doesn't exist, whereas the omnidirectionality of gas law does exist. So your claim of lack of discovery is not true. We have discovered it. It just doesn't have a directionality to it.
You keep calling it a law, but it's not a law.
It is. It's only a thought experiment when you're applying it to an ideal gas. When you apply it to an actual gas, there is no directionality to gas. If there was, there would be a directionality of gas law, and there would be a supporting experiment, and you have neither.
You wanted to see somewhere where it said it was a law, and it's called, I guess it's called by different terms, and it depends on like which term you use to look it up. And the law of the dilation of gases is would be the same thing as the expansion of gases. In 1801, I just posted for you, The law of the dilation of gases was discovered by M. Gay-Lussac of Paris and by Dr. Dalton of England, independently of each other, and you can continue on to read that. I guess, or just look it up as the law of dilation of gases.
The other thing you can do is just type in gas laws and read about gas laws anywhere, and there are no gas laws that give directionality to gas. All of the gas laws describe the behavior of gas as omnidirectional. So it's the lack of evidence that supports the claim that there's directionality to gas. That's the problem. When there's an abundance of evidence that shows that the gas molecules are omnidirectional. So even if we give you gravity, we still don't have the directionality of gas that you need to be able to claim that gas has weight. And even if you did have the directionality, you've then got to demonstrate that the directionality is caused by gravity, which we only gave you to make the point. I mean, gravity is not a force. So if it became contentious, I wouldn't give it to you, but I gave it to you to show that I wasn't being an ass. But the reality is there is no directionality to gas. You have a container, and we're in a gravitational field. It should pool on the deck. It doesn't do it. There are no gas laws that support that. There's no supporting experiments, yet you claim it anyway. So there is no, you can't have a weight to gas, and that assumes that we give you what mass is in the equation of mass times the acceleration of gravity, because mass itself is a concept. It's not even a physicality. So in the same way that an ideal gas law is in the same way that an ideal gas is a concept, so is mass. So the concept of mass is no better than you saying, oh, well, the ideal gas law doesn't apply. The free expansion of gas is a concept that only applies to ideal gases, not real. Okay, so mass itself is a concept. So the same argument you used against me applies against you with the definition of weight when it comes to the term mass.
But that's not even how that was reading, though. Like, it was actually reading and giving a description of how gases behave as real gases. And then when it started talking about ideal gases, that's when it started saying it was a thought experiment. Only in reference to ideal gases, not in reference to real gas.
Correct. But that's what I'm saying with respect to the definition of weight, because they need mass. But the problem with mass is mass, by definition, is a concept. It's not a physicality. Right. It's a thought experiment. So the same criticism you used against me, I now flip on him and say, well, how can you satisfy mass for the purposes of the definition for weight that you claim gas has? Because you need to have the concept of mass satisfied, but it's a concept. So if he won't give me the concept of the free expansion of gas when it's applied to an ideal gas, fine. I'm not going to give it you for the definition of mass in the definition for weight.
Well, you don't need a law to explain why a certain force acts upon another thing.
No, but you do need to adhere to the definition, though, right? You can't make a definition up and then deviate from it and expect us to accept that gas has weight when you've deviated from your own definition.
Gas is going to go in a straight line until something else interacts with it, and that something else is gravity.
No. On your model, if you're going to apply gravity as a force, that isn't a straight line. That trajectory of the gas molecule is influenced by the force of gravity, and it creates a curved trajectory. It's not a lot of a curve, but it's not straight because gravity is supposed to be pulling on it.
Yeah, so if you somehow got it out of gravity, it would go in a straight line, and then gravity causes it to bend in a certain trajectory.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't have the supporting gas law or experiment that demonstrates that, because if you did have it, you would be able to show that the gases pool on the deck and they were affected by gravity. You would be able to show that, but it doesn't happen. When you have the vacuum or the volume, and then you put a gas into that volume, it does not pool on it. It fills the available volume, and it does it every single time. So that disproves your claim that gas can have weight. Because if it did have weight, it'd pool on the deck, but it doesn't do it.
The law is called the law of gravity. It doesn't matter if it's gas or what object it happens to be. If it has mass, it's going to accelerate down towards the center of mass.
And I've already given you gravity for this conversation, right? I've asked you to demonstrate that gravity causes a directionality of gas. There is no gas law. There is no demonstration that supports your claim. So therefore, you can't satisfy the claim that gas molecules are accelerated by gravity. But you need that for the definition for weight that you claimed that gas in the atmosphere has.
All the gas laws state that it's true until another force or whatever acts upon it, right?
Okay. So if there was the force of gravity acting on it, there would be a directionality of gas law. There is not a directionality of gas law. So what does that do to the claim that there is the force of gravity acting on gas?
Just like you don't need a law to explain why I'm slapping the gas and that causes it to move, you don't need a law to explain why gas is affected by gravity, because everything is affected by gravity with mass.
So if everything was affected by gravity, there would be a gas law that describes a directionality of gas. There is not a gas law that describes any directionality of gas. What does that do to the claim that there is that there is gravity pulling on gas molecules?
Do you need a directionality of
what does it do to the claim that there's a directionality of gas?
There's no directionality of solids or liquids either. So why do you need a directionality of gas?
Yeah, because the problem with liquids and solids is that they've got intermolecular bonding and they do form a united whole. They do form a united whole. Gas molecules don't form a united whole, and they are moving in all directions fast at high velocity. So you can't compare gas molecules with solids and liquids because they're not the same. They don't have intermolecular bonding. But even if we give you gravity, you still don't have the supporting gas law or demonstration. So what does that do to the claim that the atmosphere has got weight?
Okay, so if let's say
answer the question.
What's the question?
I've asked you about 10 times. Even if we give you gravity as a force, which it's not, but even if we gave it you, because you don't have any gas law with directionality to it, and you don't have any supporting demonstration showing the directionality of it, what does that do to the claim that the atmosphere has got weight?
Well, I don't believe I need a law to explain why gravity affects particles with mass.
Well, you do, because there's a law that states that even if gravity did exist, gas molecules don't have a directionality to them. They're omnidirectional and moving around at all times at high velocity. So because you haven't got a gas law describing that, and there is a gas law that describes the opposite to what you need, what does that do to the claim that the atmosphere has got weight? Even if we give you gravity, if there's no acceleration due to the gravity, because you haven't got the supporting gas law or supporting demonstration, tell me what happens to the claim that the atmosphere has got weight.
Well, that thought experiment that you cited, it does not say that the effects of gravity do not affect these particles.
So the thought experiment only applies to an ideal gas. We're talking about actual gas. If there's no gas law for a directionality of gas and there's no supporting experiment, but there is an opposing gas law that states the opposite, and every experiment ever shows it and supports it, then what does that do to the claim that the atmosphere has got weight? Answer the question.
There is no law that states that gravity does not affect gas particles.
Yeah, there is. It's called the free expansion of gas law.
It's not a law, that's a thought experiment.
No, only when you apply it to an ideal gas. We're applying it to actual gases. So stop conflating the application of the law to an ideal gas. We're not doing that. The actual law, the actual gas molecules are freely expanding in all directions, omnidirectional. They are not being influenced by a gravitational force. There is not a directionality towards them. They're free to move in all directions at all times at high velocity. So applying that to the actual gas molecules, not the conceptual ones called the ideal gas, the actual gas molecules, what is the effect on the claim that the atmosphere has got weight when we can show that the opposite is true?
A free expansion of gas only applies to ideal gases. It was never intended to apply to real gases.
Citation, please.
Literally every single citation on it says that.
Give me one. Just give me one. Show me where you've seen that. Just while you're looking it up, just for the benefit of the audience, it was never intended for the gas law to be applied to actual gases, only to ideal gases. That's what the claim is.
How are you doing, sleeping?
I'm just listening. I couldn't believe what I was listening to when I just tuned in for a minute and started hearing them talking about how the atmosphere's got weight, and I was like, "What?" I just heard it, and I just thought, I just can't let this guy get away with this nonsense, this pseudoscience rhetoric. I couldn't help myself.
Like my chin literally dropped, and I just was speechless when he said that in a vacuum chamber that the gases would just all settle on the bottom.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. If it did do that, then we'd all be on the same page here. But the fact that it doesn't do that is the problem that he insists that he hasn't yet discovered. There hasn't been a gas law that's describing the directionality of gas discovered yet, but there has. It's called the free expansion of gas that doesn't have a directionality of gas to it, and he just won't accept it. He's just not going to back down, is he? He's just not going to back down.
Oh, you should have been here a bit earlier. This guy came in and told us flat earthers have brain damage. That's why they believe the earth is flat.
I'd like to know what kind of brain damage it is to believe that there's a directionality of gas when there's clearly a gas law that says there's no directionality of gas. Gas will push into the volume in all directions randomly, freely. Yet he thinks that there's a directionality of gas. And don't forget, we're giving him gravity here, right? We're giving him gravity, which we would never normally do.
Well, we do that often when it comes to when we start talking about the gases and the gas pressure, because they often want to invoke gravity so that you start talking about gravity instead, because they have no answer to why we have gas pressure without a container, or how we could have gas pressure without a container.
You know, I was watching Witsit Gets It live in Texas last night. He was out on the streets, and a troll that knows him and what's his name? Who's the other guy that looks like Witsit? Oh, what's his name?
The other guy that looks like Witsit, Nathan Thompson.
Nathan Thompson. He said, I've been having a back and forth with Nathan Thompson. He said, and then he got his channel deleted and whatnot. In the end, Witsit gets him on. He says, so you think that gas? He was basically arguing this point. Austin says to him, he says, so if I release some gas on the pavement now, which way is the gas going to go? He says, up. And he's like, so the gas is going to go up. And when he realized what he said, he didn't want to say it again. So Austin's trying to get him to say it again so that he understands that the gases are not going down. They're dispersing evenly in all directions. And he just didn't want to say it. So Austin's trying to say to him, do you not see the problem there? If gases are going up, even though they're more dense or whatever, they're still dispersing randomly in all directions. that goes against the claim that you're making, right? And he just wouldn't accept it. And him and his girlfriend were laughing, and I was like, you got him, Austin. But he can't, the guy couldn't understand it. He couldn't comprehend that what he was describing went against him. Or he did understand it, he just didn't want to say it. But it's the same with this guy now. This guy's trying to conflate the application of the free expansion of gas law to the concept known as the ideal gas, as though that debunks the behavior of gas where it freely expands in all directions. Well, that doesn't happen. You can't debunk the claim, the behavior of gas, because it does what it does. It just doesn't have a directionality to it. If it did, they'd be able to demonstrate it, and then they could prove the claim that gas pressure in the atmosphere has got a directionality to it, and therefore, arguably, might be able to satisfy the definition for weight. But they can't. But he won't concede. A good example is a 2-liter bottle of soda or a bottle of pop.
One question. Was it the guy in the blue shirt?
Yes, the guy in the shorts.
Yeah, that wasn't Nathan. I don't know.
No. He was referencing Nathan. He said that he was talking to Nathan, and then he lost until Nathan lost his Facebook account. So in other words, what he was saying is that I know you guys and I know all the arguments. I'm here to fight. So he was letting Austin know that he wasn't a newbie. He wasn't just a random member of this street passing in public. He knew some stuff. And Austin just battered him. He literally, every single point that this guy raised, and Austin battered it back. And the guy completely dismissed and ignored that he was beaten until Austin started to corner him and say, "Go on, guy, come on. Everything that you've asked me, I've spat back to you, and you've got to concede some of these points." And then he got onto gas pressure without a container, and he said, like, "How do you have gas pressure without a container?" And he basically had to concede that he didn't know. And then he thought about it, and he said, "Gravity." And then eventually he got it sorted, but Austin battered him. It was brilliant to watch.
A citation, by the way. So, when you're trying to apply that the free expansion to a real gas, it's actually known as a Joule-Thomson expansion because it requires an additional coefficient that it doesn't require for an ideal gas.
Not Joule-Thomson. Not Joule-Thomson. The Joule expansion, not the Thomson bit. Remove the Thomson bit. That's to do with temperature.
No, I'm explaining. You asked for a citation that shows that the free expansion or the Joule expansion only applies to ideal gases. Well, if you're trying to apply them to real gases, you need the Joule-Thomson coefficient. So there you go.
No, you're changing the claim. The claim is not about the Joule-Thomson effect. The claim is about the Joule expansion effect, not the Joule-Thomson. You're changing what the claim is. Don't change what I said. Apply what I said. So in other words,
I just showed you a citation. I just showed you a citation that real gases don't apply to the Joule expansion. Only ideal.
Don't apply to the Joule expansion, right? Where is that citation? Let me see it.
I just posted it in the chat box.
Okay, let me find it. In which are we in Livestream voice text? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So where's the link? What's your name? I'm sorry.
Frost Knight.
Say that again.
Frost.
Frost Knight. Any expansion of a system in which the applied pressure is less than the system pressure can be called a free expansion. Yeah, any expansion of a system in which the applied pressure is less than the system pressure can be called a free expansion. In 10.14, we consider the adiabatic expansion of a real gas against the constant applied pressure. Okay, a process known as a Joule-Thomson expansion. We find that we must introduce a new parameter, the Joule-Thomson coefficient. So let's not apply that. Let's apply the Joule expansion, not the Joule-Thomson expansion.
No, but read the next sentence.
we find that we must introduce a new parameter, the Joule-Thomson coefficient, in order to describe the behavior of a real gas in a free expansion. The Joule-Thomson coefficient varies with pressure and temperature. Yeah, but we're holding pressure and temperature to be the same. What that's doing is changing other variables to then have an effect. We're just changing the volume, not the temperature and the pressure, just the volume. If you increase the volume, the free expansion of gas molecules will press into that volume randomly in all directions at high velocity. We're not changing temperature or pressure. We're changing only the volume.
Yeah, but it says in order to explain a real gas in a free expansion, they need that coefficient.
In order to explain... Where does it say in order to explain?
It says, we find that we must introduce a new parameter, the Joule-Thomson coefficient, in order to describe the behavior of a real gas in a free expansion.
Yeah, but the Joule-Thomson coefficient varies with pressure and temperature. Well, we're keeping pressure and temperature the same. We're only increasing the volume. We're not. No, what you're doing is you're introducing 2 or 3 other variables to have the effect. We're not introducing the 3 variables, 2 or 3 variables. We're keeping everything else the same. We're only increasing the volume. And if we increase the volume, the gas presses into it instantly.
But because a real gas interacts with itself, it causes pressure and temperature changes, so it doesn't operate under that ideal circumstance.
A real gas interacts with itself. That's correct. What was the second bit you said?
It's changes in pressure and temperature, and therefore it does not operate under those ideal circumstances that are described by the free expansion of gas.
Yeah, but we're not operating within the ideal gas law. We're operating within the actual gas law. And the actual gas behavior is that when you increase the volume, the gas presses into that volume. But the key point is that it lacks the directionality. But we're not talking within the concept of an ideal gas. We're talking within the actual gas molecule state of physical world. The gases fill the available volume evenly in all directions randomly. That's what it does.
Yeah, but the citation states that in order to apply that to a real gas, you need this additional coefficient.
No. We consider the adiabatic expansion of a real gas against a constant applied pressure, a process known as the Joule-Thomson expansion. So in section 10.4, we consider the adiabatic expansion of a real gas against... Do you know what adiabatic means?
Isn't that when it kills bacteria?
I'm going to have to look it up in this context. I'm not familiar with the phrase in this context.
Yeah, antibiotic, right? It's like you take it if you get sick.
So how many vectors do gas molecules move in? Frostnut.
In thermodynamics, an adiabatic process is a type of thermodynamic process that occurs without transferring heat or mass between the thermodynamic system and its environment. Right, so that's keeping the volume the same in your citation. That's saying without the transfer of heat or mass between the thermodynamic system. Well, we are applying the transfer of mass between the system because we're increasing the volume and keeping the mass. We're not keeping the mass the same in the volume that was previously there. We're allowing the transfer of mass between the two systems. So what you're saying there seems to be contradictory. It seems to be saying if we make the volume bigger but not allow mass to go into it, then you can apply the Joule-Thomson effect, which is the effect on temperature, right? But that's what I expressly said not to include. because we are allowing the transfer of mass in the system. Any expansion of a system in which the applied pressure is less than the system pressure can be called free expansion. In 10.4, we consider the adiabatic, which means the inability to transfer mass into the new system, the adiabatic expansion of a real gas against it. I don't think you can have an adiabatic expansion of a real gas, because that's saying that you don't transfer gas from one to the other in an adiabatic process. But that's exactly what we're talking about. So this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the opposite of an adiabatic expansion of a real gas, which would be I'm presuming, the non-adiabatic expansion of a gas. Let's see what that says. Adiabatic expansion of gas is a situation whereby an external work acts upon a system at the expense of utilizing the internal energy of the gas. So that means putting more energy into the system. Yeah, that's what I was saying about if you have the Joule-Thomson effect, you're adding energy, you're adding heat to the system. Well, we're not doing that. We're not adding the additional part. We're excluding the additional entry of heat. We don't want that. We just want to increase the volume and only the volume, no temperature. The term adiabatic refers to the process in which heat energy is neither gained nor lost by a system. Ah, right. So what that's saying is because when you if you increase the volume, you decrease the temperature because the temperature spreads into the volume. I think that's talking about adding temperature to try and keep the overall volume constant so that you don't lose the temperature as a function of volume. Well, we're not talking about the temperature at all. So we're saying don't add the heat source. We're just saying make the volume double. And then the gas doesn't go into it in a directional way. It goes into it in an omnidirectional way, which therefore you would need a gas law to describe the directionality of that non-free expansion of gas. But we do have the free expansion of gas. It's not a limited or a directional expansion of gas, which is what you do need if you're going to claim that there is weight to the atmosphere, because you need to have a directionality of gas, but there isn't one. So, Roger, how's your day been?
Still busy. Still busy. Yours?
It's just getting started, isn't it? Late start today. It's Monday.
Have you seen the other streams of Whitsit?
Oh, the epic,
Right.
aren't they? They're really, really good.
Yeah. So have you seen the Austin one? Was it the Austin one? No, the Dallas one.
Yeah, the Dallas one where she's wearing cowboy boots, the white cowboy boots.
No, that's the one before. So one
Salt Salt Lake City is the one you're talking
Oh yeah,
about.
the one where Tim Osmond turns up.
Well, and then you have another one where his name is M Stone. Turns up. You seen that one?
No, was that in the Salt Lake City one?
No, that was in Dallas.
No, I've not seen that one. But M Stone's going to get his head kicked in one of these days. He's causing too much. He's deliberately provoking people, isn't he?
It felt like he was picking a fight. Yes, he was touching Austin. Felt like it.
Yeah,
I don't know his
he's
true
picking a fight,
intentions. Yeah, go watch that, man. It's amazing.
I'll have to go and watch it. Yeah, if you can send me a link of whereabouts it is in there, that'd be cool.
Oh sure. Yeah,
And perhaps that's their purpose.
Yeah, it is. That's what the trolls do. And then what the ball earthers do is say, when there's a reaction to these idiots, they say, look at the flat earthers losing their temper and fighting. What kind of assholes do that? And they completely ignore that M Stone caused it.
He needs they need to get, if they're going to be going around doing it, like maybe they need to get a troll bus. I mean a fan bus.
I saw the one where there was a girl that was she was breaking his stuff, and he was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And she's kicking off in the background. I don't know what was wrong with her, but I think she had issues.
Are you talking about the one with the 14-year-old girl?
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one with Timmy.
Yeah, that was.
But
I'm telling you, I'd be willing to put money on it that if someone were to investigate, they'd find out that he and that both of those two, that she knows him, that he knows her, that they had. I would just about guarantee that he probably paid her to do that.
Who paid her?
The one, whoever that guy is, and that kept trying to interrupt him when he was having conversations with other people and wanted to distract him from talking to other people.
Yeah, that's the tactic, isn't it? They don't like us approaching normies and telling them that, hey, how can we breathe if space is a vacuum? They don't like that.
And that couple that he was talking to, they even noticed it. They were like, man, we were having a great conversation, and to the point to where she even wanted to continue it on her podcast. She said she had a podcast, and she invited him to get a hold of him and come on to their podcast because they wanted to continue talking to him. And they kept waiting and kept waiting, and then they saw that guy was not going to let him have any peace to talk to anyone else. They even noticed it. The normies are noticing their tactics. They're so bad.
It's bad that that's the tactics that they have to resort to. It should be the case that if the science stood for itself on its own 2 feet, they should literally say, well, look, there's the gas law that supports that the atmosphere has got weight. There's the demonstration proving that it's got weight. So therefore, the atmosphere is being pulled down by something. But they don't have that. But they ignore it. And they say, well, if there was something, well, there isn't anything because we've got the opposing gas law that shows that there's not anything. Even if there was something pulling it down, it still isn't pulling it down. They ignore it. And it's like, we try pointing it out to you. We try not to lose our tempers with you, but you refuse to listen, even when you're presented with science that doesn't support your assertion. And then even if you go to Wikipedia and find something that makes it look a little bit murky, still doesn't support your assertion. And ultimately, we can unpick it if we've got enough time to do it and we're not under the pressure of doing it live. But ultimately, you don't have the supporting stuff that you need to have the directionality to gas to be able to claim that the atmosphere has got weight. Oh my God. I've just seen that link that you sent me, Roger. It's what's his name? Chris Zandiski or Zandiski, whatever his name is. It's what's his name now? It's the guy that got his ass kicked by Tara LaRossa. Chris Zandiski, and his YouTube name is
I think he calls him M Stone. Is that it?
No, the thumbnail that I've got there for the last link he gave me is Karen B on the left, and
yeah.
that's Chris Sandinsky next to her, I believe.
Mm-hmm. That's not about. That's not what I was talking about.
No, you're talking about M Stone, right? Have you got the time where it is?
I think just look at it.
He enters the scene at 24 minutes and stands there for 20 minutes until Whitsitt talks to the people that passes by and wants to discuss, and then interjects, disrupt. He then lies about not watching Austin, but then says he gets notifications. They're all liars. There's two tiers of bald earther, right? There's the bald earther that denies that there are nasty bald earthers, and then there's just the nasty bald earther trolls. But the normal bald earthers they ignore that this behavior goes on. They know it goes on, but they pretend that it doesn't, and they condone it by ignoring it. It's horrible. I mean, I don't know of a single flat earther troll. Don't know of a single one. Or maybe troll versus trolls. But I think that's the only one that I know of. Or shills versus shills, whichever one it is.
Well, the only time that flat earthers troll the Glovers are when the Glovers come in here to troll us. There's no flat earther I know that camps out 24/7 in their, like, they don't just like sit in their community and camp out there for 24/7 to troll them. It doesn't exist. The only time that the flat earthers troll Glovers is when they come in here to troll us. That's it.
And do you know what else doesn't exist on our side? Doxing doesn't exist on our side. It only exists on the bald earth side.
Yeah, very true. Very
so
true.
Is our friend still here, or is he still researching a gas law that he's never going to find?
I don't. Hopefully, we can cross our fingers that that's what he left to do. But he left. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I steamrolled my way in. I didn't mean to, but I just couldn't help myself.
Oh no,
I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man. It's like I enjoyed listening to you. Like you can go through all that a lot more eloquently than I can. It's like there's no way I would have had that much patience.
Yeah, his claim fails because it can't satisfy the definition. What I was expecting him to do, I was expecting him to claim that I was just being semantical. But the reality is that if you are semantical because they're losing arguments and you're applying the definitions of words, if we say something and we get it the wrong way around.
How dare you apply the definition to a word?
Exactly. I mean, if we get endothermic mixed up with exothermic because we misspoke at that time or we didn't know it, whichever, they use that error to dismiss the whole point that you've just said because you misspoke on that one occasion, right? But if we do that to them, they trivialize it and move past it so fast that it's like a non-point. And it's like, hang on a sec, when it's the other way around, if I misspeak or even if I get something wrong, you jump up and down on that all day. And it's like, the same applies to you then. Your definition for weight cannot be satisfied. So therefore, the atmosphere cannot have weight. Yes, it might have mass if you accept the concept, but it can't have weight because it needs the acceleration due to gravity. And even if we give you that gravity is a force, there's still no directionality to gas. So there is no weight.
Yeah, I don't know. Something happens in my brain when they say stuff like, that makes my chin drop, and I'm like, what did he just say that? It's like my gears just stop or whatever. It's like when they say something, because it just doesn't happen that way. It's just like it's just a claim out of nowhere with nothing to back it up. When they claim that like in a vacuum chamber, the gases would just all settle to the bottom. Like what?
They're idiots. If they had that demonstration, right, if they could show that bromine gas would pool on the bottom of a vacuum chamber, if they could show that, then it would be a different conversation. But the reality is, when you put bromine in a vacuum, it fills the vacuum. It doesn't pool. So it's like, that's a problem for your claim. But they just ignore it. And it's like, what?
if he would just like be a bit more honest and concede when it's time to concede, or admit to certain things, and then just continue to try to find something. I mean, I don't know. He is at least he is cordial. I mean, he does. Like I said, I remembered him from his name. I'll never forget, because he's the one that claimed here a long time ago. I think it may have even been a year ago or 6-8 months. I don't know. Pretty good while that Neil deGrasse Tyson was a paid operative that flat earthers pay him, because the stuff that he says is so ridiculous that he doesn't think that he would say it on his own. It's funny. It's like when you hear someone talking about the heliocentric model, when you hear someone trying to explain gravity, when you actually hear them talk about it, it literally sounds so ridiculous. Yeah, when you hear it, that you have to attribute something like that to it. Like, no, that's just what it sounds like when you hear someone talk about it. That's how ridiculous it sounds.
And did you notice as well that he wanted to always apply the free expansion of gas in the context of the ideal gas? He wanted to always apply it in the ideal gas, therefore make it a thought experiment, rather than actually apply it to actual gas, where it's not a thought experiment, it's an actual behavior where it does do that.
Yeah, he dug his teeth in that and didn't want to let go of the ideal gas thought experiment thing.
And then when pushed, he then had to substitute it for the Joule-Thomson effect by adding temperature to basically the Joule-Thomson effect is like substitute, because if you double the volume, you halve the temperature of the gases, so the pressure is lost and it's like halved. But the Joule, what they're saying with that adiabatic position is that you got to put the temperature back in. Well, we're saying no, forget that. Just double the volume. Leave everything else the same. What will it do? And it'll push into that volume in all directions randomly. And ultimately, that's the problem he's got. There is no directionality to gas. So if there is no directionality to gas, then the claim that the atmosphere has got weight fails, because you can't satisfy the definition. And that assumes that we give you mass. Well, I don't even agree with giving them mass, but I like the attack on the gravity argument, because there's no directionality to gas and they've not got a gas law that supports it.
Right. In layman practicality, we would never, like, gases would never rise. We would not have, it would never rain.
Exactly, because the water vapor would disappear off into the vacuum of space, and we'd never get the vapor molecules back. It would never rain on their model. That's right.
And then just simply pressure. I mean, you can't have pressure. You can't even measure pressure. How are you going to, like, even to measure pressure, you have to have a volume. How do you have volume with that container? It's like he wanted totally to get away from the container. I don't know. I guess in their world, gases contain gases. And we've got this mad.
That if you go to 1 hour 20, 1 hour 15 onwards in last night's Texas Austin, Austin Whitsitt Gets It on that channel, you got the Texas meet from last night. For like 1:15 onwards, Austin's basically having a conversation with this guy about gas pressure. And this guy cannot get his head around the fact that gravity doesn't create the containment that's necessary to have the gas pressure. He can't get his head around how it doesn't do it, because in his head, it's the only explanation. There is no other alternative. He doesn't even consider that there might be a container causing the gas pressure. He doesn't consider that. He thinks that there's no alternative. It's like when you're talking to somebody that's got such a dogmatic approach to this topic, there is no point in talking to those people, because if they can't see that it's an equivalence to argue it both ways, then you can't argue against that dogmatism.
Yeah, there's a psychology too. There's something psychological that happens when they begin arguing for it, and even if they come to a revelation, they have to be left to themselves, I think, right? And because they won't even accept the revelation that they're having, even if they have their own epiphany, they won't be able to do it if
Yeah,
it while they're actually arguing for it. Because when I came in, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you continue. I thought you'd finished.
Well, I mean, when I came to the knowledge of it, right, I was alone, and I wasn't in debates and arguing for, like in the beginning, like maybe I don't even think that I would have been really but if I had started out debating and arguing against it, like I just try to think of how that would have like hindered, my ability to see the truth. I don't know. It's like I still don't think that it would have been hard because, even now when I'm shown things that, that I thought weren't that way, it's like I'm still able to like, okay, well, I was wrong. I still can do that. So it's like I don't think that I would have had that issue. But when they start advocating for it and arguing it, and they get that personal investment, it's like there's some psychology to it, where it prevents them from being able to.
It's either psychology that prevents them from seeing it as an equivalence, or it's overt dishonesty.
Ego, just.
No, not even ego, just overt dishonesty. Like they'll just lie to your face because they just can't possibly consider the possibility that we might not be on a spinning ball.
Yeah, I think you can identify quickly when it just becomes a battle with themselves. And it doesn't really matter how much more evidence you give to them and walk them through everything, explain it point by point. They're basically just in here fighting themselves.
Well, if it is a battle that they're having with themselves, then there's still hope because, but if they're being dishonest,
necessary,
then there's no hope. If they're being dishonest, though, there's no hope for them.
Well, that's why I said like a week ago when I was on here, I said like we need to maybe think about addressing that aspect as well. I don't know, some form of counseling, essentially, because there's a lot of people that they understand the information that's being given to them, but they're pushing back purely out of fear, basically fear. And doubt and everything that comes with it, the existential crisis, essentially, bigger than they've ever known. They're going from a world where they think that, the mainstream scientific institutions have got their backs. They're always pushing for the betterment of humanity, and you're shifting them into a paradigm where all that's out the window. Nobody's got their back, and you don't know who you can trust, honestly. As far as greater society goes, you really got to be vigilant with anything that's coming at you.
Well,
so, that's traumatic,
Yeah, well, if you can establish in the beginning whether or not they're going to be honest, which is ultimately what the 3 points were intended to do, and so it's like there's really no sense in going over the 3 points with someone who is saying that they already understand that the Earth is flat, level, and stationary, but if they're saying that the Earth is a spinning globe and that the heliocentric model is true, then that's when, as soon as you find out that that's their stance, the 3 points is pretty good to establish whether or not they're going to be honest or if they're going to be dishonest. And if they're going to be honest, and if they haven't dug their heels in yet, then it's kind of like at that point just to have like normal discussions and conversations with them that's not in a debate style, just to kind of like go over it with them. That way they're not having to defend anything or take sides, and it's just a discussion where they can ask questions or answer questions or whatever. That's been how I've noticed that it has been happening too, and I think it's been really effective. And there's also the opportunity that they have to take, if they're informed when they're checked in, if they want to have discussions to get the basic fundamentals of the topic down in a smaller setting where they're not in a room with and live stream, they can go to the FE beginners and just tag FE beginners. And those of us who have agreed to have more patience, to go through that with them in the beginning and just have, just kind of like go over a lot of the points with them first, then it prevents them from digging their heels in, right? and starting advocating for or against anything, where they're just discussing it and getting the basic fundamentals of the topic.
How often do you get ball earthers coming in claiming that the stars move at 1 degree for every 69 miles? Is that a common argument that they bring, or do you not hear that very often?
I may have
Nobody does. Nobody.
I may have
There's
heard it
one
once
person.
or twice in a year.
There's one person who does that.
I was listening to Spurs Chemo against Spurs Chemo was against it was Curved Water in Gem Panda's Discord server, and basically they were arguing if the Earth is a sphere, the stars move at 1 degree every 69 miles, and they said the stars do move at that rate, therefore the Earth is a sphere, and they were applying the modus ponens arguments, right? So the reality is, Spurs said, well, the stars don't move at that linear rate. They slow down as they get towards the horizon. And they said, a little bit of refraction. And he's like, yeah, but regardless of the reason, the claim that they move at 69 for every 1 degree is not true, because as the stars get towards the horizon, we would say they're converging. They say it's refraction. But the point is that you have to go 69 to 70 to 71 miles to keep up with that 1 degree. Now, that's totally in contradiction to the claim for every 69 miles we travel, we get 1 degree, because it's not. The further in the sky it gets, the further down in the sky it gets, the more you have to travel 69. It becomes 70, it becomes 71. The Spurs was saying you've got to concede that that claim is false. And they wouldn't do it because they need it to do that on their model. But in real world, it doesn't actually do that. It's the stars slow down. So therefore, their claim of 69 linear miles per 1 degree is not linear, but it needs to be on their model. So it directly debunks their model. So they were saying, it's just a bit of refraction. I was like, yeah, but regardless of the reason, the claim doesn't stand up. And it was Mick West. He shows Mick West showing that the stars slow down as they get to the horizon. Obviously, they say it's refraction, but it debunks the claim that the stars move at 1 degree every 69 miles, because they do not do that. And I was like, go Spurs. He battered him. It was brilliant to watch him as well.
Cool. Well, that's even creating a false dichotomy anyway. It's as if that's the only answer that it could be if that is happening, right? You can't apply the modus tollens to that, because it's like when you apply it to the curvature of the Earth, it's like, yeah, if it's going to be a sphere, that's what has to happen. But if regardless of like how the stars move, that's not the only answer for it anyway.
Correct.
Like it's just false on its face. But
yeah. But Spurs was just pointing out that the claim that they make, which is 1 degree every 69 miles, isn't actually true.
Even their own claim is false. Yeah.
Yeah, their claim is false with real world application. It works in their model, but in the real world, it doesn't do what they say it does, and it needs to do what they say it does. Otherwise, their model is wrong. So he flipped it against them, saying, "Well, if the claim is not true real world, then what does that do to the claim?" And obviously, it fails. But Spurs battered him, and I don't think he realised that he was battered. Are you familiar with Spurs' channel? Are you smarter than a flat earther?
I don't think that I am, actually.
It's going to be. I asked him afterwards, is he going to re-up that onto his channel? It's called Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther? It's not been going that long, but he puts clips on it. Sometimes they're really long discussions, sometimes they're shorter ones. But they're just the contentious discussions that he has in Gem Panda's server. Not necessarily him, but where there's a discussion or a dispute. He just re-ups the clip where it's a dispute, and that's going to be his next one. I said, you make sure you put that on your channel. It's brilliant.
Are you talking about Chemo, or is it someone different?
Yeah, Chemo, Spurs Chemo,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, have you got a link to the... Are You Smarter Than a...
Yeah, just type in Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther and you'll find it.
The past is future posted one.
Well, his most recent one says, Flat Earth smarter than engineering is not science. And it's Chemo against Gem Panda and M. Scott Veach. So he does it as more like an aid memoir for himself, so he knows where to find stuff, I think. But Flat Earth smarter than verifying planets with PhD expert. I reckon that might be PhD Tony. I don't know. Flat Earth smarter than laws of logic. It's good though because it just shows that like that particular one. It'll be coming up in the next couple of days. But oops, it's good because it shows that when they're shown evidence that doesn't support their assertion, they will not accept it. Which is what our friend did here with the atmosphere having weight claim. Doesn't do what he says. Can't satisfy the definition. Won't accept that he's wrong. Just disappears.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Watch it.
Yeah, it's not on yet. It'll be on the next day or two, I reckon. I'm going to mither him to make sure he puts it on because it was brilliant.
Is it the one Flat Earth smarter than engineering is not science? Chemo, Jim, and Veach?
That is the channel, but that's not the video in question. The video in question is not on yet because it only happened today. So he's got to re-up it. But it's worth listening to because he absolutely batters them on the claim that the stars move at 69 miles for 1 degree. He batters them on the claim that it doesn't actually do that in real world. It might do that on their model. In the real world, it doesn't do that. Therefore, what does that happen? What's the effect on your claim? The claim fails. But it's just brilliant to listen to him battering them. And you see the tactics as well. Like you see how when he gets one of them in the corner, he'll get 2 or 3 white knights coming in trying to take the pressure off him so that they'll start calling him names instead as a distraction tactic.
Yeah.
They all do that kind of nonsense.
But is that like the troll training grounds? They train big trolls everywhere else.
If
I don't see
someone gets in the corner.
I don't see how you can sit in there and talk to them all day long like that.
I don't know how we can do it either. It drives me. I can't stand it when they insist that gravity is a force, even though see the thing is, right, if gravity was a force, then the Eddington observation of 1919 could not have been possible, and science would not have spent $1.1 billion building LIGO to detect gravitational waves, because gravitational waves don't exist in Newtonian gravitation. They exist only in Einsteinian gravitation. And after 4 or 5 years of looking for them, apparently they've now confirmed the gravitational wave detection, right? Well, even if they have, which I don't believe they have, but even if they have, LIGO couldn't exist if gravity was a force, because LIGO is detecting the ripples of the curvature of space-time, which is what is supposed to be gravity in current science, right?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got an incoming call. I'll have to come back to you.
Oh, okay. Yep.
What'd you say it was in 1919? Edison what?
The Eddington observation of 1919.
Eddington.
Yeah, so Einstein's theory of general relativity came in 1915, and he said you'd be able to prove it with a solar eclipse. And then there was a solar eclipse in 1919, so conveniently, right? So they went and observed it, and then they claimed that Einstein was true. And basically, Einstein predicted that gravitational waves would be detected in the future, which basically gives them authority to waste a shed load of money on research for gravitational waves. And the shed load of money in this case is $1.1 billion building LIGO. Now, LIGO gets built, detects gravitational waves, apparently, and therefore proves that Einstein is correct. But in doing that, you're proving that Newton's not correct, because gravitational waves don't exist in Newtonian gravitation.
Well, so, Newton said not to apply gravity to him anyway.
Yeah. So if gravity was a force, essentially they're admitting that they've wasted $1.1 billion on LIGO because LIGO cannot detect gravitational waves if gravity is a force. But because we know gravity is not a force, and they tell us that Einstein is correct because of LIGO, then they're just lying and they won't accept it. But they're happy to argue gravitational waves from LIGO and claim that it's Newtonian, even though it's Einsteinian. But when you point out to them that if you're arguing for LIGO, you're arguing directly against Newton, they don't like that. They don't like being told that. But they do want gravitational waves because it's got the word gravitational in it, right? But when you tell them that they're directly arguing against Newton, they don't like it.
And what other name? Okay, I don't know of any. Can anyone else name one? Any other non-force that we can think of as a force?
Well, they say that centrifugal force isn't really a force because nothing's pushing on you.
Coriolis force.
No, Coriolis is an effect. Coriolis
Well,
is an effect, isn't it?
but I'm talking about Coriolis force, right?
I didn't know there was one.
Well, yeah, but not like in regards to like like in not in regards to the Earth, no, but there is Coriolis in force in moving parts, like, but I'll tell you something else though about if you look at Coriolis force, an interesting thing about it, if you scroll down, even in the Wikipedia, if you scroll down to the history of Coriolis force, it will give you a citation of 3 scientists. Like right there, I posted it for you. It's right out of the history of Coriolis force. And if you read down, it said, and it talks about these 3 scientists. So it said, in other words, they argued that the Earth's rotation should create the effect, and so failure to detect the effect was evidence for an immobile Earth. So Coriolis force is not really they say it's a force, but it's, well, they call it a force. I'm referring to one that they say is not a force, but you can think of it as one. So you say centrifugal is one?
Well, they say centrifugal force isn't really a force, it's an effect, isn't it? It's the effect of a rotating body pushing you away from it. So when you're on the rotating body, it appears that you're being pushed by a force. But when you're not on the rotating body, you can see that the cause of the acceleration is the rotation. So it's not it's not a force, it is the rotation that's causing it, and the rotation itself isn't a force. So it's to do with the frame of perspective that you're applying. If you're on the rotation, then you feel what appears to be a force pushing you away. But when you're not on it and you see what's really happening, you realize it's not actually a force, it's the rotation that's causing it, and the rotation itself isn't a force, it's a rotation. So it's to do with the perceptions of frames of references again, but essentially they say that it's not, centrifugal force isn't really a force. That's what they say. For me, I think that it is a force, because if you rotate the object and it causes an acceleration, then that rotation of the object causes an accelerating mass to accelerate. So therefore it is a force applying F equals ma. So it's just convoluted. It's one of those topics that they deliberately obfuscate to suit their needs, because sometimes they need a force to be a force, and other times they need a force to be an apparent force. And if they say that gravity is an apparent force, make sure you correct them and say it's defined as an effect. Because like people are just parroting Fight the Flat Earth that says that gravity is an apparent force. No, it's not. It's not defined as an apparent force. It's defined as an effect. But they need it to be a force. So they'll call it any type of force. I've heard him call it an entropic effect. Well, that's not that either. It's defined as an effect. So when it's defined as an effect, then you need a force to cause that effect. And you haven't got one. So
how would it be an entropic effect?
Well, Dr. Eric Verlinde from the University of Amsterdam claims, and I tend to lean with this, I tend to agree with him. He describes the force of, or the behavior of entropy is the same as gravity, and he talks about it at the the subatomic level, and I tend to agree with him. I don't agree with him completely, but what he's describing is essentially relative density, but he's calling it an entropic effect, because you have the different pressures interacting with each other cause an acceleration, which is true, and it's caused essentially by mass. But ultimately, he describes it as an entropic effect, which really he is literally describing relative density, but he calls it an entropic effect. But if we were to describe relative density as an entropic effect, because pressure is going to non-pressure and it's causing an acceleration, you could quite easily describe relative density as the entropic effect that Dr. Eric Verlinde is describing. And that's what Fight the Flat Earth tries to apply as a substitute for Einstein. But he doesn't realize.
I could see equating it to gases, but I don't understand how it would be an entropic effect when in regards to the Earth.
It's not, as he's doing it at the tiny scale and then applying it at the galactic scale. And that's essentially the argument against Einstein by quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics said that at the subatomic particle scale, then Einstein is demonstrably wrong. But then a lot of people say, well, he's applying it at a galactic scale. That might not be the same with quantum mechanics. So they don't really accept that quantum mechanics debunks Einstein. Some people don't accept. I don't know if it does or it doesn't. All I know is that it's not Newtonian because Einstein claimed a victory and then quantum mechanics claimed a victory over Einstein. Einstein's now claimed it back again with the application of LIGO. Whether Einstein's right or not, we don't need to know that, but we just need to point out that Newton's wrong because Einstein claims that he's correct. So it's not a force. Even if Einstein's wrong, it's still not a force because that's the current position. Notice that they'll try and apply LIGO in favor of their claim, but actually LIGO works directly against them because it supports Einstein's bending of space-time, does not support mass attracting mass. They'll claim it though.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I've got to nip the hardware store, so I'll have to drop in about 2 minutes.
And what they say is that, well, we apply Newton here on Earth, so it's still valid. We use it here.
Yeah, so what they're doing there is they're applying Newton's second law of motion, which is F equals ma, in lieu of Newton's first law of motion, which requires a force to accelerate matter. So they're substituting a calculation for a force. And that's not okay because you need a force to accelerate matter, not mathematics. Mathematics doesn't accelerate matter. It's a force that does. And that, yeah, you can calculate the force with Newtonian maths, but that's not the standard in science. You need the force to do it, applying Newton's first law of motion. So, like, yeah, okay, they say that, but they're just substituting the second law for the first law. It should be the other way around, though. It should be demanding that the first law is science, an experiment, and forgetting about the second law. Yeah, you can calculate it, but so what? Who cares? No one cares about maths. We want to see the experiment that demonstrates that mass can accelerate. Well, show us the experiment. Show us the force that's doing it. Well, they're ignoring that, and they're using the mathematics instead under the second law. Well, we need to say, well, we don't want the mathematics. We want the experiment under the first, not the mathematics under the second, right?
Yeah, thanks for your conversation, man. Thanks for hopping by.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna have to go to the hardware store, so I'll be listening, but I'll see you guys in a bit.
Stop by more often.
I will.
Take care.
See you soon.
Happy shopping, Sleepy. Look for the bargains.
I'm only going getting nuts and bolts. There's nothing glamorous.
Buy 10, get one free, mate.
Yeah. Well, buy a multi-pack for 1 million of them that you don't need, but it's better value for money and you only need 3.
Yeah.
Laters, guys.
Later, Gator. Would you please stop?
You're a bit hot micing, True.
I don't do it that often. I don't think. It was just there was no way. I didn't even have time to mute myself because.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, the cat was like right up in my face, and it's like my hands automatically became full. I couldn't mute. My bad.
Yeah, my cat is not doing pretty well. His backside has stopped. Yeah, his back legs are he's going limp or something. He's limping, and
Oh, what happened to it?
we don't know. Yeah, he's 16 years, so he's old.
Oh, just old. And what, getting kind of crippled back there? Or?
Yeah, but he still does everything, right? He still eats, still drinks, still goes to the toilet, right? Kitty toilet. Nothing's wrong. Doesn't drink excessively. So yeah, we gotta see how that goes.
How long's it been doing that?
Like a week.
Just come on all of a sudden? Has it been getting worse or better?
No, it's on and off. Yeah, it's better, worse, better, worse. So. Got his blood checked out, and he had some high value, but not really too concerned about. And the vet said, well, if he still eats and drinks and doesn't have diarrhea or whatever, right? He still has everything a healthy cat does. Then yeah, he doesn't have pain, so. But yeah.
Well, it's probably, I don't know, maybe getting arthritis. Maybe he's just getting, maybe they're putting, it could be like some kind of heavy metal stuff too. It's causing neurological blockages in his, neural pathways or some shit. Or he could just have arthritis or.
Yeah, he's old. 16 years is pretty old for a cat.
Yeah. Does he eat like solely dry cat food or like just regular cat food?
We give him dry cat food and once a day half a bag of wet cat food, because that's like McDonald's for cats. It's like he eats it like and it's gone.
Yeah. Maybe try for a week and maybe feed him some like chicken breast and fish and just for a week. I know you can't. It's hard to feed. It's hard to feed ourselves, let alone be able to feed our animals good like that, right? But and just do it for a week and see if maybe it helps. I'd say if it was going to help, you'd probably see a difference within like 3 days, unless it just doesn't happen that often. I don't know.
Yeah, be right back. Going for lunch.
All right.
Interesting.
Good Harrow.
Hello.
Who was that? Was that you, Roger?
It's Cuddles. Cuddles said hello.
Oh, Cuddles. Good morning, Cuddles.
I'm shocked y'all are up.
Honestly, I was in the middle of watching something and I took a break from it and was going to go grab a drink and use the restroom. And when I did, I paused what I was watching and then put it over on 24/7 and was listening to this dude. Like, he triggered me so hard. It was like, it kind of made me come in because trying to say that, flat earthers had some kind of brain injury or some shit. I don't know. It's pretty messed up when they try to attribute like psychological things to us, but they're the ones that's living in a delusion that it can be like it can be established, well established, that they believe in something that the evidence contradicts it.
It's all right. It'll be every subject matter.
He said that thoughts are physical, so then you're done, right? Consciousness was physical. Then it's all done, right? How can you talk to a person that says that thoughts are physical?
Well, that's a new one on me.
Oh, I heard Brenda say it.
Really?
Yeah. Because they prescribe medicine, so there you go.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me any.
He cited a study of Vietnam veterans having what they say was brain damage and therefore more prone to radical thoughts.
Yeah, and somehow he knows like the entire community. Each individual person has had some kind of brain injury. Somehow he's established that somewhere.
So what's a radical thought, right? So if I'm in this corner of the world, I'm thinking this, and somebody else is thinking the same, that would be maybe in his cultural environment a radical thought, whilst it wouldn't be for mine. So what
yeah.
Such a vague stuff, these glowers.
Well, radical. It's radical for people who don't have thoughts to be around people that do. So I've always thought that was weird language too. Radical thoughts. They're having radical thoughts. Huh?
Now, what are you referring to? Are you referring to a person of consciousness?
No, just they've used this shit on the news and stuff.
No, you didn't. You didn't get it, like, because I don't even know what that is yet. Well, what's the are there people without consciousness?
Right, that's the thing. Like it's subjectively trying to put someone else down with it. Oh, radical thoughts. What do you mean radical? It's just a fucking thought, you numpty. Like, fuck.
Yeah, he's being ill-guided. He's being misguided. Like, he's hanging around with the wrong crowd, and I think he sounds a lot younger than what well, maybe not a lot, but a little bit younger than what he said, because he couldn't be a lot younger, because 23 is pretty young.
Yeah, but that's that lingo from like certain alphabet soup agencies.
Might be 23 physically, but certainly not mentally. Probably dealing with somewhere around 14 years old in the mind.
Oh, wait until you got some 40-year-old man telling you the same shit, trying to take something from you. You're having radical thoughts. I need to take your children.
Yeah, how do you even define radical?
I don't know, man. I remember, like, we used to use that's rad, man. You know, like, rad was a good thing. It's like, that's rad. Radical dude.
Right. Well, again, we invent new language to communicate with each other, and then because somebody doesn't understand how it's used or they're excluded from the group, they have to demonize it because they just didn't get played with.
That's all right. When you pinpoint it down and like, you can establish that they live in a delusional reality because it is delusional.
Yep.
To believe without any evidence and to have evidence to the contrary that the earth is a spinning globe. That's clinically delusional. Like, that's provable. You can establish that.
Yeah, but when the nutters run the whole fucking hospital, what can you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, they define the rules, so.
The future is pretty bleak at the moment because those are our future leaders of the world.
The future's bright, man. You just
No, they're not though. We know they're not, Tris. The future leaders of the world are already specially selected and being prepped right now. It's not going to be people like that. He'll just be a future regurgitator of the world, the same we have nowadays.
Yeah, but it's people like that who get selected,
No, they select from their own little secret societies, isn't it?
Yeah, but somebody like that would be a CPS caseworker or something.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not going to go and do his own form of damage to the world with his ignorance,
but yeah, you're right.
He's not going to be like the next president or something. He's not the future president or or something like that.
Absolutely already predestined.
That's what they were saying about old Bummer too. But I kind of wonder if you had to do something. Because it kind of seems like a lot of them have done a lot of bad things that end up in that position.
Yeah, I reckon you have to be compromised from the get-go.
Yeah, well, so, I mean, if they set it out to where, okay, well, you have to perform this ritual and you have to do this in order to move up, and then once you do it, then they have the goods on you and they've got something that they can hold over you. And I'm like, who knows how bad it really gets? I don't know. It's like I'm not part of it anyway. So.
I'm going to start my own club.
I'm telling you, even within the truth community, I don't like people. Okay, so I know I talk about it all the time, but I do believe that there's definitely some power in like the unity of people when you have people united and they're all of the same accord, and it's when it comes to frequency and or vibration and thought and emotion and just having everyone united on along the same thought process for the same reasons. I think there's a lot of power.
Unify them without fear. You can do amazing things. Doesn't take a lot of people.
Yeah.
When you ask questions like, how does that apply to me? That's when
It's
you
simple.
start realizing.
But see, that's where the establishment really starts demonizing you. When you actually start grouping together and being, proactive and getting shit done. Oh, look at them. They're forming their own little cults together. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I'm going to, exist around like-minded people, just like you're doing.
Oh, yeah. It's perfectly okay and legitimate for them to actually recruit people online, on online websites, to be crisis actors and to, like, lay pallets of bricks out for them to make it handy for them. And it's perfectly fine for those people to unite and, try to defame a certain demographic of people or... but that's okay, right? But it's wrong for us to. Yeah, I get it.
You're not allowed to peacefully assemble. You're only allowed to do it if you're going to commit violent acts
on their behalf. At that,
right? No, I'm just kidding. But the whole thing is stupid. Like the whole thing is stupid. It's all stupid.
It's the same way before we got into Flat Earth. None of us took it seriously because we could not realistically consider a realistic alternative, until it was laid out clearly and we could understand it and see how it all fit together. And it's like, wow, this is totally workable. This is exactly the way it is.
Well, people
and then we flipped over, of course, and the powers that be have got to be really careful because you get a few 100,000 people and they actually go out and build a better society. They're going to shine that light onto the rest of the world, and a lot of people are going to, once you present them with an alternative to their current situation and they see it's workable and it can happen, they're going to flock in droves. And that's what the powers that be need to avoid at all costs.
Bro, this is a game, and I can't think of very many other ways to say this. The whole thing's a game.
Yeah, life's a game.
And the game is based on whether or not you wake up to reality.
Yeah, that's your duty to yourself.
Ready Player One. It's a great movie, and it's spot on. No matter what's happening around you, it's you. You're the choice maker at the end of the day. You're the one who controls your reality in the game. Most of the stuff is just bullshit.
To a certain extent.
Yeah, it kind of bleeds into solipsism, that thought process.
Well, right. But I'm not trying to go that far. Like, no. Because everything is changeable. Everything
you're the master of your reality, you can do whatever you want with it, but
right. And that's the whole key. What everyone else is doing isn't my business. My business is making sure that my mind is clean, my body is in good working condition, and my thoughts are pure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Service yourself first, You need to have your own house in order.
Right.
To fix other people's or whatever.
That are like me come. And that's what's fun. The more I grow and learn and study, more people come into my life that are.
Yeah, I heard that quote, too much information, not enough transformation.
Right.
Like all of us here are ready. We're ready to live in self-sustaining communities with each other and provide with each other, interact with each other in an altruistic manner, all pulling our weight and in a voluntarinist society. We're ready for that, but we're not exactly doing it. So
Right. Well, the question then becomes in that moment, who has the information to pull the trigger on that idea?
it's not about information; it's about courage.
But it does require information to get 2,700 acres.
It requires resources, money.
Yeah, I would say information. But that's because I know something now that is different than what I knew yesterday. So, all right. I already have that vision in my head, exactly what you're talking about. I actually have plans in the works to try and build a small city. So, we'll see how that goes. The question is where to build, because there's thousands of acres for sale all over.
Problem with property is that you have to contract with the state.
That's fixable. All of the problems that anyone will bring up are all fixable. Whether or not I know the solution, irrelevant. I know a few of them, and a few of them will work. Because one solution is going to fix another problem. People are like, "Oh, you have to talk to the city." No, I don't. Not the way I'm doing anything. Well, the county. No, they don't have jurisdiction either. Whoa, BLM. No, not even BLM. Not even them. They're not gonna come over and tell me what I can and can't do.
Well, wherever it is, I would not pick the States or Europe.
Bro, why not?
I don't know. I think these places
You put it right.
very bad.
You put it right where they need to see the most change. Bro, there's change needed everywhere. We could literally put it anywhere. It'd still be the same problems. It'd be whether it's red, blue, green, purple, or yellow regime coming to kick your butt. If there were problems, it's not going to
The
matter.
problem is the US is far too established for anything less than a significant amount of people to change it.
Nah, you could.
It's not truly ran by the people. It's an illusion of it being ran by the people.
So I said, people gotta come out of the mindset. When they come out of the mindset, things will make sense, and we can actually make changes. One man, one woman can make changes, big changes. Not 100,000, not any. You don't need numbers. The numbers game is done. That shit's over. That died 2,000 years ago.
The thing is, in the US, you'd be trying to build over an already in place system.
No, I'm just buying a piece of land and building something that they haven't built. That's it.
I understand, but how far down the line are you thinking with this? Talking long term, where you know that you're going to grow to such a state that you're going to recede from the US and claim yourselves to be, a sovereign state or republic, and then you'll be at war with the US because you're in their territory. Like how far down the line are you thinking with it? If it's just buy a bit of land and dick about on it for one generation, and we're all happy, but it really doesn't contribute significantly to the future humanity.
No, man. You missed the book where it says Texas State is under the protection, not under the occupation. We're not even a territory, man. So I've studied this out. Go look up the territories of the United States. Go look up what the United States is. Territories are Guam, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, and some other shit. No Texas, no Oklahoma, no Louisiana. It's not there.
I just think along the lines of that book, The Iron Republic, whatever you want to think about its credibility, if it's real or not. You know, they were pissed off with the tyranny, supposedly. They didn't establish a new whatever civilization society within where they were. They left. They found other
grow
lands.
up. Look, it's going to sound weird to a lot of people, and I expect it to. People got to grow up.
Yeah.
And it's not weird, but people got to grow up. Once
I think what it's. Go ahead.
Jinx.
Well, I think what it's going to take is like for when someone's explain something to just have a demonstration and show where they've done it themselves first.
Right. Well, it's also the desire to want to learn, to grow beyond where you're at. I mean, if somebody doesn't have the desire to go beyond the boundaries, the veils, the alabaster boxes, the seals of the mind, it's really pointless. Because all they're doing is, riding a stationary bike. They're, pedaling their ass off. They're going absolutely nowhere. And that's with everything. I still have a ton of stuff to learn myself. That's the fun thing about all of this, at least for me. Stop thinking of the armies and the cops and all this shit as anything. They're fictions. It's Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus. So what? There's people that dress up in a costume and show up. All right, let me go put on my Easter Bunny costume. I'll be right back. I'll get some eggs.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, Cuddles, but it only works in mass. It only works in mass.
No. That's not faith. Nothing about en masse is going to change shit, except for people en masse growing up. But growing up is not getting together and going out and chanting. It's
not. Absolutely not.
That shit is stupid.
It's moving the fuck on. No matter what you have to sacrifice. That's what growing up is. You got to sacrifice your flag, your nationality. All this nonsense.
Take responsibility for your actions.
That whole year thing, we got to talk about that. I didn't have any design ideas that went into it, so whatever the fuck it is, it's definitely not mine. And I'm not claiming it. And that's one of the steps that I went through. It's not my flag. I know it's not because I know who it belongs to. I actually looked it up. It's quite interesting who owns that flag that everyone wants to call mine. Well, it ain't me. So, if I
wasn't
have
getting at you specifically, Cuddles. I was just saying in general.
Yeah, no. But this is the idea, though. This is it. This is where it all starts. They got to let go of the things that aren't theirs. It's not a you or a me thing. It's the process, the thought process. Oh, this is my flag, the state of Texas flag. It's mine. No, it's not. It belongs to somebody else. Who does it belong to? Where's the chain of title? Where does that lead to? Where does that road lead to? Well, it sure isn't to my front door. But that's one of the illusions. That's one of the veils. And there's many more like it. No. We're not disagreeing, my brother. We're not disagreeing at all. Trust me, we're gonna agree more than we disagree.
Oh, I know we do.
Me and the Globies agree more than we disagree. But they can't get past that whole gas pressure thing.
And they don't want to. They don't want to.
Right, my flag. Oh, this is my flag. My flag. Oh, okay. Well, you keep that flag. I'll see you later. As I back up slowly. Because that's that attitude. This is my original thought, even though it was implanted. I'm going to defend it like it's mine, even though it was implanted. It's just a circular cycle of spiraling or delusion or whatever.
Sounds like a few of my mates.
Yeah. Dude, once upon a time, it was me in certain subjects.
Good morning, Big Root.
Howdy.
Morning. Who was that?
Truth and Cuddle.
Ah, morning.
No, right now it's right before the light.
Well, it's actually 12 noon now in the UK.
I've got to put this cat outside. Can't do it. Can't do it any longer.
Well, it's 6 a.m. here.
Are you up early or are you still up from the night before?
Oh no, bro. I got up shit, I got up an hour ago. Damn.
Good man.
Nah, I stayed up late the other day. It's funny because no matter how hard I flop my sleep schedule, it still will go back to like, all right, you can get up at 6 a.m.
Yeah, I always find doesn't matter whether I have work or not, I just can't sleep past 7 o'clock.
Well, it depends on the day. Like I've had to reprogram my brain and my body to try and let me sleep longer because there were fire alarms and things that were broken in certain places when I was very little. And that caused me to not sleep so well. So every morning, every weekend, every day of the week, I'd be up at the same damn time. And it was a cycle. It took a while to break.
What, you couldn't sleep because the firework alarms weren't working?
No, they kept going off same damn time.
Oh.
And this shit went on for months.
I bought some of them earplugs. I started using them. They work really well, but they come out in the night.
I just cover my eyes, bandana or something. As long as my eyeballs aren't picking up random chunks of light, I'm out.
Yeah, I always find as well, just as I want to go to bed, there's normally a great convo just kicking off in here or somewhere, and I end up staying up.
Yeah. I've flopped my my schedule around where I could travel anywhere in the world and change my sleep schedule in a day.
Do you ever get jet lagged?
What the hell is that? That's my answer to your question.
Jet lag. It's when you, I don't know, you go to another country and your body struggles to adjust to the different times.
Yeah, I don't have that at all. I don't know what it is. I mean, I trust me, I know the definition, but my body, me physically, I have no idea what the fuck jet lag is. I got on one plane, rode 4 hours, was jumping and bouncing off the walls to get on the next plane. Sure, take a longer flight. Okay. I'm still gonna be bouncing and get on the next plane. I'm not gonna change. I don't get bored or upset over like, dude, I'm in a fucking plane. This is amazing. I'm gonna stay bouncy and hyper the whole time.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Bro, first time taking off. Oh my god. Yes! Spool them turbos, baby. Ooh! And then you go from 0 to 175. Yeah. in 300 feet. Now that's fun. I don't get why people don't like flying. I just don't.
I swear you sound like Pee Wee Herman just then.
Oh my. Maybe I need to blow my nose. Oh god, get rid of that nasally sound.
Am I the only one?
I think so, because I didn't even catch it. I grew up watching that.
Yeah, you straight up sound like Pee Wee Herman.
Let's go back and listen. For the people who
you know, like maybe when you start to yawn and then you go ahead and continue to try to talk while you're starting to yawn or something. That's what it sounded like. But
Right. For the people who don't like flying or think they're afraid of flying, start on a big plane first. Trust me, you'll thank me. For those of you who want to fly and don't care about any of the experience or the scariness of it, you just consider it all experience. Go have fun. Go fly. Any plane. Doesn't matter. Have fun. Because I got off a big one and got off onto a little one and flew across. Oh god, it was so much fun. The little plane, not so much fun landing, depending on where you're coming in at. The bigger ones have softer hydraulics. But, I mean, I don't know about the new Gulfstreams. Don't get me on the brand new planes. Big planes, softer shocks.
True. Because fuck small planes. Too much, too many factors. And they crash too much, in my opinion.
Well, the small planes generally have problems with getting shot out of the sky by other planes.
Wait, shot out the sky? And what year are you living in?
Oh, you talk about wake turbulence. Is that what you meant, Cuddles?
Yeah,
Yeah,
turbulence.
sure.
Yeah.
Big turbulence that has a stream of smoke behind.
Yeah, fucking shot out the fucking sky. You're talking about flying around from Area 51 or something there.
Yeah, like flying over a military base.
No. There's been many. They were just flying and.
Oh yeah, for sure. Wasn't there a thing in like Ukraine or something?
Look, it's still a thing with
That was a
little
bigger plane,
planes
though.
today that they get shot out of the sky. So,
when, man?
it's still not. It's not as big as like in the
Define
middle of a
shot out of the
war.
sky first, Cuddles. What do you mean shot? Like military interception? Is that what you're saying?
Well, like flat cannons.
Hell, there's interception and then there's military, and you know.
All right, okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I'm
No,
saying
do
that.
you know what you mean though?
No, I know what I mean. I know exactly what I mean.
Cuddles, I've never come across a news story of a small plane being shot out of the sky.
Bro, you don't ever come across a news story on the telly that the police department is a private company and that they're not supposed to be running around writing tickets. Hey.
Yeah, I know, but I've just never come across it.
Right, and you're not gonna, because it's not gonna happen. Either you.
So where are you coming across it? And can you link us to it?
I mean, like there have been times where planes have been like shot out of the sky, but it's usually like in
You
times
gotta
of, like,
look at
war,
news
countries on
stories
edge.
around other countries. You have to listen to other things around other countries, overseas, over the seas. There's.
All right, just give us one example then.
Yeah.
Today's world that anybody would know about, I probably couldn't give you one example that anyone would have an idea about at all.
Are you just playing the sophist or something, man? What's up here?
Because you're referring to it as if, like, if you're going to go in a big plane, since the small ones all get shot out of the sky.
No. That's what he was saying.
Some good
advice. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
I'm so confused.
Yeah,
Cuddles, you need another hour's sleep, man.
I might. I need some coffee. I think I'm still asleep.
Them damn small planes, man.
The landing,
getting shot out of the sky. Useless, man.
but you can always get good distraction struts. I know, right? Good morning. Howdy.
You troll. You know what you're up to.
I think I'm still asleep. Flying is fun. So, gas pressure.
Did you say lying was fun?
Flying.
I mean, it can be fun in certain contexts. I guess.
The small plane had less turbulence.
Cuddles wants to go back to Cog this, I think. Had a lot of fun in there.
Guys, what's the most ridiculous thing you've ever lied about?
It's a tough one.
That I've never told a lie, I guess.
Like I can't think of any recent lies that I've like been telling.
The globe is real.
Truthful.
I mean, for those of us that believed in the globe or Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy, come on now.
Yeah, but it wasn't when you would go around spouting anything to do with the heliocentric model. You know, you were doing it out of ignorance. It wasn't malicious lying. It wasn't
there's
conscious intent.
There's a big difference between maliciously doing it and
what's the biggest lie? Now, what's the biggest one? Well, for me, it'd probably be the globe. Maybe Santa Claus.
Yeah, but did you go anti-flat earther about the globe? Or did you just have a bit of cog this, you know what I mean?
Little touch.
I didn't have that problem. At least not externally. If it was going on, it was internal, but it was brief.
Like, what's the biggest lie you've helped spread that you were unaware of? That would be the globe, of course. If I knew what bullshit I was pushing, I would have never pushed it.
I don't know, because the more I learn new things, new information, shit that's still here. I mean, it's been hanging around. I just didn't read it yet. You know. Corporations being government. That's probably one of the biggest ones everybody tells.
Yeah, but we didn't know that before.
Right.
Yeah, he's asking what's the biggest thing you've consciously lied about.
Right, like something that like you knew it, like it wasn't true, but you were spreading it anyways. Like you.
Yeah, like me and my brother told some bouncers in a club we were part of Gym Class Heroes. Do you remember that shit band, Gym Class Heroes? So we got in VIP every week for about a month. It was great.
Nice.
That's a good question. My rule of thumb, if I can help it, is you only lie in danger.
The biggest lie I can think of that I wasn't aware of has got to be that I pushed. Has got to be UFOs and aliens, man. I was well into that shit before Flat Earth.
Yeah, there you go. That would be like a conscious lie that I guess every parent has taken part in. Santa Claus. I'm not a parent, so that doesn't count for me.
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
That's straight up conscious lying, and it's a big one.
I mean, but it was a fun life for me, anyways. I don't know about your guys' experiences with your family and Santa Claus, but mine was pretty fun.
Yeah, I loved it.
Look, I caught Santa at 4 years old. All right, at 3 a.m. in the morning, I caught Santa putting presents under the tree. So
wait, you're telling me some random guy went into your house and you're like, "Hey, Santa."
No, it was my mom putting presents under the tree in our apartment in Garland.
It was one of these small planes that got shot down. He was just stashing the cocaine packets under the tree. You know, that was his Santa Claus. Holy shit, these are some really big white Lego bricks.
Santa got shot out the sky.
What's that movie America made? Tom Cruise crashes in the suburbs, just covered in cocaine. He takes the boy's bike and just cycles away.
Oh, I don't know. Aliens would probably have to be it for me because I knew they were fake before, but I was still young, so.
When's the last time that you remember advocating for aliens, knowing that they were fake?
Shit.
Yes.
A while back. Like a while back, like 10 years ago.
Before 2012.
Yeah.
How did you know that?
Way before.
How did you know they were fake?
Yes, I grew up. I grew up in a different world, different thought pattern, different family. So I already knew from go that those things were fake. Because my godmother at least told me the truth.
What about aliens?
Yeah, about all of that. All of that. We had that conversation.
Nobody actually knows, though.
I wouldn't
the
go that
heliocentric notion of aliens is, of course, completely absurd. But it's not ruled out just because of Flat Earth, you know?
Right, but if you have...
Nobody ultimately knows.
if you have creation and you have layers of creation, it's still all the same creation, yeah?
Oh yeah, there's nothing separate from There's nothing
Right.
alien to creation, of course.
Right.
I'm just talking about like colloquially understood.
Extraterrestrial.
Aliens would be some
Well, it'd be on the other side of
humanoids or whatever that were just
all,
totally
but that's
devoid of our language and culture completely. That would be an idea of an alien, I guess.
Mexicans, just say it. You want to say Mexican. I knew it.
great time. Great time.
Aliens, they don't speak the language, different culture. Yeah.
I'm just getting to the whole point, though, that there would still be nothing as alien or extraterrestrial. Like I get as far as terra firma, sure, extra terra firma, but it's not going to be.
Well, that's what extraterrestrial would be. Is just like from a different land.
The existence of a group of sentient species that can organize themselves equivalent to humans that we're unaware of. That'd be my definition of an alien.
Right, but that would just be, I mean, hell, angels and demons. Boom.
Well, yeah.
But they are still part of the same
Or in a
creation
more
that we are.
practical sense, just people in the lands that we are unaware of.
Right. That's why I was thinking extra terra, sure. But even then, it would all still be a part of the same creation. So it really wouldn't be in reality. It's just something we haven't discovered yet.
So not Mexican.
I kind of sound like an STD that you don't know you have yet.
The darkness is about to start fleeting away here. It's about to start running.
Once you see the STD, you ask, where did that came from? Like an alien?
Like Mexicans. God, boy.
I don't know where that came from, my love.
It'd be like
Wasn't from
Mexican.
Yeah.
That would be more appropriate.
I wonder if the sex robot guy comes up with models to tell his girlfriend for why she doesn't have a STD he gave her.
It's alien. It's a Mexican STD, and I'm not Mexican.
Half Mexican, half grey alien.
No, if you are Mexican, you are an alien. An alien. That's probably a good when they ask you in the paperwork what are you, you say alien.
I say, y precio Dios.
I'm an alien.
From the Pleiades. Pleiades Lane.
God mercy. Moon's already changed its cycle again. It's moving back behind the house now. Going south. It was over the street and across the street, hanging in the sky. Then the new moon, now it's going back the other way, on a wider swing. Or, well, maybe a wider swing? I don't know. I don't know who's in the path of it.
Where are you anyway, Cuddles?
Texas.
Okay.
So the moon in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, was dead overhead. I looked straight up, and there's the moon. Now it's south, away from the backyard. Because the house faces north.
Yeah, when you take into account the movement of the moon plus the rotation of the Earth, that's an effect that happens.
What?
All that movement causes the moon to be at different positions, different times during the month. You didn't know that? You didn't learn that in school?
Cool Santa Claus, cool. Now, where are your reindeer at? I remember the story, but there is no validity to it.
Huh.
Happy day, happy day. It's beautiful outside right now. It was beautiful yesterday, too. It's finally starting to cool off. I like the cold weather. To all y'all who don't like the cold, just send it to my house. What up, Jim? Do we have any new people today?
Yes.
Jane Weasel. Hey, Jimsy.
What's up, brother?
I think it'd be cool to get up on like one of the cell phone towers with like 3 or 4 people with some drones and catch the darkness running away in multiple directions.
There's darkness running away from the towers?
No, running away from the light. Because it's fun, like that darkest moment right before the light comes in.
What height could you get out of that?
Huh?
What height could you get out of that cell tower plus drone range? And maybe
You put it up in the air,
1,000 feet?
with a camera, you'll at least see the divide.
Remind me, what's the average height of a cell tower?
Anywhere between 200 and 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet. Dude, average is probably 5.
Yeah. So yeah, you would
5.
go for the tallest one. Let's just say 1,000 feet. Then drones can go what? 200 feet up? More?
1,000, depending on which one you get.
Yeah, so we'll go for the best drone. So you got like 2,000 feet. That'd probably be high enough to see something decent.
That's what I'm thinking. And if you can maybe get a better drone or a taller tower.
I've seen
then
some towers. I've seen some towers near my region that they're pretty high.
Right.
Super high towers.
Well, there's
Whatever you do, don't get a small plane though, because you might get shot out the sky.
And don't fucking fall off when you're trying to catch your drone landing, please. We don't need it in the newspapers. Flat Earther climbs cell phone tower to try and prove the shape of the Earth.
I know claiming any tower, the drone will do that, right? I mean, go up near
Well,
the tower.
no, Cuddles is saying climb to the top of the tower, then launch your drone. And get
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
I've done cell phone tower work. It's really not that bad, bro.
Do
you got
we
a
have
full
any
harness?
insurance? Do we have any insurance? In any
Full
case?
harness, monkeys, you'd be all right, man. Jesus. Get the tissues now. Get the crying over with before we start climbing. Because we're not going to have it going up. I'm not going to have you making that shit slippery for me.
Why not just rent a helicopter?
You could do that. But
That
this just
make too much sense, though, right?
Well, no.
No.
I'm not saying that, but you get 5 or 6 people to rent a helicopter in different areas, and you get an interesting video.
Yeah, so that'd be a better plan.
Get guns on the helicopters.
Let me just walk out to the backyard and get in my helicopter.
Yeah, I said rent a helicopter.
Nice.
I didn't say you had one.
I know, but damn, renting them is almost as much as the drone. That was the whole point.
I know, but you get 5 or 6 people to chip in, you can get one helicopter. It wouldn't be too heavy on the pocket.
Still, though, a sight to see. I'm thinking drones because I'm just trying to figure a way I could do it myself. The helicopter and the plane ride was still on the list, but I wanted something where I could control the camera, the movement of the camera without interference.
Yeah, but you would have to have really good conditions because drones are really susceptible to the wind speeds, Footage might come out real bad.
Well, then I can use RC drone.
Okay.
and get something
How
decent.
does that fix stability though of the image?
Oh, that'd be on your lens probably.
No, I'm saying if you use a helicopter, you'd have better stability probably.
Yeah.
It's a cool idea though.
Just go straight up as high as you can. Put 5 or 6 cameras up, different angles, the same view, one to the left, one to the right, two to the front, catty cornered. Make it one big image, get one nice big eyeball view like a IMAX, and voila. I like it.
Just send a helium balloon with a rocket attached to it that will release the rocket at 120,000 feet.
Which direction are we shooting this rocket?
Need a big ass balloon for that, I
So,
think.
towards the heavens, wherever that go.
Bro, we already gotta go fast. We're gonna build. We've got this covered. I'm working on the lenses and where we're mounting the lenses and the equipment. We're mounting the lenses too.
Oh shit! You're really doing this?
Hell yes, dude. I'm picking the lenses out right now and getting them in the damn shopping cart.
Wow. Okay.
I'm picking out the Arduino for everything. The expansion boards, I'm looking into those so I can put the 128 gigabyte cards on. I'm probably looking at 2 Arduinos, maybe 3, or a couple of expansion boards so I can hook up multiple SD cards. Battle Mod's got the rocket engine and all of that. He knows more about the. See, I was gonna go with the handmade fuel, which if you make your own, it's not bad. You can still get up there, but engine systems are, I guess, more efficient. So fine. Plus, we're trying to get up there. So he's got a go fast engine that he's got in mind. I just want multiple camera angles, multiple video feeds. I'm wanting like a bird's eye or a hawk's view, 360 going in one direction, 360 around.
I might have missed it, but what are you going to measure?
We're getting the video that we've never gotten. That was the point of the rocket. So it's probably going to be like 6, 7 foot, 8 foot, maybe ish tall. It's going to have oh shit. I forget what the name of the engine was, but it's, yes. Modern tech, liquid engine.
Yeah, but I probably missed it, but what are you observing?
We're trying to get the pictures that nobody else has gotten, with the cameras pointing up and out at an angle upwardly, like upwards of 17 degrees. Like none of this 3-degree, 4-degree bullshit anymore.
Yeah.
I want to get something at like 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees, 70 degrees, 90 degrees.
Can I use electro-optical infrared cameras?
Yes. That's why I'm picking up the lenses with the PCB on. I can hook them right to the Arduino after I program it. I can hook up the SD card and program each one to save in its own file. And I can hook up, I think, 8 to 10 lenses each Arduino, depending on what I do. I still have to get the Arduino. I still have to learn a little bit of the programming, but this is going to be fun. And I do have somebody to help me. If they have free time. The fun thing is that Mike says he's got an old Saturn V2 replica that, you know, if it's flight worthy, we could just put a new rocket engine on it and some new fuel and just mount the hardware that I got, cameras and shit. We've got to go fast, bro.
Don't blow yourself up, man.
Why would I do
Anything's
that?
going to get shot out of the sky, it'll be that rocket. No, really, they wouldn't want us doing our own independent fucking shit like that.
Yeah, you got to get permission.
That was part of why we were taking some time, because there's a couple places we can do it where we don't have those issues.
Private property?
I haven't purchased anything yet. So as soon as I do, that's one. Mike is in that area, that sweet spot where he doesn't have to worry about it. Somebody else worried about it for him. And he's covered in it under a blanket. So he can shoot off whatever the hell he wants where he's at. So we're covered there.
Yeah, I don't think getting permission would be a problem. I just can imagine them firing off some do at it, you know?
Right. Well, that's the thing. It's manners, man. You tell them, hey, look, this is what's going on. This is the day is happening. This is, supposed to be prime conditions. Have a great day. And that's it. And that's where I'm leaving it. And then I'm going to shoot.
I remember listening to you talking about all the legal aspect of this. Yeah. It's their problem. If once you've declared it, it's not your liability if they fucking let a plane fly over or whatever, It's their fault.
Right. But it's manners. It's called communication. I just communicate. That's it. If somebody doesn't like me communicating, it's not my problem. I communicated. You comprehended what I said? It's fair enough. That's all I needed.
Should definitely.
And it's not like it's not like the authorities can just say, "Oh, but we didn't know what to do." Whatever. They can't play dumb. Once you communicate, you tell them what you're doing. They have to understand. That's why they're in that place. They have to communicate too.
Well,
or listen.
It's just about communicating. Period. People are supposed to communicate. Well, we're sending you this letter. Okay, well, it looks like a bunch of gibberish and maybe a threat. What language are you speaking? And then the conversation ends. Can you please send me your dictionary so I can understand what you mean by this word, that word, that word, and that word? Thank you.
I thought the most damning aspect of the Go Fast footage was the moon. Are you planning to replicate that, Cuddles? Like fire it up when the moon's supposedly supposed to be on the other side of the globe, or only visible from the other side of the globe.
See, that was the thing. I'm trying to pick 2 launches. I want to do a day launch and a night launch with the same setup. The biggest problem was the rotating of the rocket. I was trying to stop that so that the out viewing cameras that are like, 20, 30 degrees up but are still embedded in the side of the rocket could still get like stable video. But the spin of the rocket is possibly necessary for the speed that it's.
If you can get like clean, uncut footage of the stars disappearing as you reach a certain altitude, that'll be amazing to have. Just
Well,
that,
see, that's kind of something else I was curious about, because I've seen that with the weather balloons, but I'm looking for 36 degrees pointing up. Camera 36, 40, 50, 60 degrees pointing up. I don't see that. I see them pointing out and maybe 6 to 8 degrees, maybe upwards. That's it. But stars are gone in every other video I see, which is interesting. Because I see them moving down here. I mean, dude, I've had the laser mounted to something to go out, turn it on, turn it off over at my brother's. Hour later, come back, turn it on, turn it off. Damn stars are, 2 fingers to the right, 3 fingers to the right.
well, that's what they do.
Lights in the same spot. The lasers in the same spot. The lights in the sky keep moving, but like in planes, when you get so high, it's like they kind of disappear. Or weather balloon to footage. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But to have the data that'll come from the launch, along with the uncut, unedited footage, and pinpoint exactly where that starts to happen, and then we can go from there. Start analyzing what gases are at that altitude, temperatures. Start formulating from that.
Well, there's sensors that we could actually put on a weather balloon for that. There's actually a couple of sensors you can put on, and I think there's a quote-unquote cheap way to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, does there exist anywhere uncut, unedited footage of a camera pointing up on a rocket?
Mm-mm.
It doesn't, so it'd be first.
Right.
Could be a game changer.
Well, that's another thing I was trying to factor in. Is there a way I can get a live feed from maybe 4 cameras broadcast down by radio or microwave straight to me while it's happening? Because I want a backup of whatever camera is about to get smashed.
Yeah.
I would like live. If I can get just 1 camera live, that would be the one. Is that forward facing, so it's on the hard drive as soon as something happens.
Just give NASA a call, see if you can,
No.
piggyback off of some of their satelloons or something.
No.
Well,
I just call
I'm not sure if it'd be possible.
I just call their bosses. You know they have bosses, right?
Certainly.
Yeah. Just call their boss. What was it? E-Man did in what was it, Kingsman? Hey man, I need to borrow your satellite.
I feel like I didn't know about that.
Borrow your satellite.
Yeah, bro, go watch the movie. It's hilarious. E-Man, this is V-Man. Hey, man, your satellite's right next to mine, man. Can I borrow it? Motherfucker. I'm not even quoting it right because I'm just, it's too funny. But yeah, I mean, basically, those things are up because somebody else paid them to do it. So I just want to talk to their boss and maybe I could borrow the signal. I like that idea. Thank you. If this works out, it's because of you, my friend. It's all your fault. I would love to get that kind of footage. Oh. But dude, the weather balloon was probably going to be the first one to get accomplished. If I could do the Arduino and throw up a balloon for cheaper, we still would have to buy the brand new rocket engine, which is $10K, which I'm not doing today. But in 6 months would definitely be doable, or at least within the next 6 months. Dude, it's a shock though that I like the first one. I would be the first one to do the forward-facing camera, like period, like ever. That's bananas.
Well, not the first one, but
Well, the first one that's public.
yeah.
Yeah. Still bananas.
Oh, totally.
Because you have 3 guys that have literally launched themselves, 3, 4, 5 guys with cameras and other things. Damn.
Yeah, but I mean, I could just imagine if we had that footage of the forward-facing camera, and it did depict exactly that, the stars fading out, disappearing as you ascend, and we could use it here as another point, and I'm trying to think how the Globers would try and rebuttal that.
Well, see, but
Where
then
as the atmosphere gets thinner, you get higher, the star fields of the universe should be becoming brighter and brighter, and your whole field of view should be filling up with light, to be honest.
But you realize though, like this is gonna turn into like a job / session, right? Because once I launch one here, I'm gonna have to launch one up north, and then I'm gonna have to launch one down south. This is gonna end up turning into like a job, like a fun job.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying though. Like that's a killer to their entire model right there, as well.
Right, but I'm trying to answer like questions for other people.
I know. But at the same time, you're bringing valuable footage that can be used to wake more people up faster.
I'm the guy that will go in during the Santa rush and go, you know, lying to children is a bad thing, right? I ain't gonna ruin everybody's day, but Jesus, parents should at least be honest. That's rude. Lying to children. Shameless.
It's all to give them a better childhood.
Bro, my girls didn't have it, didn't ever cry or whine or complain, didn't have any trauma because they didn't have Santa. They had everything they needed. They got gifts all year round.
kind of counterintuitive to the parents' position, anyway. You know, you want your kids to know you cherish them and value them, and you want to give them good things in life. But when the time comes to spoil them a bit, you hand it off to Santa Claus. You know,
Bro, no. Because I didn't do the tree or the lights or any of that shit. I had money.
I'm talking in general, not you.
Oof.
It's just silly, Santa Claus.
Yeah. But see, like, I used to do the decorations and shit. Long time ago. My grandma carried it on after my mom stopped. Because, like, I caught Santa. Simple enough. That was a good enough reason to stop it. Hey, caught Santa. All right, now we can stop doing this stupid shit. You spend, almost $1,000.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
it's up.
that's a shit ton of shoes for a whole year, man.
You at least put up a tree.
Yeah, but even if you don't have to buy new stuff every year, you're looking at the tree and a couple of other things. You're still spending $100, $200.
Better
Plus
spend
them.
on a go fast rocket. No.
Hmm?
It's all better put towards another go fast rocket.
Amen.
Save that Christmas money.
Hanukkah's better anyway.
Yeah, it's like the cost of 11 candles.
Uh-huh.
It's nice and cheap.
Plus, I get real gifts. Yay. I still got to figure out how long I want to leave a balloon up for, though. Because I'd like to leave one up longer, but the longer I leave it up, it's going to be in a different location. There's the problem. Is the tracking. Because I'm not set up for that. Now, if I launch it and I do it for like an hour or two, I can track it. Or 3-4 hours, I can track it. With the cell phone. GPS ping, GPS trackers, I can track it. But once it starts going over water, that's it. Rob Skiba and them did that one, but no up-facing cameras. They got the balloon up to 100,000. 2 hours, balloons up, balloons down.
Can't do an up-facing camera effectively with a balloon, though.
But that's why I'm trying to figure out
You
how.
could still go like, you could still look up somewhat, but not completely vertically.
Well, what if you did 2 balloons and then separated them with like a...
Yeah, you could do that, I guess. Like 2 balloons in a bar in the middle. Yeah.
Just do a... Oh, that's a great idea. Holy shit. Why didn't I think of this before? So do like a carbon fiber bar. Do a balloon on one end and a balloon on the other, and then mount your shit in the middle.
Yep.
Upward facing camera, no restrictions. You're welcome. The question is the stabilization.
Yeah.
But you could do the same thing with 4 balloons and mount a box in the middle. You could
Could get
literally...
real wonky real fast depending on what the wind's doing, with 2 balloons.
Yeah, hence the rocket. Because I don't know how else to leave something else up there. except for to put a couple of balloons on a house.
You would just have to construct it in a manner that the balloons were, going with each other, and they weren't acting independently.
Hell, the Grimble, the 3 or 4 axis stabilizer, you put 2 or 3 of those on P symbol or whatever, right? 3 bar. Put a balloon on each end, 3 balloons. You put 2 or 3 gimbals on there, cameras pointing up. It'll stabilize itself no matter what wonkiness happens. Unless it flips over, in which case, well, oops. But the 3 axis or 4 axis ought to do it. If it does get wonky, it'll stabilize.
Do you guys remember? Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah. So about the facing upward camera. Do you guys remember the Mage balloon the Globers always bring? The one from Mr. Sensible, Unsensible.
No, I don't remember that one.
No.
Didn't see it.
Yeah, they show it, and it shows curve, right? And then he uses some math, and look, it's the curve, the curve. But he has an
Mage Blue,
upward
though,
facing.
was that a rocket launch or something?
No, it was a
Or
balloon.
balloon.
Mage 2, I think it's called. But that had an upward facing camera where you can see gas pressure in effect, right? When the balloon popped.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just like the only thing in frame was the balloon, right? For the upward facing camera.
If I remember correctly, yes. But
yeah.
I think if you go on to, I think in the debate text, when you scroll a bit up, that guy Cantor uses it to prove the globe. Where was it?
Of course he does.
Mm.
They're all very allergic to actually measuring the ground, aren't they?
Right. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was Mr. Sensible saying to, I think it was Mitchell from Australia, that when he showed the black swan, I think he said something in the line of, "At best, you debunk the radius."
Yeah. What a tool. These people really don't think before they speak, do they?
What I find remarkable is that he called it mage, right? Mage, as if it is a magic trick. Conjuring magic.
All a magic trick.
I mean, I guess we could always glue a camera to the top of the damn balloon.
Yeah, you could.
Which begs the question, why hasn't it been done yet? Like, think of it. We could have already put it on like some 100-pound test, glued it to the top of the balloon. When the balloon explodes, you just got the camera dangling. Ta-da!
Might be because the load that's hanging below the where your computer is in, right, and your gear and your batteries might turn around too much, snags the balloon.
Well, no, just one little itty bitty one. You just take the lens and the little PCB it sits on, and put it in like a little plastic shell with like a quarter-sized battery.
But you need to wire it, right? You need to wire, so you need to bring a wire to the camera from your gear to the top of the balloon. And if the gear on at the bottom of the balloon spins around, then I think it will get snagged up or pull or then pull the camera off the balloon or rip a hole in it.
Because you can put a memory stick slot on a PCB with a lens attached to it. You just have to solder it on in the right place.
Yeah, there are. You can probably just take what is it? A mini Raspberry Pi or a mini Pi?
Yeah.
That's like nothing, right? And you have a battery, the 18500. It's a lithium battery, which
18650 or smaller one.
What happens when the balloon pops, Carlos?
Yeah,
Well,
then you lose your
string attached to the camera on top, but it's going to be like it's going to be light enough that it's going to be able to be up there and have its own standalone card. But then it's going to be attached to like 100-pound test line to the base, somewhere at the bottom near the box. So then when the parachute pulls, the balloon pops, that camera just falls down, it's still attached, the parachute pops, and there you go. You got your box and that little camera. Standalone battery, standalone card. It can be light enough to put on top of that.
Yeah, I'm sure you could achieve it. There's just some things that need to be considered. Yeah.
Because I could do 2 or 3 or 4 of those stackable quarter batteries, put them on something, mount that PCB in a video card in like a little plastic case, and boom, silicon.
I would say focus on one project at a time. Go for the rocket first.
Well, the rocket's the most expensive.
Yeah, sure.
It's going to take me about 6 months to get to that project. This one, I'm already picking out the cameras and Pi devices, the Adrenos. I'm starting to get the lenses and everything that I want, what the pricing is. And I got to figure out how much I'm wanting. But I got to look somewhere else too, because I think I can. One company's looking at, I'd probably have to do a business contract. And I might be able to get them from somewhere else that already offers this stuff piece by piece. I just have to look. There's like the memory chips and stuff. Mauser has some of the boards they have. They have a lot of different shit. But the specific thing was the dadgummit. The infrared. There was a special infrared camera lens that somebody was talking about. And that's the one. It's probably going to be the most. So first the Arduino, the cameras, the camera system, and I already have some SD cards for this, the micro SDs. Then it's going to be what we're going to put it on. Mike's got half the rocket parts, so
Yeah, you would need some 4K stuff, right?
right. Somebody sent me a link to one website, but I think I have to sign up as like a purchaser as a company. And not as an individual buyer. Got some pretty neat looking ones on here, man. Some of these look like they're ready for freaking like this one, bro. Here. Long distance. That's nuts. They got a freaking zoom lens on top of it mounted. Now that's what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure the balloon will be the first one. And the rocket will come right after that. Because I'm looking to get a piece of land right now, so I say 6 months. I'm trying to get ready. I is excited. Oh, wow. Gamze.
Yo,
I heard you.
I'm falling asleep actually.
Oh, bro, it's your bedtime, man.
Yeah, just a nap. I'm gonna take a nap.
Ooh, they got some cool stuff here. I likes it. Oh shit. They got new lenses. Dang. Raspberry Pi microscopes. Now that's dope. They've got ridiculous telescopic lenses on some of these. Holy moly. You can get you some long distance pictures there with one of those on the bottom. Dadgum. That little long one on the bottom is a 300x zoom. Little baby thing. That is bananas. And they've got a 12.6 megapixel camera. You can mount that onto a little lens PCB. Oof.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish
true without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Dead of sight, dead of mind, news believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Box into your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boon of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TVs know your very soul. Tune in to the great deceiver, television watching news believer. Inject your poison where your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, free backs full. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boon of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TVs know your very soul. Tune in to the great deceiver, television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy. In their world forever locked. Into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived, never ever to be free. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boon of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TVs know your very soul. Tune in to the great deceiver, television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boon of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TVs know your very soul. Tune in to the great deceiver, television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Who sings that?
Conspiracy music guru.
Thank you. Anybody else is interested that doesn't know? There you go. New track, new playlist. Whoop whoop. Oh, somebody's in VC.
I don't know. Someone just told me that.
Livestream the Breakfast of Champions. You don't even have to chop your pecker off to get on a Wheaties box. Mic check. Okay, I'm gonna play some podcast. Anybody on here?
Yeah, look.
Hello. What's up?
Oh, not much. Just spent about 8 hours trying to get that Uncle George video.
Uncle George. What do you mean?
What's that?
What do you mean with the music bot? Like, what are you talking about?
No, I was talking about a flat Earth video of my cousin, not my cousin, my dad's cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took 8 hours to finally get it to work. I put the link up there.
Why wouldn't it work?
Well, first I had to get a video extensions program because it wouldn't read it on Windows. And that took a couple of hours working that out.
What was the extension?
Oh, they were weird files. FBO, or there was a few different formats.
Did you try Video LAN? VLC? That's a app. That pretty much plays everything. I can't think of any music file. I haven't seen it play. Nero?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, fuck, dude. That's like throwback days, man. That's like having to deal with stuff like that in like 50 years.
Yeah, well, this is back in '61 it was done, so it's an old format probably.
Well, people would back in the day, right? So Nero was a CD burner program.
Yeah.
But back in the day, it would also encode. You could encode music files, and people they would use Nero to encode because this is before all the current applications, right?
Yeah,
MP4 didn't even exist as a file format. Neither did MKV or it was like AVI and MPEG. And Nero would encode it, and you could only watch it with Nero.
Yeah, well, same as when MP3 first came out. You had to get a player.
Yeah. You're freaking scumbags and their proprietary nonsense.
Anyway, it was from a TV show in Melbourne. In '61 it was done.
61?
Yeah.
Check this out.
Anyway, they end up sidetracking him a lot. And I think he might have had a few too many ports that night.
Where did you post it?
The link's just up there in the screen.
In the live stream?
In live stream voice text.
You talking about the George Fowler video that you shared?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I was looking for some information on him, some history. Couldn't find a whole lot. Of course, Google's a piece of crap. I did find one reference to, I think, a book he wrote called The Biblical Heavens and Earth, but it was only a reference. I couldn't find the actual book.
Gee, I didn't know he wrote a book.
He might not have, but I found a reference to something called The Biblical Heavens and Earth and notated it as that name as the author. It might not even be the same guy. That's all I've found so far.
I'll have to look that up myself.
Mm. Yeah, that was interesting. I have no idea who that guy is, but you can tell he knew what the hell he was talking about. And he investigated this for a while. And
well, I think he might have had a few too many ports.
Yeah, might have been. This guy is. I'd like to know how old he was during that.
Yeah, Graham Kennedy was a very popular show here in Australia.
That's the name of the show, Graham Kennedy?
Yeah, Graham Kennedy Tonight. It was done in Melbourne. And it was, probably #1 show in Australia at the time.
All right.
Used to come on about 8:30 at night.
So you Aussies are co-conspirators in the Apollo hoax.
It sounded like he was a bit of a fighter with the councils and governments in those days. He was right into law too.
We're apparently calling George Fowler the Flat Earth Man.
Yeah, they only mention it right at the start of the show, and then they sidetrack him on all other subjects. So he really doesn't get to talk about anything.
Of course, that's what they always do.
Yeah. I like what he said about astronauts.
Yeah. There's such thing. That was great.
And the scientists.
Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not really finding a whole lot. I mean, I found a couple of references to the TV show with him on it, but that's it.
All right.
Google
Oh, it was an hilarious Graham Kennedy. He was quite funny.
Anybody show up trying to claim the David Weiss's Bitcoin reward this morning?
Who was that?
I was just wondering if anyone has shown up trying to claim David Weiss's 3 Bitcoin reward.
All right.
Yeah, people kind of get some. Well, I'm sending people here first. Let's see if they pass the smell test. Man, because everyone thinks they've got some real clever proof of the fact that we live on a curving spinning ball, and they think they're gonna get rich quick and win that 3 Bitcoin. And
all right.
I just send them here.
So what exactly is the challenge?
That's the problem. I've asked David Weiss straight up what the details of the challenge are and asked him if he could make a post about it. I made some assumptions. I said, look, I'm guessing this challenge is to prove that we live on a curving spinning ball. I said here, I'll just read my post. It was a lot more eloquent than me trying to remember what I said.
Yeah, I heard David talking the other day. I didn't know he was the one that started that, the Finder or whatever it was.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of an unofficial challenge, but under the assumption that it would be impossible to win. You know what I mean?
All right.
But still, if you're going to make a challenge, you should make it real. Let's see. This is what I said. I said, without the specifics, the basic challenge, as I see it, is 3 proofs. Provide proof of axial rotation, proof of curving earth or water at the required 8 inches per mile squared, and proof of gas pressure without a physical barrier adjacent to a negative pressure vacuum.
Yeah, well, I doubt anyone will win that then.
Well, exactly. So, and Dave's response was, just send me 1 proof, and if I can't prove it wrong, then they can present it to the FED show and see if it holds water there. So, Flat Earth Discord. So
right there, man.
That's where we are. So
he fucked up.
David did?
He just switched the burden of proof to himself. He said, if I can't prove it wrong.
If I can't prove it,
Dude, listen, proving something wrong is pretty hard.
Well, isn't that what we've been doing? Well, no, we flat earthers have been doing for quite a while now. We're proving that the globe is wrong by sheer demonstration.
Well, we're proving the globe is wrong, but something like axial rotation to prove it's wrong, that's difficult. So say someone comes with a gyro, right, and the gyro processes. That's not proof the Earth is spinning, but proving it is not evidence of Earth spinning. That's pretty tough.
You
'Cause it
can't
says
prove a
proof,
negative.
not evidence.
Yeah, you can't prove a negative. You're right. So he worded that pretty bad. I wish he would take
Yeah.
this a little bit more seriously because, I mean, you're talking about
Remember the
3
other person got
Bitcoin.
sued. Remember the other dude got sued? Yeah, so like there's precedent here. You gotta be very careful like when you do this stuff. Because we know these Bulbers are all on welfare or whatever and sit around and collect checks and have nothing to do but be anti-flat earthers. So
I've listened to this show enough to know, or at least have heard McToon. So I made a pretty loose post on Facebook saying, hey, if you want to win 3 Bitcoin, you got proof of a curving spinning ball, let me know. And of course, McToon showed up. Someone tagged him. And, you know, he's calling Dave's challenge fake. So I reached out to Dave to try to get some details. I really wish he'd release some, make it a real challenge. But like you said, you got to be really careful about the challenge because, as McToon pointed out, he has won, what did he say? A large amount of money, over $100,000, winning these fake challenges. So I guess that's the business he's in, is winning these fake challenges that he wins by technicality. I'm sure.
he's probably talking that fake flat earther, flat Earth hero or whatever.
I didn't hear the first part.
Flat Earth Hero, I think his name was, a YouTuber. Right?
Yeah,
he had to like show the 390-degree turns or whatever.
Okay, I do remember that. I didn't remember his name. Yeah,
Okay,
vaguely.
yeah, Flat Earth. He is a fake Flat Earther, dude.
Yeah.
And it's easy to prove. Listen, he was a fucking fake, dude. Straight up. He's going saying all this nonsense, right? Do this, do that, and I'll get the 100, whatever amount of money it was. You go on this dude's YouTube page and you go into the about section, it says, I'm the last person on the planet you'll ever see. Think he's a fake flat earther?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
you got to expect jokers like that to set up these easy fake challenges so they can disprove flat Earth. You know, but what about Zen Garcia? I haven't heard a whole lot from him since that whole court case thing went down. I'm
subbed to him. He still does stuff, but it's not related to flat Earth.
Okay, I guess he's rescinded his challenge then, since.
No, it's still out there.
Really? So
this isn't running around. He isn't really running around doing flat Earth stuff. The last streams I've seen him over the past 6 months are like, the Book of Enoch and like the stuff he did before flat Earth, right? So scripture, ancient texts, I mean,
if his challenge is still, up and valid, I would gladly send people to it. But I mean, I can only imagine the amount of heartache you're going to go through trying to have to defend someone in court again over this crap. Because I mean, all it takes is some jerk to come up with some papers from NASA, take the guy to court, and then Zen's got to go to court and waste all his money on that, proving once again, no, you didn't prove anything. So just setting that challenge up there just puts yourself in a position where, I wouldn't want to be.
Well, listen, there's a way that they can win, and I'm not going to say it on the live stream that a Glover could win just because of the way the legal system works.
Well,
it'd be basically not cheating. It would be basically cheating. You can have courts take mandatory judicial notice of certain facts, right? So-called facts in quotations. And some of those facts would be things that have appeared in the newspapers, right? Public events, which are commonly accepted as true, such as the Apollo hoax.
Right.
So they could have the court take judicial notice of the facts. Like, there's nothing you can't even dispute it.
Well, if the challenge requires that you actually demonstrate something, though, that's a different story.
Yeah, exactly. That's a different story. But if it's some open-ended thing like prove the Earth as a ball in space, so just to go motion the court to take mandatory judicial notice of this public fact. Boom.
Right.
Game over.
Reference a NASA website and you win the case right there.
Just a newspaper article, New York Times.
Sure.
That's it. Or some government document.
Like I said, I wish Dave would be more specific with the challenge because I mean I think it's awesome and I will advertise the crap out of it. I will let everyone know. Come on, smart guys! If you think you're so smart, come do this challenge and make yourself rich or make yourself look stupid in the process. Either way, you'll learn something. You know.
Yeah, well,
Plus, you also have to be careful because courts apply something called the Fry test, whether something is assigned, whether for expert testimony of scientific so-called facts, scientific evidence. So that's basically means it's basically consensus is the standard. It's just a commonly accepted scientific procedure, right? People in the field. Something like carbon dating. Right? You can just go in and say, okay, carbon dating is accepted by the scientific community. You have to accept this evidence. So, court is not the right venue, man, for shit like this.
Well, that's where it would end up.
Really
That's where it would always end up because the Glover's going to come forward with whatever he's got and, demand that he's won the challenge. And when he's not given the money, he's going to sue him. So you end up in court. So you kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, well, you can't really say that you can go off history and say, I've proved it through, the records of history.
But the courts will do that. But they don't do it because they're evil or anything like that. It's just for like what you would call judicial economy. You don't want to be arguing everything in court. You know what I mean? You want to be arguing what the meaning of is. So they kind of just want to get to the issue at hand, and if they have to hand wave certain things, they will.
Yeah, I guess the ones that know, it's only when they come clean and start telling the truth that anyone will really know.
Quite honestly, I don't care what everybody thinks. I really don't.
Yeah,
like I'm here, I'm giving information that you don't have and didn't have. They lied to you. We're going to tell you the truth. You take it or leave it.
Well, everyone likes the feeling of validation, though. You can't deny that. So if you were able to convince someone, I agree with you to a point, but wouldn't that be just grand if you could convince your mother, your father, your brothers, your family, your friends that you're not a lunatic, and they'd all look at you, be like, "Man, sorry." Just I don't know. A small part of me wants that.
Yeah,
but
look, I see where you're coming from.
I don't expect it, and I've never gotten it. So it would be nice.
Well, I see where you're coming from, but on the other hand, right? If you just say, "Hey, the Earth is flat," and they just believe you without doing like their own research or their own tests, you've just like moved into the chair the Glovers were in, right?
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I want them to have, I don't know, for lack of a better term, a spiritual awakening. I mean, realize that we've been lied to on a massive scale and understand the implications of it and understand the mechanics of it, how they did it, what they did. I don't know why they did it, but I can speculate quite a bit on why they did it because it makes sense, man. They want to make men believe that they are insignificant, that there's nowhere to go, there's nothing to do. Buy your iPhone, shut up, and die. That's been their goal for quite a while now, and it's obvious in all the things that they do. But you realize that you might live your life differently. You just might. I know I do.
I agree with everything you said, 100%. 100%. And I think that's why we get the psychological insanity that we experience from people. They don't want to rethink their lives, man, and the choices they've made.
They're comfortable with the lie. Shit, most of them, their life literally relies on the lie. Not necessarily the globe, but some other fantasy that this world has presented to us as fact. Their careers, their lives rely on it. And if it's not true, then what the hell do they do? What's their whole life meaning? They don't want to lose that.
Well, Yeah, well, think about a lot of these Gobers. They're degenerates, man. Gober, Gem, Panda, Server. They're fucking moral degenerates. And if the Earth was flat, and they have to recognize the fact that there's a creator and there is objective morality, they might have to rethink some of their behaviors, right? Maybe I shouldn't have, had a circle jerk at fucking camp with the other boys. And they might have to rethink those things. That there is there is morality, and there's consequences in the hereafter.
Right. Well,
they don't want to look at that, man. That's like looking in the void, man. Looking in the mirror. They don't want to do that.
I
They'd
think
rather
some
be
people are
anti-flat earthers.
convinced. I think some people are convinced, and they're probably convinced from a very young age that that type of lifestyle is not only normal, but it's admirable. If you lie, cheat, and steal through your life to gain, then you win. Right? It doesn't matter. Morals don't matter. I mean, heck, I got some problems with this too. You can be a miserable bastard through your entire life, but as long as you accept Jesus into your heart, you're forgiven. I see a problem with that too. You can't. I don't know. No one can tell you the secret to life and how to have a happy afterlife, or even if there is one. But I think most rational, logical people will say that you need to be a good person in this life if you expect to have good things happen to you. But that's not the case. That's not the case. That's a bullshit lie. So I don't know. Just rambling.
I've always followed my own truth, no one else's.
I'd like to say and think that I have, but that'd be a lie. I've been a child until I became an
I've
adult.
always seek truth.
Yeah, I was a robot.
Now, all I do is break down words, individual words. Because before the word, there was a letter, and each letter had a word. And it was based off symbols.
Right.
So you got the word from a letter, which was originally a symbol. And so each letter of a word has a word. That's my thinking anyway.
I follow you. I don't know if any of you guys have ever watched Marty Leeds, where he goes into the Bible and decodes it with gematria. And, one side of the fence will tell you gematria is evil, that's of the devil, and don't do that. And the other side will tell you it's literally the secret to decoding most of what we've seen in life. The Bible and other historical texts. Just the everyday occurrences and people's names and dates and everything breaks down to gematria and the secret code. If that exists at all, then how can the spiritual side exist also? If everything we're taught and everything we're shown is encoded, and only the enlightened can decode it, that's nonsense.
Yeah, I think all that remains is your mind.
Here's how I feel about gematria. Whether it's true or false, there's the powers that should not be that use gematria, and they think it's true. And not only do they think it's true, they act upon it. And if you know gematria too, you can discern their actions or figure out why they're doing the things they do.
Right. I agree with you. And I agree that this does exist and people do use that, but that's not life.
Well, it's just real if they make it real. If I believe something and then I go, yeah, this gematria thing is real, and it makes it okay for me to shoot this person in the head, and then I go do that, it's real. Right? Sure. That person's dead. I shot him in the head because I believed something.
Now, if you were raised to justify that murder by some weird lesson, you're helping out humanity, or it was a ritual and had to be done for whatever reason. I mean, can you believe in any of that?
You should keep an eye on it. Listen, you just keep an eye on it because evil people believe in it, and if it guides evil people's actions, you should be aware of what they're following.
Yeah, no, I
enemy.
Completely agree. I mean, I believe that that event that happened in September in 2001 was a satanic event. I mean, it was all over it. That those buildings were built on purpose to be destroyed. Exactly 33 years later, there's so many things that line up that really make you aware that they do believe in this stuff and they exercise it and they flaunt it. But it's always tripped me up what Marty Leeds did though with the Bible, where I mean, the English version.
Marty, is he still alive?
Marty Leeds?
I heard he was sick like a couple of years ago. That he was like really sick. They were taking donations for him. I thought.
I've seen him in the last year or so go live, so he's still alive.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I heard he had like some sort of serious cancer or something.
Do you see Colin Powell died?
No.
Yep, he died.
Party?
Yeah, no party. The news is saying that he died of COVID-19 complications, and he is fully vaccinated. So that's a bummer. Man, those vaccines could have worked.
Yeah,
right?
I'll light a candle for him. How about that?
Yeah. To be fair, I never heard a bad thing about Colin Powell, but that doesn't mean that nothing happened. But his bosses, yeah, plenty to say about them. But that man seemed honorable, just from what I gathered.
But just willful ignorance.
Sure. I mean,
he was privy to some facts, just like some stuff he said. He was privy to some facts.
Absolutely.
Such as, what do you call it? The freaking drills that were going on 9/11. He knew all about that.
Yep. So, I mean, he was complacent in a lot of crimes, but I don't know. Something in me, just looking at him, doesn't think that he's capable of perpetrating this stuff purposefully to deceive the American public or to kill innocent people. I don't know. George Bush, I can look at and literally picture him in a clown suit. So.
Yeah, I don't think any of them would do any of it without being indoctrinated into that system,
Well, yeah.
Everyone's inherently good until they've been changed by indoctrination.
Well, I don't think everybody's indoctrinated.
First law is no harm.
I think people do things voluntarily a lot of the times.
Well, with the promise of money and reward.
Exactly.
Or saving their own life. Someone asked me the other day, are all the astronauts in on it? And what do they gain? What do the astronauts gain? I say, well, they are in on it. They are complacent, and they gain their future freedoms and the lives of them and their families. If you get in and it's a lie, why would you keep doing the lies? So you can stay alive. And I can't prove any of that, but that's a pretty damn good reason, wouldn't you think? Like, hey, Chuck, by the way, this is all fake, and we need you to be quiet about it. If you're not, we're going to kill you and your family. Okay. Sure, boss. No problem.
Yeah, you got to look at.
How about we're going to publicize you and that 14-year-old girl or something?
Right. Blackmail.
And
so
try the true tactic of the intelligence agency.
In the mafia, the Italian mafia, from Italy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, still alive and well.
Yeah, most scientists are paid for the result. They get a job and they're actually paid. And to be paid, you got to be asked the question: Can you prove this for us, or can you, say this system? And so they're happy to go along with that because that's their job, to be paid by that system.
Okay.
It's only the people that pay them that ask them to prove this or try to make a theory out of it or to make it look real.
Look at Neil deGrasse Tyson. That man spews more nonsense about space than any other man on the planet Earth, yet he's never been anywhere off the ground, higher than what a commercial airplane before in his whole life. Yet he just spouts all this nonsense. He's an actor, and I think more people are becoming aware of that because he's so fake and he repeats things over and over. You can tell he learns a script and he sticks to it. I mean, I've got video of him now. I mean, everyone has seen the South by Southwest, whatever it was, the where he admitted that Felix Baumgartner's jump at 128,000 feet was not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. And he made a comparison to a schoolroom globe, saying that 128,000 feet, 24 miles, is equivalent to 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. And then, after the Blue Origin flight, he's on Fox News. I think it was the Chicago local news. And he said the exact same thing, that 63 miles is also equivalent to 2 millimeters above the surface of a classroom globe. And he wants to make it clear that no one has ever seen the curvature from that height. So, you know.
Well, Neil didn't do the math. Okay, he just didn't do the math. But
Well,
especially if like you said, he came up with the same number for two different altitudes.
Exactly. So he's an actor. He's just an actor. He's not a scientist, you know, but and I think people are becoming more aware of that because he's a fraud, and frauds are always exposed.
Because 2 millimeters would be the ISS above a ball that's 6 feet tall. If you rescale it. So he like it isn't 2 millimeters above that ball. Above that ball would be something like, I don't know, 100th of an inch.
Right.
Maybe 1,000th of an inch.
Well, it's just numbers to bedazzle the public. You know, because they don't know. They don't have a clue. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's like 2 millimeters. That's really small. Stupid flat
Nobody
earthers.
checks. The one thing they can check, right? Third grade geometry, they can check it and they don't.
Of
Is this
course.
guy full of shit? Let's just do the math real quick. Nope, don't check it. Just believe his nonsense.
You know, and the Blue Origin flight. It's so funny. It's so funny how they continue to try to convince everyone that we live on this curving ball. You know, they still use the fisheye. If this thing, if they start any sort of real, quote unquote, space tourism, you know, how long do you think they can keep that up before people start to ask questions? Because I mean, they're going to have to tell them flat out. All right, you're gonna go such and just to whatever altitude that they're gonna go to, and you're gonna get to see the Earth from that altitude, and you get to see the blackness of space. But the Earth is not going to curve, people. I'm sorry if you expected to see that, if you paid this money to see that, you're not going to see it. So you know, people are just going to start to question it more. So I don't even see this happening. It can't happen because if it does happen, more people are going to start questioning their nonsense.
Even if it could happen, it's not financially viable in any sense, right? Look at the tourism industry generally. Their profit margin is extremely low. I don't know. They make something like, 7 cents on every dollar invested, right, on capital expenditure. Now let's raise the capital expenditure to something like 10,000 times what it normally is.
Right.
How are you going to make money? Like,
it's
make money.
From what I heard, they want to charge $20,000 a ticket. You know, so
charge $20 million a ticket. Like, they can't make money off of this.
Well, and that with rockets and all that jazz, this fake nonsense. Yeah, I would agree. There is another company, name escapes me, that is planning on doing the same thing with a balloon. Imagine that. So,
imagine that.
Cost of helium to go up. You know, obviously it's not a hot air balloon. So they can do that and potentially still pull a profit, and people would still see that the world does not curve. So again, you know, if it does happen and if it is real, people are going to catch on, and it's the best thing for us.
The highest
Well,
flight
you don't
ever
need helium.
recorded back about 20 years ago was one of the American planes called an X-33, and I think it got to about 76,000. And then just recently I looked that up again, and now they reckon they've got to 80-something thousand feet. And basically the rocket or jet motor starts stalling at that speed. And now the achieved height by not an F-16, a Russian MiG type plane has been recorded as the highest flight by a jet engine, and it was a little bit higher than the previous record. And basically, they got no push after that. They start stalling.
So traditional flight won't work, but a balloon
Which
would.
means rockets do the same thing.
Well, yeah, rockets
Either
push
hitting
off.
a ceiling or the rocket's got no push.
No, my mind wanders. You guys ever watch John Levi or Antiquitech, Tataria, Mudflood, any of that kind of stuff? Whatever you believe.
Not me personally. I just don't have time for that.
British.
Flat Earth consumes all my time. But there are people on the server who are waiting.
Sure. It always reminds me of one thing where they've shown the Zeppelins from the past, and golly gee, wouldn't that make sense if the past traveled around the whole world using balloons? And
Martin was showing a map of 1200.
Say again?
Well, it was apparently the earliest map of Earth, and you got to wonder how they actually could see the ground below, like that, to actually draw a map, and how they could travel that distance.
Oh, it was aliens, bro. The aliens. Like the Nazca lines. No primitive man before Orville Wright could have possibly achieved flight. So, it was aliens.
Yeah, well, I don't go on the universe, so.
Yeah, and I've kind of wondered what if the Egyptians or past civilizations that seem
I think it's just level land
I think they might have left. I think they might have left. I mean, why not? If you achieved flight with balloons, which I think that would be the most natural thing to discover is balloon flight. You discover it by accident eventually in any sort of civilization. So if they could harness that, they left. They left this place that we call Earth, which is the known world, and they went somewhere else.
Yeah, I think just next door, level lanes apart. There could be, if you look at the paper map of Earth, there could be another million of those joined on a level plane, a flat plane.
That is my vision. That is my vision of the way the world is and the way it works. There's this
massive, like, the next country next to America, or you go across to Europe, it's just the same next door, I'd say.
I mean, they convinced everyone when we were children that the Europeans didn't even know about this whole other continent, and that is New World. So the known world at that time was much smaller, but they still thought it was a globe for some reason, with the same dimensions that Eratosthenes discovered thousands of years before. But they didn't figure there was land over that way. It was just all water, right? Bullshit. They discover more lands, and that becomes the New World. And one day, more land will be discovered, and they will discover the New World, and they'll attribute the discovery to an astronaut or some nonsense like that.
Yeah, I think logistics would be stopping them from going anywhere.
Well, you can't go up. You can go over. There's nowhere to go up. The firmament. I've seen the supposed proofs of the firmament, and I understand that logically we should have some sort of containment here since we have gas pressure. I've been listening to the show for a while. So there's nowhere to go, and the Van Allen radiation belt won't let NASA go anywhere. If they wanted to, if they're calling the firmament this radiation belt, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're telling us the truth in plain sight. Maybe it's all a bullshit lie. I don't know, but I think either way we can't go up. We can't leave. If we want to leave, we have to go out, and maybe we can't go out either. I don't know.
Yeah, level lanes are far. That's what I reckon, and logistics would stop you getting there.
Well, a traditional airplane flight. Why would you? How would logistics prevent a plane from traveling very far?
Well, if you're, say, on the Antarctica and you tried to discover what's south of that, and it just kept going for like another 10,000, 15,000 miles, and you'd run out of fuel. Then you'd have to have a base at that 15,000 mile point with all the logistics capable of flying further south, and you'd still come into the same problem if it was going to be 30,000 miles to the next bit of land you find.
But surely, if that's real, and there's land beyond our southern shores,
and northern too,
and northern, right? And they discovered this in the 40s and 50s. Surely by now, we've done exactly that, and we've gone as far as we can, and we've set up bases, and we jump from base to base, going further and further. I mean, if it's real, that's what I would do.
Yeah, well, that's what you'd think it'd be reasonable to do, but it could still be stopped by, the ones that came here. They might want people approaching their land, just like the conquerors here. They don't want anyone to take their land.
Sure, we show up and they say, "No, get the hell out." And we have much more advanced technology than you guys do, so we'll prove
That's
it.
what I'm saying. It could be like when they said space wars, it could be a war with next door.
Right, and those guys are the aliens and the ships that we can't explain. The ones that aren't U.S. military or whatever.
Or maybe even giants.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe in that. I definitely believe that there were giants back in the day. Whether you want to believe that there were...
Then, maybe a year of walking if they didn't have any other form of travel to get to this Earth,
Sure.
From level lanes apart. Maybe they can't do that now.
Maybe we killed them all.
Well, in the the Bible, it was talking about Gog and Magog.
Right.
They were supposed to be giants.
Well, wasn't Nimrod also supposed to be a giant?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, there's no account of Nimrod being a giant.
Mixing stories in my head, but yeah, I've seen a lot of evidence for giants in the past, and obviously it's in the Bible. Obviously, the Smithsonian covers up all kinds of stuff all the time. They've been caught several times. So our history is fake.
Yeah, I think they got a lot of stuff they haven't shown the public.
I mean, if you showed people ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon, and everyone knew that was historical fact, that it's there, you could go see it, and it was real, then no one would buy the nonsense history. So, I mean, they have to cover up stuff like that because it threatens their narrative. I mean, and you got to wonder how long this has been going on, because it takes a lot to cover up our history. You have to have been there at the start of the cover-up, and we have real recorded history going back at least 100 years, so they've been at this for a while.
Yeah, I see the Grand Canyon as an old mining place.
I've seen evidence that suggests it could have been created in mere minutes.
Yeah, well, they mined it, and that's why you got all those cliff faces and
I've seen that too, where
There's
they'll
too
show.
many dig lines, you know.
Yep. I've seen some content on that too.
Yeah. Same as the Blue Mountains in Sydney. A lot of the mountains have got like big boulders, like they've come out of the middle of the mountain, you know, and they're big granite boulders, and they're halfway up the mountain, and you're going, how did they get there? They're just sitting there.
I'm looking at pictures of them. That's pretty cool. Yeah, beautiful place, Australia. I'd love to see it with my own eyes one day. You couldn't pay me to go there right now, but it's amazing looking. So, what part of Australia do you live in?
New South Wales.
Oh God, I'm
Which
sorry.
contains the Sydney, you know.
So sorry. I've heard some horror stories on the internet about how bad it is there.
I used to live all my life in Sydney, but moved up the north coast.
I have a friend that lived with his mom, Gold Coast.
Oh yeah, that's Queensland.
Yeah.
That's north. Yeah.
He said it was pretty bad, and he came back to the U.S. His dad lives here, mom lives there.
All right. Yous have got some brilliant places over there too.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yous have got some brilliant places over in America.
Yeah, definitely a lot of nice places to visit here. I live in Texas.
Especially the
Gold
wilderness.
Star. Let's go.
Yep.
That's where I'm from, Houston.
Right on. I'm live north of Houston myself.
All right.
The Woodlands.
Ah, not too far from you.
Yep. Small world.
Right? Did
You
you get the Lone Star?
probably
Yeah,
the
you
most
did got the Lone
independent
Star.
of states.
You've never been to the United States before? Is that what you said?
No, I've never been, but I'm talking about Texas being the most independent in the constitutional way.
On paper, sure, but you would never tell by our leadership. I mean,
No, it's changed.
Greg Abbott, our governor, he recently did sign an executive order banning the V from companies demanding it and private organizations demanding it. So that's good. But there's only two states. The federal government sent out $21-something million to any state that would promote getting it, and Texas took that money. So he's just as corrupt as the rest of them.
Yeah, I was more talking about your rights. You know, you sort of got a better rights than most states in America.
We did.
You didn't agree with the rest of the country, basically.
We did just get constitutional carry, meaning that you can carry a firearm on you, concealed or not, without a license.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't before that, you had to have a license, and if you didn't qualify for getting a license before, you still don't qualify for being able to carry. But how are they gonna check? So now we can legally walk around the street with a mask on and a gun on our hip. Brilliant.
Yeah, I see it more as you know, when the states first came together. You know, Texas was one that held out against the tyrannical words, you know.
Yeah.
And so they got sort of a special rights for that state that other states didn't enjoy.
There's a historical myth, which, you know, if you search for it, that's what it'll turn up. It's just a myth that that Texas is the only state that can legally secede from the union.
Oh, every state can succeed.
Well, I don't know if they can do that without going to war. I don't know if the federal government would even allow that. Like, I don't know. It's never happened, so I don't know what would happen. I think it would be great. Honestly, I think this company, this corporation masquerading as a nation that we live in now is long gone.
Yeah.
It's been gone, long time.
Yeah, I think that's like that all over the world.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if that's what I want to happen, then that's probably what was planned to happen in the first place, because nothing happens on accident. Once I want that, more people want it, then the nations will be dissolved, and then there are no more nations. We just live on the fake planet Earth under one global government, one global currency, one global set of laws. That's what they want. They want it. They want to take over the world by controlling the whole world. So.
Yeah, I thought there was a talk of Hawaii doing that.
Why take over the world? I don't know. Lucifer told you to do it, I guess.
No, in Hawaii.
I find it hard to believe that there are men that live that are so evil that they would literally want to exterminate human life on a daily basis.
Yeah.
But on a mass scale, though, also.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone can declare war against someone else, really.
I mean, if you have something to gain, I can understand somewhat of the human psychology behind that. I want that land and give it to me because my people are starving, so I'm going to take your land. Okay, it's not right, but I can understand the justification. But I mean, literally wanting to murder 80% of the world population, I don't get that. Who would want to do that?
Very strange.
This world's a game show.
Yeah, I wrote a law against war, and if you made all those that made the decision to go to war, like the president and senate and generals that agreed, they should be the first on the front line.
Yeah.
See how they can experience death.
Yeah, well,
I don't think too many would make the decision to go to war if they were the ones that had to be on the front line.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to happen. What's the old saying? Rich men send young men to die. Whatever.
Yeah, if you looked in the Roman period, that's what they used to do.
War is rich old men protecting their property by sending middle class and lower class young men off to die. It always has been.
Yeah.
It's from George Carlin. Which, if you want to say there's a them, there's a they, he was one of them. He was one of them, but he was kind of like a controlled opposition disclosure agent. He kind of just let everyone know, hey, you're all being screwed. I'm not getting screwed, but you all are, and you should probably know about it and cheer for me because I'm exposing a little bit of truth. Same reason people like Alex Jones.
Yeah.
He was funny as hell, though. My dad hated him. Hated him. Couldn't stand the profanity.
All right. Yeah, it's 1:32 a.m. here.
Yikes. It's 9:30 in the morning.
That's nice.
Tuesday morning work day. I work from home, so kind of sit here
Yeah,
and stare at computer screens.
I like watching the New York video cam live.
Like a live webcam.
Yeah, what, I forgot what it's called.
Times Square.
Times Square, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like watching that. You know, occasionally every day or second day.
Cool. Checking it out. Let's see Times Square street cam right now.
All right. Usually about 300 people in there talking.
Yeah, I was really hoping a couple of these Globers would show up, try to claim that prize. I want to hear some arguments. I want to hear some nonsense. I love how everyone that I've ever heard on here, they always show up thinking that they figured it out. That they're so clever that they've got some supposed proof that no one's ever heard of before, and they're going to destroy flat Earth in mere minutes. I mean, the arrogance. Get it, man.
Yeah, I just use one word, that's level. That's
Yeah.
all they need to understand, really.
How could you have measured anything straight or level if the Earth is constantly curving? Level doesn't even exist. I think I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee.
Yeah, good on you, champ.
What's the 2 million thing? Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I'll be back.
Take it easy.
on the show, man. Stay tuned, man. It's going to be a good one.
Oh,
I mean, I called it out. It's just embarrassing not knowing the name of it.
Nah, don't worry about it. There's about 500 of them, man, so don't get yourself down too much.
Listen, once I figured that, I was like, I'm going to learn all the fallacies. And then I looked them up, and I was like, I'm just going to stick to red herrings.
It pretty much covers all of it, doesn't it?
You funny, man.
They use that argument from silence a lot, though.
No, that's just been a recent one. They don't usually use that. That's a Jim Panda special. We got Kosho here, that dumb faggot. He'll probably parrot it. Just give him a chance.
Oh, Kosho's here?
Yeah, I've seen his name. I just scrolled up. Kosho's here. After the 28 ass whoopings he got in here the first 28 days he was in there, he thinks he could come back and like rule the roost and shit. What do you think we forgot? Why don't you regale us with your spinning in different directions star rotation? That's Mickey's favorite.
1v1 about the radius.
Fuck off.
Ooh, who are you? Hold up. Where's Miggy? I heard a formal challenge.
1v1 radius.
For what? He's a rank and file puke, man.
He wasn't formally challenging. He was just saying because he wouldn't do a 1v1.
No, I was saying both in one. I mean, I'm asking again if you'd like to. If he doesn't like to, then
You're
I
a
would
fucking
remind you
retard.
did last time as well.
You're a fucking retard because you're a retard. And I already doused your ass 28 times here. That's not counting the 2 years before that. You're just a fucking clown. Everyone knows it. You think you're cloaked?
Your slip is showing, Coach.
So Coach, you guys,
your ass. I like that.
You're still using the star. One second. You're still using the star rotation argument. I thought you guys were beyond that already. No.
What do you mean still using it? I mean, if it is,
are you guys defending? Are you guys defending the star rotation argument?
There's no way.
When I say you guys, I mean you and everybody in Jim Panda server.
When you say defending, are you saying using that as like evidence for some reason?
Yeah,
If someone brings up,
that the Earth.
I generally don't bring stuff like that up, but if somebody brings that up, like you are now, I will tell you, yeah, the star rotation is a good evidence for the rotation of the Earth.
Okay.
After I pummeled his dumbass over and over for like 3 days.
All right, I'll have a
He
1v1
back
with you
like a
about the
blind
rotation of
melon
the Earth.
chitlin.
1v1. I heard 1v1, man.
1v1.
So there you go.
Were you gonna say something, Elijah? I was gonna say something, but if you're gonna,
but then I heard the 1v1 thing, and whenever
Right.
I hear 1v1, I get to shutting up.
all right. So Quantum, do you want to do a 1v1 with Kosho?
On what? His favorite color?
I've offered you the radius, and then I offered you just now
the radius.
Rotation of the Earth.
The radius and rotation of the Earth.
Or either or none if you'd like.
I'd like to do your science acumen.
No, we've done that before.
Yeah, we have.
And how did you do? How did you do? Tell us.
Well, hang on, Sonny. 1 second. I just need to know from Quantum if he's going to accept or
Oh,
decline.
hell yeah. This will be fun. It's boring.
All right. Hang on. So everybody else is going to have to go on to mute. I'm going to referee the debate. So nobody else chime in. If you do, I'm going to mute you straight away. Kosher, you know the rules of the debate, right? Objections? Yes or no? So I can tell you.
Yeah. The objections. What are the what objections can I call?
Well, basically, if Quantum starts doing logical fallacies against you, you say the word objection. Then I intervene and ask you, what is your objection? Don't just straight away say, the objection. I have to ask you, and then you tell, the audience what the objection is about. Then whether it's valid or not, I'll go ahead and let it go, or I will tell you that it's not valid and take one of your objections away. So hopefully it will be a valid objection, and not just, you have to get, when you do the objection, you have to give the person 60 seconds time to say what their objection is. You can't just jump in right after they say objection and then you say objection. Do you understand?
Sure.
All right.
Is there a reason we're using fallacies?
It doesn't have to be fallacies. It could be in any error.
Just any error. As long as it's valid. I mean, just don't just interrupt for the sake of interruption.
You have to
We'll see how that goes. I mean,
you have to justify your objections. What he's trying to say. Whether you object to, if you'd shut the fuck up, you might learn something. If you can object to anything, if there's a logical fallacy that you hear, if there's an error, if I incorrectly demonstrate your position, anything like that, as long as you can justify it, you're good. Maggie will say you're good. But if you fuck up, then you lose your objections.
Right.
Really, if you don't like what somebody else is saying, you can just object to them.
No, that's not a good reason. You have to state a valid reason. Also, so long as you understand, then we can continue. Do you understand?
And what happens after the objection? What's the consequence of that?
What do you mean after? Like, oh, I allow you time to give you the state your objection. Like I said, if it's valid, then I'll let you continue. If it's invalid, I'll pull that objection. I'll say no, it's not a valid objection. And you don't. Here's one thing I don't want happening. Give me commentary as to why I'm taking it away. Just know that I took it away because it's invalid. If you want to talk about anything of the debate, we can do it after the debate, not during.
So it goes. And you wanted to do rotation, or you wanted to do the radius?
If Miggy upholds your objection, he'll make you an apple pie.
Actually.
Okay.
Did you prefer the radius from the other night?
I don't give a fuck what you bring up.
All right, Coach, since you're bringing up the topic, you go ahead and lead off.
I'm not clear which topic.
You're not clear which topic you want to bring up? That's not surprising.
You're leading, Coach. So you pick the topic.
Well, we can go with the radius.
Whoa. We'll
That's
go
fine.
with what?
Go.
What?
Go.
With what?
I guess the radius. The radius is fine with me.
Radius of the Earth?
Yeah, let's go with that. The radius of the Earth. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Rather than the radius or something else.
Radius of the Earth. Okay, what's up with the radius of the Earth?
All right, well, often you bring up, lately seems to be the fad to bring up Al-Biruni for some reason.
For some reason? Yeah, that's where you get your radius.
Yeah. Right. He did a nice method, but honestly, since I've been in these conversations, I've usually brought up Eratosthenes because of how much older his method was and how it's been used for.
All right, objection, Your Honor.
Hey, hang on. What's your objection, Quantum?
Argument to age fallacy.
Continue, please.
Yes, he brought up because it was older, whatever the fuck that means. That's a fallacy. Nothing's true because of its age. Argument to age fallacy.
I'll write that down. Thank you.
Just tune in Saturday.
Sure. So it's been used. It's been used for a long time, and the
that
fact
doesn't make
is
it
that
true.
the
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep. Quantum, what's your objection?
He's continuing on the argument to age fallacy. It's been used for a long time. It doesn't make it fucking true. That's an error in reasoning.
That's valid.
Thank you. I'll take note of that as well.
Fallacy, in other words. So that's
Eratosthenes' method.
Somebody keep a list. 2 fallacies so far within the first minute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure, you're good. Right, so
I know I'm good.
It was very close to the value we have today. I've done this method with
objection, Your Honor.
Quantum, what is your objection?
Very close to the value today. By chance, where did you get that value from today?
The value that we use today. Right. There's several ways. Sure, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, go ahead and tell us where you got that value today.
Right. So you can trust that anyone who uses the recognized value, whether you get it from somewhere like Google Maps or something like that,
Google
you can.
Maps.
Yes.
Where did Google Maps get the value?
I mean, they collect their own data, but they may have.
What data?
From planes, they fly around, they travel, they have maps of the entire world.
Okay, tell us. Objection, Your Honor.
Yep. What is your objection?
He's just making shit up. How the fuck did planes give you the radius?
Right, Kosho, do you have any detailed information as to how they ascertained that information? Google?
No, I don't. No. How Google got their distances around the world? No.
Okay,
I can look it up for you, Kiwi, but you could look it up while I'm talking.
Right. So I got you. So the only thing you know right now is that they have this information. You don't know how they obtained it. Is that correct?
How Google obtained it? No, I mean, I'm not only using. I'm using Google as an example. There's plenty.
I understand, but
people.
I understand, Coach. No, I'm just clarifying. I'm just clarifying because
an example of what?
Yeah, you brought it up, so that's why I'm clarifying.
An example of no evidence that you have.
No example of the circumference in some kind of way, the size.
Well,
so I'm using Eratosthenes. I'm going up with him. You're asking about modern day numbers.
Eratosthenes. Holy fuck!
Yeah, that's what I started out talking about. That's right.
Okay, Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes did what? Did he perform an experiment?
I'd say it's more of a measurement than an experiment.
So what did he measure?
The angles from the sun from 2 different locations. The
angles from the sun from 2 different locations. So did he have a number of assumptions with his angles?
I wouldn't call them assumptions, but
how about the distance from the Earth to the sun? Did he assume that?
No,
he did not.
No, he basically, since they already understood that the angles were different, the same reason Aristarchus had done it. As long as the angles were parallel from one another between us and some other distance, or us and the moon, for instance.
Yeah,
then you can conclude that the
please
moon
go through the method that Eratosthenes performed, please, and then validate it.
Oh, well, I can give you a simple.
No.
His exact
Objection,
method.
Your Honor.
What is your objection, Quantum?
He's making shit up. He can give me the simple version. No, we want the version.
Kosho?
Right. Like I said, I can give you a simple version.
No, objection, Your Honor.
No. Yep. What is your objection?
It's the same one as the 5 seconds ago. He's giving me the simple version. No, I don't want the simple version. I want the fucking version.
Aristarchus did it. I wasn't around back then.
I'm not Aristarchus. Right. Fucking Eratosthenes.
You rewind it. You asked me how Aristarchus had done it.
I did not.
All right. So are we talking about Eratosthenes or Aristarchus, Kosho?
Well, originally I was talking about Eratosthenes. On this question specifically, I'm talking about the parallel light and why that's not an assumption.
Parallel light rays. Really? Did Eratosthenes or Aristarchus take into a refraction?
Did they take a refraction? They didn't know about refraction back then.
Okay, so they didn't take it into
refraction.
Account.
It's not going to come into play in this observation.
Oh, yes, it is. Does fucking the atmosphere bend light, baller?
It can.
Does the atmosphere bend a fucking light?
It can, yeah.
Well, there you go. Your whole argument's kaput.
Okay, well, it bends light at the most extreme when it's on the horizon.
Yeah, we don't really care.
I know you don't, but it bends light the least. Almost zero at noon, the time this experiment measurement was done.
Really?
And we're using noon, where there's no refraction.
So
we're
what
fine.
type of refraction are you using?
Zero kind. There's no refraction because it's
the
noon.
Zero kind. Okay, so he took the zero kind. What the fuck kind is that?
There's no refraction.
There's no refraction in sunlight.
No refraction at noon, or it's at least the very minimum, the very least.
At noon, where?
From the sun's location. So the sun's going to be...
From the sun's location, where?
From that direction.
Okay, did he use 2 different locations?
He used 2 locations at noon at both locations.
At noon at both. How did he? How in the fuck? 200 BC was he at both locations?
At both locations.
What?
Let's say I have a slave like he did. You ask your slave, hey, tomorrow at noon, make this measurement.
You're a fucking slave? Are you making this shit up?
Send his slave.
I what?
No, Aristophanes said send his slave.
Hang on, Coach. What is your objection?
Objection, Your Honor. He's making shit up. His slave, he sent his slave somewhere? What the fuck?
All right, Kosho, did you get any information as to what was really going on with this, or are you filling in, with your own idea of how things could have went?
That's a great question. I understand QE brought that up, so it's a good thing to ask me.
Okay.
Believe it or not, no, I'm not making this up. So,
well, go ahead.
We'll go ahead and prove, I guess, somehow that Aristophanes had a slave, and I'll tell you his name. Okay.
Yeah.
But if I could continue.
No, we don't want you to continue. Yeah. No.
We want to know how the slave was actually involved in this test. I guess since you brought it up, and that's why we're kind of going with this. So, and if you do have the information to that, that's fine. If not, we can probably go on to your other point. How about that?
Let's go ahead and show you guys that he sent his slave. That's the important part.
Or it's just you got information that he sent his slave, right? I want primary documentation.
Let's see what we can find. Aristophanes' slave.
Yeah, we'll give you a minute. Go ahead.
I need primary documentation, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's primary documentation requested.
Yep.
Do you want his birth certificate or what exactly?
No, I want right from his hand to paper or papyrus.
Oh, right to Aristophanes' hand that he wrote about his slave.
Yeah, Eratosthenes to papyrus.
I'm not sure that he did. I don't think I have access to that either.
Well, tough shit. Okay. You better move on to your next point because this one's circling the drain at light speed.
Right. Most blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
Put in the right text channel, Coach. Don't forget.
This is 2015, man. 2015 called. They want your argument back, dude. Okay, what you got?
We'll just go from there. So yeah, so he would have sent.
This calls it an experiment.
Yeah, 1 second, real quick, Kosho. QE, can you look that over? Because I'm going to give you a second to look it over and make sure.
Yeah, he sent a source. It says the Eratosthenes experiment. The Eratosthenes never performed an experiment. I can stop it right now without fucking looking anywhere else. Was this a scientific experiment?
I wouldn't call it an experiment, no.
Well, that's what your source called it, so you're fucking contradicting your source.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with him in
then
terms that they're using for
objection, Your Honor.
Experiment or not.
Right. What's your objection, Quantum?
Objection, Your Honor. He provided source reference that calls it an experiment. I said is an experiment. He said no, so he's contradicting his source.
I'd be careful, QE, because if that's a fallacy, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, it's contradicting, though, isn't it, Kosho?
Not at all. No.
No,
they're calling it an experiment. I personally wouldn't, for the pure reason that
I don't give a
QE.
shit. I don't get objection, Your Honor.
Okay,
hang on, Coach. What's your objection, Quantum?
Objection, Your Honor. Like I just said, his source. I just tried to pull up his whole fucking reference. He doesn't know the difference between citation and reference. Number one. Number two, he elephant hurls fallacies me with the whole fucking reference, stating at the top, the headline, that it was an experiment. I asked him, is this an experiment? He wouldn't classify it as an experiment. He's in direct contradiction with the reference that he provided.
It's not an elephant hurl.
That's it.
I cited.
You didn't cite anything. You gave me a reference.
I did. You just didn't read it. You just didn't read it.
This is a
I gave you the reference and the citation, but it's fine.
Oh,
you don't have to quibble about that.
Okay.
This is bullshit.
Sure. Right. So,
all right. No. So you don't continue. You're in contradiction. Paradox.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and stop this particular point. Is that all you have for this one?
Unless he can show that it's an experiment.
Okay. So that's where we're at right now, Kosho. Unless you can provide evidence that this is an experiment, we're going to go ahead and pause this argument.
No, I think QE wins. He proved me wrong. I think we're good here.
It's not win or loss. It's just if this is your source, it says an experiment. I have no problem with it as long as you can give me the natural phenomena observed, the hypothesis, identify the key components of the hypothesis, the experiment, what's in the experiment, and the validation. I have no problem with it.
I would personally call it an experiment. But
Here we go again. Circle jerking around. What's your next point?
Was there another topic you wanted to bring up?
So I just want to get this straight. We're talking about the radius of the Earth, and the reason why it's proved wrong is because this article that describes Eratosthenes as sending his slave.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah. What's your objection?
He's circle jerking back to the. Shut up. There's an objection. He's circle jerking us back to his paradox.
Right. So we're not
next point.
Yeah, we're not going to go back to that point, Kosho.
He asked me. That's why I thought I would answer.
I understand. No, let's go to the next point.
I'm asking though. So we're done with the radius, or I can continue to talk about the radius?
He brought it up.
Yeah.
He brought the first subject up. It's my next point. So it's my contention that you wouldn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was if it landed on your face, spun around, and whistled Dixie. So I would like to stop right there.
Okay, hang on. There's an objection. Kosho, what's your objection?
What does this have to do with the radius?
Okay, so
we're done with the radius.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe Kosho didn't get it clear. Kosho, I'm gonna go ahead and allow it this time because you probably misunderstood. But we're not talking about that any longer.
Oh, so then the 1v1's over then.
Well, yeah. If you want to end it, we could end it. That's for sure.
He's ending it. Be clear. He's ending it. We're talking about the radius. No, the 1v1. He's ending that.
Between you and him, he wanted to move to another point. But if you want to,
well then he probably asked me that then.
Right. So that's why I was making clear. If you wanted to move to another point, if not, you wanted to end it, you could do that too.
No, not if they're gonna be like this. No, because we had a conversation about the radius that he ended because of Eratosthenes' slave and the record of that. So no, I'm not going to continue with him about a conversation about something else.
Well, thank you for the debate, guys. Before that, I'm going to ask you if you want to do a final thought, Quantum and Kosho. It's up to you guys. Final thought, yes or no, guys? No,
I can do one. I mean, if he's going to laugh during his.
All right. So, Kosho, go ahead and do a final thought on the debate, and then I'll let Quantum.
They said I asked him to do a 1v1 about the radius. We didn't talk about the radius. I don't think at all, which is kind of it's a bad way for a conversation about the radius to go. But we did end up having a disagreement about the slave that Eratosthenes had sent. And for some reason, the fact that he sent a slave, and because the magazine article that wrote about this calls it an experiment, QE can't continue. So there's not much else to say other than we didn't talk about the radius at all.
Okay. Quantum, did you want to put a final thought? Okay.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Chicken Wing.
Weight only has to do. The only reason we
Hold on a second, Methuselah. We got the principal in here that he was talking about weighing the atmosphere. You know, you got big problems with that, right? On multiple fronts.
Oh boy, seems like a difficult task.
It would be a difficult task. Number one, you're treating the atmosphere as a single entity when it's not. An inhomogeneous Hey guys, how's it going out there? Welcome to the show. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Got a great one lined up for you tonight, folks. We got flat versus flat debate. Want to welcome Wits It Gets It. How's it going out there, sir?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. Fine. And Brian's Logic.
Hey QE, hey Austin, hey everybody. Thanks for coming along.
Outstanding. We're all good to go on here. Looks like the stream's going well. Got a fine audience out there. All right. We wait for a couple minutes. Everyone get comfortable. Get their drinks. Anything new out there, gentlemen, or are you ready to go for it?
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay.
Is this live? Yes, it's live. What's up, Unicorn Laser Eyes? All right, all right. Let's get it on. Welcome to the debate between Wits It Gets It and Brian's Logic. As you already know, we've, that is, flat earthers, have pummeled and mule-kicked gravity into the incoherent oblivion. These fine gentlemen are going to offer their case for explaining the cause of that effect, something that has never been demonstrated before. The most important thing, the goal of the debate, is to get to the truth of the matter. Via rigorous scrutiny of the underlying tenets of the arguments presented. It's not about the messengers here. It's not about Brian. It's not about Wits It Gets It. It's the message and the veracity thereof. It's solely and squarely in focus. Now, I will moderate the debate only. That is, I will not get involved in supporting or defending either position. Only admin. Each debater will have a 1-minute-ish introduction, bio, favorite color, etc., position they're defending. After the intros, the challenger, Brian, will begin claim, then support. We'll alternate claim and support thereafter. No gish galloping. That is a barrage of multiple claims in rapid succession. Ain't gonna happen. One claim at a time, clear and concise, as possible. Don't ramble incoherently. Followed by support for that claim, i.e., scientific, logical, demonstration, etc. Screen sharing will be activated and engaged upon request. When finished supporting that single claim, just say done or finished. I will then request rebuttal. For example, Wits It says done, I'll say Brian, rebuttal, sir. Rebuttals follow the same rules as the claims. Clear, concise, and supported. 3 rebuts max to a single claim. For example, Brian makes a claim, Wits It rebuttal. Brian rebuttal, Wits It rebuttal. Then Brian has the final word. Then Wits It, next claim. As mentioned previously, claims will alternate between Brian and Wits It. No over-talking, or I'll mute the hangout and instruct the bailiff to whack some peepees. All right? No over-talking. That ain't going to happen. Objections are in force. If either member feels that their position or argument is mischaracterized, logical fallacy employed, etc., at any point, you just state objection. The debate will stop. That means shut up in this. I will then restate objection. The objector will then support his objection clearly and concisely. I will then rule on that matter. If the objection is upheld, the guilty party will either drop or reformulate the point. At the end of the debate, close out. Both Whitson and Brian will have 2 minutes each to restate their positions and summarize. There'll be no backbiting or color commentaries about the debate. After closeout, a Q&A session will ensue between the audience and debate members. You can super chat your questions at any point during the debate, starting now. I'll go through each question in order they were received, when ready. Any questions, comments I deem illegitimate will not be aired, i.e. ad homs, insults, heckling, backhanded or forward-handed slights, foul language, and such. Any questions?
Negative.
No.
Brian, any questions?
Nope.
Let's get to the introductions. Brian, you're first. 1 minute-ish. Go for it.
Okay, thanks, Huey. My name is Brian. My YouTube is Brian's Logic YouTube page. I'm a flat earther for 5 years. I am supporting tonight the law of relative density equilibrium. I believe that it is a natural thing that happens all the time, and it is the reason for the vectors that matter takes, whether down or up. And I know that Austin has a different view on it, and that's why I asked Austin for the debate tonight, and he agreed, which I'm very happy about. And that's about it. Thank you.
Whitsit, sir.
Yeah, my name's Austin Whitsit. My channel's Whitsit Gets It. My favorite color is royal purple. And yeah, of course, I don't dispute the role that density has in the effect, the observable phenomenon of downward acceleration. But to be more specific, I say that what's falsely attributed to gravity is incoherent dielectric acceleration. So yeah, let's just get into it.
That was quick. Outstanding, gentlemen. All right. Since Brian challenged Austin, then Brian is first up. Like I said, we will alternate claims and support. Off you go, gentlemen.
Okay. Thanks, QE. Okay, I'm going to start with a small bit of reading, and then I'm going to show a video, a part of a YouTube video that you'll all be aware of. And after that, I would like to ask just 2 questions to Austin, and then Austin is free to challenge back or to move on to his own topic if he likes. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll start. I'm just going to screen share. I should be coming through there now. Am I, QE?
You're getting there. Go ahead.
Okay.
1 second. 1 second, please.
Okay. What is the difference between a colloquial theory and a scientific theory? This is of the utmost importance now in the world more than ever before. A colloquial theory is a generalized theory on anything from why did your fridge stop working to what creates a rainbow. I know that we kind of already have an explanation for a rainbow, but I just threw that in there because at one time it was a colloquial theory. It is something that has not been put through any scientific method of inquiry. It is open to interpretation and change. Whereas a scientific theory has a very definite definition, it is a theory based on a naturally observed phenomenon that has had its positive hypothesis proven correct and its null hypothesis proven incorrect when put through a hypothesis test. What is a hypothesis test? Hypothesis test is a scientific experiment that adheres to scientific method strictly, so as to make sure that all outcomes are honest, repeatable, and true. So what are the steps of this method? Step 1, observe a natural phenomenon. This is the observing of something in the natural world that is not understood yet. Step 2, state your positive hypothesis, what you believe to be the natural cause to the naturally observed effect you witnessed. Step 3, state your independent variable, that which you will manipulate during the experiment, your presumed cause. Step 4, state your dependent variable, that which you expect to see by manipulating your IV, your independent variable, the expected effect. Step 5, state your control variables, that which you intend on keeping constant and unchanging during the experiment. Step 6, state your null hypothesis, that which is the polar opposite of your positive hypothesis. Step 7, perform your hypothesis test to determine whether your positive or null hypothesis is correct. Step 8, state your final results so they can be reviewed, repeated, and demonstrated by others to confirm your results as true, honest, and dependable. Okay, and now I'm going to share the video. This is going to be this null hypothesis, that which is the polar opposite of your. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Okay. This I couldn't mute that QE. Sorry, because I was waiting for it to start.
That's okay. You're good.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Anthony Riley's egg experiment. So his phenomena, his natural phenomena, was things appear to float, sink, or be suspended. The hypothesis is if he changed the medium's density, the egg will move. Okay, his null hypothesis is if he changed the medium's density, the egg will not move. Okay, just move on there to his. Now. So his independent variable is the density of the medium, and his dependent variable is the egg will move. Okay, so I'm going to cut out as much as possible. I'm just going to go straight to the most important part of this video, which is right here. So just to give a bit of background, anyone can watch this. Over on the left here, he has already made the egg move in the saline water by bringing it from the bottom. Once he stored the water, he brought the egg from the bottom, because it was salt at the bottom of the glass. He brought the egg from the bottom up to float where it is, where his finger is pointing. Now he's going to add salt, right, which is adding more density to the water, and the egg is going to rise again, which is his positive hypothesis. Okay, here we go. So as he adds the salt, he's adding density to the medium, and the egg rises. Okay, as you can all see. Now it has risen from its position beforehand. Okay, so that's all I needed to show. Now, all I want to ask, I just want to unshare my screen so that it's all before it's all. Now, I'm just going to ask my two questions to Austin. So my first question is do you agree that Anthony Riley performed a science experiment that adhered to the scientific method?
Well, I mean, if he's claiming the causal agent of directionality, then I would have to say no, because density is not being disputed. So.
Okay, but I asked you whether you agreed he did a science experiment or not.
Well, no, he did not manipulate a causal agent.
Okay, I'll ask my second question. Okay, do you agree that he proved his positive hypothesis?
Yes. So you can call it a science experiment if you would like.
Well, he did stick to the scientific method, did he not?
Correct.
And he made his positive hypothesis happen.
Oh, yeah, but he whistled past the actual additional factor that I'm staking. So it's non sequitur.
Okay, so I leave you give a rebuttal then. I go on mute.
Okay. So, yeah, of course, when he increased the density of the water, it affects directionality. Once again, this is not being disputed. I mean, you can do this with something as simple as a beach ball. You throw it in the air, it falls down. You put it in water, it rises. So the effect of the density of the medium and its effect on directionality is not what's in dispute. It is the fact that everything's inherently electrostatic, thus the acceleration is dielectric intrinsically. So, again, no, I don't think this is a causal agent being demonstrated. Is this simply manipulation of a control variable?
Yes. So how have you verified what you've just said?
How have I verified which part?
That he didn't manipulate a causal agent.
Okay, because the intrinsic in his claim is that the acceleration, which there's an axiomatic law of physics, which could be disputed, but that acceleration requires force. But more so, you then would be saying that density is a force, right? And I don't buy that. All you're doing is manipulating the control variable of the medium itself, which is going to affect directionality. But again, it whistles past the incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Okay, well, I don't claim relative density as a force. I see density as a structural support issue. When he added the salt, he gave more structural support to the egg. The salt, because of its density, was mostly low, between halfway up the glass to the bottom. So he added structural support to the medium, and that gave more structural support to the egg's density. Now, I asked you how you verified how did you verify the cause you're speaking of?
Okay, yeah, that's a totally different question. But so there's nothing to do with the video you showed. But yeah, I can indeed validate what I've showed. It's called a Van de Graaff generator. So you know what that is?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Okay, well, can I screen share real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me know. Go ahead and share screen, and then I'll give you the go when it's up.
All right, cool.
You're good. What's it?
All right. A Van de Graaff generator is an electrostatic generator which using a moving belt to accumulate electrical charge on a hollow metal globe on the top of an insulated column, creating very high electrical potentials. Whenever we use this, we can actually manipulate directionality. So this is what it is right here. So there you go.
I'm not seeing that myself. I'm not seeing it yet. Just give me a moment and I see it on the watch page. I don't know why I can't see anything on the Skype page. Okay, so you're saying that this Van de Graaff generator, where this can decide what vector something takes.
This is correct. I can actually show a video now that I know you see it. Just
I'm watching it on the watch page, so you can show the video on the watch page, or show the video. Or watch. Sorry, show the video and I watch it on the watch page.
Okay, so he introduces electrostatic charge. And you see that the paper goes up to the top. This affects directionality. This can be replicated. I don't know if this is showing it very well. But
I'm a little bit behind because it's shown on the watch page, but I'll see it.
Okay, so what this demonstrates indisputably is that the manipulation of the electrostatic charge will affect directionality.
Well, he has to induce this, does he not?
Well, yes, because you're manipulating the causal agent to verify that it causes the effect of directionality.
But what is he manipulating? Is he not adding electricity?
Yes, he's manipulating the electrostatic charge.
Yeah, but what electrostatic charge? I mean, has he added this charge?
Yes, by increasing motion, very minimal amount of electrical charge or electrostatic charge is introduced. This is a manipulation of electrostatics, which is the claimed causal agent of the downward bias.
So you're saying that that when he adds
What up, guys? I don't know who this dude is, so not looking too good for the debate. And then Discord is like tripping right now. I don't know what's going on with Discord. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't been able to get a hold of him. I'm still trying to, but Discord is like completely not usable. So what's up, everybody? Lo siento. What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? If anybody knows a baller that would like to take his place on short notice, you just let us know. Wish it wasn't one of my days. Better. Yeah, I thought we were going to get the debate, but I don't know where he's at. So, what up, everybody? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Baller MIA. There might be some reason. I don't know. He didn't really strike me as someone that would just. Like, I agreed to the debate because Coach just seems decently cool. Yeah, sorry, everybody. You got some ballers on your Facebook. Get them to come over here. I can send them a link. And they can jump on right now. So I guess we could just talk about some stuff. I don't know. But if you watch Globebusters, Bob announced that me and him are going to start doing a show weekly on Wednesdays, a little more technical, and it's going to be awesome. So you should tune in and don't be late. Wednesday nights. Forgot the time. You know what this means now? We have to call him No Show. It's out of our hands. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Co-show, no show. Yeah, I don't know, and I'll have to give him the benefit here. I mean, Discord is tripping. That's how we met each other. Was on Flat Earth Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. But it's going haywire right now. You can't do anything. Pick Austin's brain bonanza. Yeah, exactly. Pick my brain. Yeah, so we're also looking forward to it. Me too. Me too, Bob. Indeed. I'm waiting to hear back. Clearly, this dry skin's driving me crazy right here. What up, bro? Well, Bob's bringing me in, but sure. Yeah, and I don't think our show is going to be like specific to Ether only, but yeah, I'm sure that we will discuss it a lot. The Wednesday thing will be awesome, man. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, anybody's got anything they want to talk about or a video they want me to watch or something like that, just let me know. I mean, obviously I didn't have any plan for a show right now. But yeah. According to someone I know who knows some people in Washington, D.C., supposedly there's going to be a quarantine announced Thursday. A nationwide quarantine Thursday. I don't know if that's true, but food for thought. So you do know Ether will definitely be discussed. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you can't discuss very many things without acknowledging the Ether, in my opinion. You certainly can't adequately understand them. You feels me. What do I think about the tilt of the Earth from summer to winter, and the rise of the sun? What tilt of the Earth, man? The Earth isn't tilted, bro. Winter, summer, circuit over top of us. We don't know the intricacies of the sun or the moon. We don't even know what they are. We don't know the distance, if there's a perceivable distance. The medium differentiation, is it in the same medium that we are in? Is it in the middle ground of this potential firmament? Is it up above it? Are we perceiving the light illuminating via this spectrum of mediums? You know, we don't know. We don't know enough information to adequately understand that. And nothing is tilted, my man. Sent you an email. Did you get a chance? I didn't, dude. But I'll try to remember to check it out. I'm going to check it out right now. There's no tilt. Yeah, that's definitely true. Heard about a nationwide curfew, not a nationwide quarantine. That might be it. Yeah. Quarantine in the sense only one person's allowed to leave that. This is what I heard. Only one person's allowed to leave the house at a time. And yeah, you have a curfew. Only one person per household can leave the house only for a certain reason. Yeah, I don't know. Supposedly it's going to be announced Thursday. We'll see. I'm sure a lot of people heard the video circulated that says that her aunt, this girl, made an audio recording that her aunt works at the Pentagon. And they were going to announce like a 4-week issue, quarantine type deal. I don't know. It's stupid that there's going to be any announcement, that's for sure. What kind of, you know, this is America. We don't have curfews. What a clown world. You know, if I need to go somewhere, I'm just going to go somewhere, obviously. So stupid. It's the cold, dude. It is the cold. In case anyone was wondering, they haven't even claimed to have been able to isolate this COVID-19 until a few days ago in Australia, like 3 days ago. So how were they projecting all these mortality rates and infectious rates and how many people had it when they couldn't even adequately isolate it? Flu-like symptoms, a dry cough. So if you had pneumonia or a cold or the flu,
I'm going to play something.
Tell me, define a scientific hypothesis. I don't want an example. Define it.
Okay, so in other words, a
define it.
It's a means of me getting a cause and effect. Okay.
Yep, it's cause and effect relationship. It's got two parts, right?
Yes, of course.
What part?
So we've got our variables that we have to, and our control variables.
Not in a hypothesis, you don't.
And our hypothesis.
Yeah. No, okay? You don't have control. You don't have control. Shut up. You don't have control variables.
You just come.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
Hey, listen.
One of you speak. I want a citation with a hypothesis with control variables in it now.
We'll do this on another day when you're more respectful.
Right now.
Okay, I'll be real respectable. Why is it that you think that a control variable exists in a hypothesis?
Okay, because you've got to be able to account for things that might be the cause that you don't that you're not sure about. So
that's not
something in a hypothesis. Listen to the question. Cite a source that has constants or controls in a hypothesis right now.
No, it's not that the controls don't end up in the hypothesis. The hypothesis is simply a guess.
Oh my God!
You just said control variables.
No,
they go around it.
He asked you about the two things in the hypothesis, and you said control variables was one of them.
Yes. You just said.
So we've got our variables that we have to, and our control variables.
Not in a hypothesis, you don't.
And our hypothesis.
You not only have a science acumen hovering right around a root vegetable, you're a double-speaking liar, sir.
So a hypothesis, yes.
Yeah, what does it have in it? It's an educated guess. What's in it?
Okay, so you've got to have a look at observations. So you include you've got an observation.
You're looking at observations.
You've got an expected cause.
So you're looking at observations. Isn't that quite redundant?
So you've got an observation. You then describe your cause and your effect. What your guess is. What's the cause?
That's right. That's what you see. Well, you're right. You have the dependent. I was trying to get you to say dependent and independent variables. That's correct.
Yeah. So Gold, you're right. It was a very respectable conversation that this happened. So yeah.
What happened? I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. Can you have natural science without experiment?
What do you mean natural science?
Natural science, physics, that is quantum mechanics, biochemistry, chemistry, biology.
Yeah, so what?
Part
yeah.
two.
Yeah. And what about it?
Yeah. Can you have natural science without experiment?
Well, they exist whether I experiment on them or not.
No, they don't. They don't exist. They can't exist without experiment.
Oh, sorry, but they
Can you conduct? Listen to my question. Can you conduct natural science, the ones I just listed off, without experiment? That's my question.
You can make observations about things. Yeah.
So you can conduct those natural sciences without experiment.
Well, they won't give you all the information you want, but it depends on what you want.
So yes or no?
Find out.
It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Can you conduct?
You need to conduct
natural science? I just gave you the specific sciences without experiment.
I'm not going to play your semantic games. Right?
Semantics. What is semantics?
Okay, so in other words, your choice of words in order to twist what we're saying.
That's not semantics. Semantics is the definition of terms. It's called the Socratic method.
Yeah,
I didn't do that. I didn't
you know
do that.
Exactly what I mean.
No, I don't, because you're dipshit.
That's your problem.
So, here's the question again.
Your ignorance.
Can you have natural science without conducting experiments? Simple question.
Yes.
So, yes. So, I would like to direct everyone's attention to Flat Earth Arena text. Said you can conduct natural science without experiment at 03 after the hour. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. That one kills you right there.
And you think that
referee.
Who's God? Who's God?
Referee.
Citation.
I need a referee here because he's spiraling.
Who's God is citation.
Referee.
No.
A referee in here. Shut the up.
What makes this citation
Is there a referee in here?
What makes this citation correct?
Is there a
referee in here? Hold on, let me get one.
I'm not having a debate with you.
This is called supporting my claims with citation. Who says it's correct? Let's go to fucking Richard Feynman. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key.
Do you even understand what he's saying, though, Phil? At all?
Yes, I do.
Do you really?
Yep.
I need a referee in here, man.
I know.
Need to get
Hold
lost
on.
so I can. You go. You talk to someone else. So I can
Referee,
talk to someone
please.
more respectful. Okay.
Off. You earn respect.
How
you
is
don't, I don't
this-
just give it to a fucking idiot.
How is
that
this
thinks
respect?
fucking gas? Water vapor isn't a gas. You're a moron. So I need a referee.
I'll come back when there's people
come
more
back.
like gold.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. You're
I really don't understand though why you can't just listen and.
I can. I have listened.
No.
I'm going to turn my mic off. Okay?
Bye.
Say whatever you like.
Bye. Get your ass out of here. You're a clown. Just been exposed, by the way. Dipshit.
No, mate.
Considered a naive observation. Question.
It's evidence.
Yes, I guess it's evidence.
Evidence of what?
We finally have an agreement.
No, you don't. Because what you're applying here, you're taking your worldview and imposing it on your observations. You haven't tested anything. This is a cause and effect relationship. You are implying that the curvature of the Earth is causing the ship to disappear over the horizon. You have to validate that now. I'd like the hypothesis, please.
Of course you have to validate that. I told you the next thing is an experiment. Validate whether.
Nope, you don't. You formulate a hypothesis. So please formulate the hypothesis of the ship going over the horizon. Slowly.
Horizon?
Slowly, I'm going to write it down, please.
Going over the horizon caused by veracity Earth.
The ship going over the
Oh my God, I'm choking my coffee from
horizon
that. Oh, Jesus Christ.
is caused by the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you said? Curvature of the Earth?
Probably say the observation of going over the horizon.
Of the Earth, the observation has nothing to do with it unless you're hypothesizing.
Yo, what's up, flatties?
Nothing's up. You're roboting.
Oh, damn it.
Who played that audio? Oh, never mind. Look, dude. It was me. Shit sometimes. Can't remember. Man, that's hard to listen to. See, that's the stuff I won't put on the podcast. Just impossible to listen to.
Hey, guys. Can anybody hear me?
Well, it's still
I'm
stuff,
still...
but
Am I still roboting?
Yeah, you're still terrible.
Hey, what's up, guys? Am I better?
But it's just shit audio because it's got that tinny sound.
Timmy.
Tin.
Oh,
Tinny sound, like metal, man. Like I don't know what you call it.
oh, okay.
Oh, it's better now. Don't move. Freeze.
Yeah, I have my phone in a certain location right now. I guess it's better here. Are you guys still listening to that debate? Because I don't know if I have the bot metered.
Hold on. Someone stopped it. No, it stopped.
Okay. Well, how's your
I
guys?
want to play something. I've been trying to play this audio for like freaking 3 days, and every time the bot is down or something happens. Hold on a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Damn right, I never check pings except for that one.
A little bit.
Okay. Great. All right. Give me a second. I gotta find this again. Professor Phil Belland can't answer a question. Can't answer a direct question. I'm tired of this. Can't answer just a simple direct question. It's very simple.
Direct questions are like kryptonite for Globers. You never get one from them.
Even like they can't answer. They refuse to answer the simplest things.
I know, man. It's kryptonite.
Like why? Like, I mean, we know why, right? Because they don't like the fact that they can't give the obvious truthful answer. Says it all. I mean, if the truth is on your side, spitting out the obvious truthful answer should actually help you.
Exactly, man.
It's actually an interesting point. Sorry, guys, got to interrupt. A couple of new people have joined the live streams. This guy called Space Croker. So welcome to our live stream space.
Yeah,
Good to have you
welcome.
here. Yeah, sorry, guys. So if there's anybody who does want to jump in with a conversation, otherwise we're just going to sit here and shoot the breeze. So if you've got any points of conversational questions you want answers to, now would be the time to ask.
Hi.
Hi, Space. Welcome.
Hi, yes. I was wondering what information had brought you all to or here. I wrote my question down. Let me read it again. What convinced you all or brought you all to discover?
I'm gonna play a different one. Bear with me.
That was Jedi speaking, right?
Yeah.
Man, I haven't seen that guy in forever.
It's because he's banned.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunate.
Well, it depends on your viewpoint. Okay.
Before I say anything, I want to clarify that I'm not a troll and I do not seek conflict. What I seek is complete understanding of what you're trying to preach and what you're trying to tell me. Now, I myself am a skeptical person. So when people tell me the information I haven't met or haven't checked by myself, I obviously start to question it. I questioned round Earth first and foremost, and now I'm trying to question your beliefs and your core ideologies when it comes to flat Earth.
Sure. Well,
yes.
let's
So
start. Have you met any flat earthers yet, or are we the first ones you've come across?
Discussed. I think you're the first one I tried to discuss with. Others were blatantly ignoring me. Met? Yes, I've met them. They're not very I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I'm not being
we're a
biased.
friendly bunch in here.
Yeah.
So
That's
basically, what we talk about here, and the boys will jump in after me, is that we've got proof that the Earth isn't curved. We've got observations that show us that the Earth isn't curved. So which guy wants to jump in? Go for it.
I got it. Hey, do you think the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Okay.
Not a ball, but an egg-shaped. You know. Yeah.
An ellipsoid oblate spheroid.
Egg shape.
Are you aware that what she just said is the case? That every observation that we ever find shows that there is no curvature. That we've disproven the claim of curvature deduced on the radius that they say.
Okay, but how would you do that?
All right, go ahead and do it. Have you ever heard of the black? Have you ever heard of the black swan?
No.
Have you seen the videos of the Nikon P900 guys?
No.
Go and check out some of the. You probably trouble finding some, but look at the P900 infrared, and there's no way they can film that far into the distance and still see mountains like 400 miles away.
Just look at the picture that was posted in chat right now.
Yeah, can you?
Which one?
5 feet observer height.
But in which channel?
Let me walk them through it. So, Arcade, do you see where Livestream 1, where you at? Right above it, there's a Livestream 1 voice text that goes along with this. Click that.
Okay, yes.
Do you see the picture that's posted, the one that says bye-bye ball?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Witsit.
Okay, so basically, you know there is a circumference, they tell us, of 24,901 miles, right? And with that, we get the radius, which is 3,959 miles. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, that's what they tell us. Now, with that, we can deduce what should be the geometric horizon, meaning where the ball Earth should go down and away from you, right? Because it's the geometry of the ellipse. Okay, so we factor in the radius of 3,959 miles with the observer height, and then we can deduce how far it should. Now, this observation was taken at 1 foot. In this little meme here, we've actually given the given you, the globe Earth, 5 feet. Okay, and so when you factor in 5 feet, what the geometric horizon should be is no further than 2.73 miles. Okay, so that means that we should see a horizon of the physical Earth bulge at no further than 2.73 miles. As you can see in this image, we have 2 oil rigs, one at 6 miles, one at 9 miles, and there's a horizon behind it. Okay, so there is no geometric horizon between us and 3 miles, but in fact there's a horizon beyond 9 miles, thus disproving the claim of curvature based on the metrics they gave us. You follow?
Yes, but at the same time, one question arises: when you're looking at the picture of a ball-shaped Earth from space, you are. I mean, I'm only assuming. I'm not for sure, but I mean, what I've seen people say is that those pictures are fake. How are you certain that this image is not artificially shopped or anything?
Because it comes from a video.
Exactly. This is a still shot from a video, and there's more than one.
Can you see the JPEG up there?
Yeah, it's being replicated. Black swans are everywhere these days, so.
And we call this a black swan because it's the death knell for the globe. It's pictures like this. It's a black swan photo for the globe.
So how many pictures from space, you know? Have you actually seen that you can confirm how they were taken? No?
Well, yes. But I also wonder
how did you confirm? Like, did you
Let's
see
not move on
the
to
person
space.
with a
Yeah,
camera
let's not
go up
move on.
there or something and
not move
single
on to
shot?
Well, considering there are satellites, it would
That's
be.
not what we're talking
Hold
about.
on.
Yeah.
We just want to keep him on the topic of Black Swan real quick so he gets to 100% before we move on to that. Go ahead, Woods. Or Jedi.
I just wanted to say evening, guys. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Crypto.
Hello.
Doing well.
Okay, so
I just heard satellites, so I'm sure this is an interesting conversation.
We're trying to talk about oil rigs, buddy, but yeah, satellites. But yeah, if you want to go back to the Black Swan, buddy, that'd be awesome.
Sorry for interrupting. Carry on.
No, but look, his counter argument for the curve was pictures from space. So we have
that doesn't work though, man.
No. That wasn't my counter. What I said was, what I asked. Right.
I heard you. You asked, how can we prove this is legitimate? Okay, we told you that it's actually from a video. I'm pretty sure the video has actually been posted right here. Okay, so there's a video where this. Exactly. So this dude zooms in from a video from a 1 foot observer height from the beach. He zooms all the way in, and then we took a still shot of the video. And there's more than one video. Okay, so this is provable that it's authentic.
It's ground level.
Right. So now that we've established that it's authentic, do you know of a counter argument to the fact that there's no geometric horizon?
I would only assume no. To be honest, I do not know if it's a definite counter argument, but if I don't know, someone could say that the distance is legitimately just not enough when we consider the size of Earth. We could say that it's not enough. You know,
this is what we're applying the mathematical model to. So, according to the mathematical model of a ball, given the dimensions that we are given, then the horizon must be a calculable distance away, dependent on the observer's elevation. Now, that works out for this particular image to about 1.23 miles away. That's where the geometric physical sagittare of the Earth should be. Now, as you can see, the horizon is past the second oil rig, and the oil rig is only there as a distance marker. So the horizon is plus 9.41 miles away. Geometrically, according to the mathematics of a sphere, the horizon should be 1.23 miles away. So it's 10 times further away than it should be, according to the math of the ball. So it either completely disproves radius or puts us on a planet the size of Jupiter.
I see. That's interesting.
And sorry, just going to make the other point as well. When we brought this to you about 2 minutes ago, you said images from space. This is a picture that's been taken down here on Earth, on the floor, something that you can go out and validate for yourself. Every single image, long-distance observation, you, the individual, can prove this to yourself. I doubt you can go to space and take a picture of the Earth.
Right. So very simply, we've proven, it's very provable and verifiable that NASA's not a very reliable source. The government lies. So what we've done is we've taken it into our own hands where we can go repeat and replicate and observe these things ourselves. Right. All right. It's not 1930. Get a computer. Why are you on a typewriter?
Right.
So are you understanding though are you understanding the geometry of the Earth is not really debatable. It necessitates there be a geometric horizon, and it necessitates a certain distance because of the imposed radius that they give us. That's what they tell us that the Earth is. And so if they've been to space and all this other stuff, they should know exactly what it is, right? So this is the numbers that we've been given. And Arwen, I'm about to come through the computer. All right.
Oh my God! Use some grease on them keys, bro.
He's playing Socket Rocket. All right.
Yeah, you can unmute him when he comes back.
I've done it.
Sounds like a Dell computer.
I enjoyed that. Sorry.
At the same time, I don't want to seem ignorant and I don't want to seem like a person who is ignoring all of your arguments. But I would like to say two things, and also I would like to say once again that I'm by no means trying to disrespect anyone here, but I would like to see the mathematical, what do you call it? The problem, the solution itself.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Can we see that?
Well,
To find
basically,
the distance of the horizon
okay.
on the ball, it's 1.22 times the square root of your height above the ball. You want to see the derivation of the formula or whatever?
Yes.
And you
This is an approximation.
listen. You can get
See it on Wikipedia.
You can get that from any survey book, civil engineering book, the geometric horizon and the distance to it. This isn't a flat Earth concept. It's taught in civil engineering, survey, geodetic survey, astronomical survey.
I am a software engineer. I don't do much of the civil engineering, but I understand your notion.
It's 1.22 times the square root of the height in feet above the surface to give an output of the number of miles to the horizon. So if you're 5 feet above the surface, the square root of 5 is like between 2 and 3 times 1.22 gives you a horizon for 5 feet. That's like 2 to 3 miles out with that math alone. And so if it's 10 miles out, you're going to need a bigger Earth because the square root of 1.22 times the square root of the height reduces down in the formula to 1.22 times the square root of 2 times the radius of the Earth that you're talking about times the height in feet above the Earth divided by 5,280 feet for a mile. That's where the derivation comes from. I could point you to the Wikipedia page that goes through the derivation. It's something from the secant cosecant formula that's used to it's basically right triangles.
Here, Wizard Slayer posted the mathematical equation for the argument for the black swan as presented by Quantum Eraser.
And I guess it's important to maybe
You can look up the formula. Hold up. You can look up the formula and make sure the equation is in proper context, if you wish.
Right. And also, just so you know, what the black swan means is if you make the claim all swans are white, but then we go find a black swan, well, that disproves that all swans are right. So this is the globe Earth's black swan. This cannot exist for the Earth to be the globe they tell us that it is. So it's a death blow to the globe.
Right, and it's based on modus tollens. If P, then Q. So if Earth is a radius sphere, then the equation for the horizon, if no radius square, no horizon, no geometric horizon, then no P. Earth isn't a radius sphere.
If you're looking for more information on like these type of measurements, like the black swan one is not presented to you right now, but there's another one that's more in depth too. That is a laser test. If you want, we can discuss that as soon as you guys are done with the black swan. I'll go into FD core laser test.
It's under the Wikipedia entry for horizon. Go under distance to horizon for geometric modeling. It goes over the derivation in there.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're understanding the implications of this here?
Being you're a software engineer, accredited sources should be part of your repertoire, right?
True.
There you go. So I'll assume that you have a good quality of research, as if I know what academia requires.
It's a big problem.
I would try to create it. Yeah, right. Never mind.
No, you finished. I just wanted to add on that the black swan image is just compounding our argument that we've had for the last 5 years, and that argument is we see too far. The ball Earth has a prediction. We're on a curved surface, so things at distance should descend beyond the horizon, so we can't see them anymore. Flat Earth claim number 1, we see far too far. Long distance observations prove that there is no sphericity to the ball.
Right.
Actually, also, if you're looking to simulate this, someone's actually simulated it with Walter Bisland's software. So I can provide that link as well.
Right.
Please do.
Presets for flat Earth, globe Earth, everything is in there.
Yeah, the black swan argument, though, is the modus tollens. So the black swan is the fact that we show through the modus tollens that it doesn't have a radius or circumference. There'll be people who argue that, though.
This
Like
is a
Cujo.
black swan. It shouldn't exist, but it does. All swans should supposedly be white. Well, back then, before they went to Asia anyway and saw black swans. It just disproves the globe.
That's a premise based on the Modus Tollens. That's all I'm saying.
Right, then another question, if you don't mind. Why would the government...
Before you carry on, I'm just interested to know.
We can only guess at that.
The curiosity is killing me because I can't work out if you've got a Swedish, Dutch, or Bavarian accent.
Neither.
Please tell me. Where's your accent from?
You tell me.
Well, it's not English. There's
Maybe.
definitely a lot of Dutch in there.
Maybe.
So you've definitely lived in Holland, but I don't know that you've lived there your whole life.
I haven't, to be honest. I haven't lived in Holland.
You haven't lived in Holland?
No.
Not sure about that. Where's your accent from, anyway?
Well, I'm Russian. Truth be told.
I don't believe that for a second.
Я русский, я серьезно, я тебе говорю, я русский. Я знаю
So
русский
you
язык.
can't speak Russian?
Well, I'm telling you I'm Russian. Why else would I speak Russian? That fluently.
Lots of
So-
people speak languages for lots of reasons.
Oh, right, okay, so why would I
Whatever.
learn?
I was just curious. It doesn't matter, really. Carry on.
Yeah, it really don't matter.
No.
What was your question?
Sounds
You said,
pretty
you said you had a
Russian to me.
question. You said you had
Yeah,
a question.
well, my question is, why would government and why would NASA, why would government pay so much for NASA to lie? Plus, if that's the case, then why would they send, or even try to create those fucking fake experiments in 1979 and 1982?
Okay,
Based off of their record
Hold up,
of
not
lying.
5 people at once. We can only guess at that, but people will offer you a million guesses if you ask that.
Yeah,
we
you
can-
need
so
to
what-
study
we can
the
only
liar.
guess.
You need to study the liar to see what motivates him to lie. A lot of times, the adept liar will seemingly lie to gain control over the truth process. They'll tell little fibs to see what you'll buy, and then they'll work up and formulate their lies to better deceive you. But there are many other reasons we can speculate. Bad, incorrect maps have the potential to hide land with resources, people, and Lord knows what behind a bad map. That's number one. Number two, NASA may be getting money for nothing. Maybe they, went up there, found out that the space was not all that it was cracked up to be, there was a firmament up there keeping them from going that far, like some of the flat earth models appear to say, and they just kept on getting money for nothing. Maybe they're taking that money and redirecting it toward black projects, breakaway civilizations, weapons development, technology development, something else other than just pure space rocketry. The rockets appear to go up and curve to avoid hitting them.
Cinematography.
Yeah.
Hollywood.
Okay, and very simply,
they lead
very
that
simply,
shit. They build it. They make the rules. of how
Very
it's
simply,
supposed to
that's
be.
a speculative question. We do talk about that, right? But what we want to do first, if we're just being intellectually honest or responsible, is we're going to establish what we can prove or what is observable and we have evidence for. We're going to establish that, and then we'll go from there. So you can't reverse engineer it. Like if I can't figure out why they would lie, well, then I'm going to just ignore the evidence. So right now we're presenting you with the evidence that disproves the globe Earth, and then you can go into the speculation of why they would lie.
Why is such a complicated
Hold on. I posted the simulator for you so you can play around with that and ask questions as you see fit.
And why is such a difficult question? Because you need to know what motivates the liar. People are different. Different things motivate them, number one. And number two, they have to be honest enough to confess what's motivating them. When you're dealing with things like deep evil, sometimes they'll hide the reasons that motivate them to be what they are so deep inside themselves, they can't even tell you what motivates them. And so it's up to you from afar to just, see how their behavior is consistently motivated. But, based off the way most governments and organizations, operate, money, avoiding embarrassment, or hiding something else usually are the go-tos.
So can we stick to that? We need some kind of concession or something with the actual evidence, right? We can't just skip past it. It's just dishonest.
What we need to do also is look at the claims. So first of all, we're told that we live on a ball. Okay, so we're looking for the ball at the moment. We're looking for it with observations and measurements. We still don't find any curvature, primarily over water. Second claim that this begging the question, shape of the Earth is moving, it's spinning and it's going in a direction around the sun. And the third claim is that we're going through space, which is a vacuum. And then the fourth bit will be gravity that keeps it all together. So we're looking for a ball that spins in space because of gravity. Those four claims must be proven some way or another. But unfortunately, all flat earthers here will agree with me that there is no ball, there is no movement, there is no space, and gravity doesn't exist.
Gravity doesn't exist.
No. Not in the way that you probably think that it does, i.e. the Earth is a ball sitting in space and gravity is either mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. So those two things, being as there's two, there's not one, those two things have never been scientifically proven, and one of them's a concept.
Yeah, gravity's a theory, that's right.
Right,
That's
very
not a
true. And
scientific
again, my man, can I just get you to? I know it's probably a lot, right? Can you just concede that this this evidence here doesn't jive with the ball Earth claims of curvature? Can we get some honesty in here so we?
Well, truth be told, I'm still trying to figure things out and see through for myself. Your words and your affirmations, that's dandy, and I'm thankful, but I have to be absolutely 100% certain that what you're trying to tell me is true, and that comes from my own personal observations, what suits my own, not really suits, but what I understand within, what I gyre with in
Well, that's
conjunction
cool.
with
That's
my
cool.
comprehension.
We encourage that, right? We don't want you just to believe us or whatever, but would you concede that if the math is correct that
Then
we
yes.
told you? Yeah.
Then yes.
Okay. Well, I assure you it is, bro. But I encourage you to double check it. But yeah, so there you see why we're all here, because the math is correct, and we have observations like this where it's literally a death blow. It can't exist. It can't exist on the ball Earth.
So I'm gonna drop I want you to take a look at real quick. This is another one of our best evidences for the flat Earth, or for at least disproving WGS84 model, right? Which is the blades.
Before you go into that real quick, can I just say one more thing about the simulator? So what they've tried to do is recreate the situation where they could have the horizon block the image. And so they have that in video. Now, this calculator is not made by flat earthers. This calculator is made by someone by the name of Mick West. And the globe earthers use that to pretty much try to prove that you can recreate the image on a globe earth in a simulator. But the link that I gave to you pretty much shows what they use as proof of a geometric Earth. They're using planar geometry. And that's why you can tick the flat Earth option. Well, the flat Earth option is already applied with the simulator preset that's in the link that I gave you. But you can still play around with it, and the point is that it's possible. We see this way because this is exactly the way the reality works. They've hijacked what perspective is and called it Earth curve. So yeah, go ahead, Jose. I didn't want to take up too much.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through the FB core real quick. So do you see what I just posted? It's Ether 9000 bot posted something that says FB core experiment description final version. Do you see that link?
Yes.
I want you to click on that link and just save it. So you don't have to review it right now, but I'm going to give you a quick summary about it. Just save that link because that's the information that supports another flat Earth observation, in my opinion. So what these people set out to do was they went to do a bunch of laser tests over large bodies of water, right? Because the globe Earth model predicts that the most easiest place to measure some type of curvature would have to be over water, right? Since everything's getting pulled to the center of mass by gravity. So these people set out to Lake Issel, which is measurement 7, the one I'm discussing right now. That measurement was done in Lake Issel. I believe I forget exactly where that is, but it's called Lake Issel. Anyways, so what they did was they put a laser, right, that is sitting about 2 meters of elevation above the sea level. And this laser is a 0.08 millirad. The millirad allows you to, pretty much calculate the spread of the beam, how much that beam will spread out through its distance. And at the longest distance target they had was about 25 miles. So the spread of that beam would probably go to 3 meters of width. So, all that's calculated in the PDF I sent you. Now, what these people set out to do is try to measure the WGS84 model for its accuracy, right? If it's even if it's even predictable, right? Now, they had a target that was 1.5 meters of elevation being shot by a target of 2 meters of elevation. And what they did was they did a horizontal pan, right? They had 3 targets ranging from 6, 12, and 41 kilometers, 41 kilometers being the 25-mile distance one. And they were managed to actually do a horizontal pan and hit and align all those targets with the laser. Now, the globe Earth model predicts that the shortest target that can observe the laser on a line of sight would have to be sitting at 90 meters of elevation. But these people are at 1.5 meters. So these 7 measurements show that the WGS-84 model fails with predictions, and they actually aren't measuring anything close to the curvature what they should be measuring. It's very similar to the Black Swan in some ways, because if we were to actually apply what the radius would have to be for the observations to work, it's ridiculous. It is like, it makes the planet like 10 times bigger. So this is like, that's where it's relevant, right? Like, so we know that the math of the globe of the that's hidden cement, that 24,901 miles circumference with the radius of 3,959 is broken. It's destroyed. And if the circumference changes, you have to understand something. If it gets bigger or smaller, everything falls apart. Your gravity model falls apart. Your 15 degrees per hour fall apart. Everything of the model falls apart with just changing the circumference. So that's why it's like the most damning nail in the coffin for the globe Earth, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Direct line of sight between laser and target over a distance of 25 miles would be impossible if the surface between the laser and the target was curved. What Jose is pointing out is after 25 miles, the curvature is over 90 meters. But
yes,
the target is only 1.5 meters in height, so there is direct line of sight between the laser and the target. A physical impossibility on a curved surface.
And sorry to interrupt you guys. And also, American Navy have this weapon they call the railgun. Now, that weapon fires a projectile, leaving the muzzle at Mach 7, hitting a target at over 120 miles away, hitting it, obliterating it at Mach 5. Now, that would be completely impossible within that distance, because there should be 2 miles of curvature, roughly, between the two, that distance. So,
Yes.
The railgun.
So Jin's pointed that out for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it a little bit clearer. Long distance observations we see too far. Measurements over distances of water we measure no curve. The practical use, as in the militaries that Jin's just pointed out, is evident. The practical use of a flat stationary Earth is always relevant. You'd expect militaries of the world to use a curved surface if there was one. To their technology, if there was a curved surface, they wouldn't waste our fucking time. So long distance observations are practical measurements over distances of water, and the practical use of a level plane is in effect always. 3 things are demonstrably true, which they are, then the Earth can in no way be a spherical object.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't see a target at 120 miles or more, not from your position. To observe a target that's 120 miles away, line of sight targeting, that's just an impossibility on a globe of the dimensions that we are given, 24,901 miles in circumference.
What we've also got down at the bottom of the Discord server is a place called Additional Information, alphabetized A through to Z. There's a bit called long distance observations or observations. In there, there's observations that are done from about 1 inch, 2 inches above the surface of the water. And there are also ones that are using infrared cameras that go hundreds and hundreds of miles. Now, long distance observations supersede the prediction of a curved surface.
Yeah.
That's flat Earth claim number 1, mate. We see too far. And you said earlier you would have to see it yourself, right? Now, where do you see the curvature of the Earth? When do you ever see a ball?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. I myself don't. But neither do I see its flatness, because I do not see its edges. I had to travel.
Hold on. You can't see edges, right? Because flatness is a description of a surface. We're not making a claim to shape. We also don't know the limitations, if there is any, because it could be infinite. We don't know the limitations to our environment, right? So we're talking about the description of a surface at the moment. So long distance observations and primarily measurements over water show that the Earth is most definitely a level topographical plane.
Yeah, that's what we observe. That's what we experience. Yeah, we don't see the curvature. We do not experience this curvature that's supposed to be this globe that we're living on. And a true story here in Japan, back in 2017, 3 Japanese hikers who tried for 25 years to get a picture of Mount Fuji from a mountain in the Fukushima area succeeded in 2017. And they were very proud of the fact that they were able to take a picture of Mount Fuji after 25 years of trying, and it made big news, okay? Now, unbeknownst to them, they were proving that the Earth was flat. That was not mentioned in the article because everybody thinks we're on a globe. And I only knew of this event from my Japanese student, who is actually an English teacher herself. And she pointed it out to me thinking that this is proving the globe. I said, no, it is not proving the globe. It is proving that we can see long distances. 180 miles should be 4 miles of curvature.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
What a great clip. Wow.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, it's very, very good. Yeah.
The only thing I didn't like about it just in retrospect, so obviously I'm the one who posted the clip, so it was good enough. Jin going to the railgun. I hate when people get off shit, dude.
Yeah.
I hate when we deflect ourselves, man. Like, ugh.
You're right. Yeah, I like the modus tollens and then 1.223. That's it. Boom. Well, first we have to educate them on the size because they come in here, they don't even know what they're arguing for. You gotta tell them that part first. Wow, it's kind of aggravating. I wish they knew. I wish they knew on their own. Gee whiz, why do I always have to be telling them?
Yeah, they don't know. I don't know. It burns my ass when they're always like, well, you say we can't trust any NASA's images. Why should I trust your images?
I know.
Well, you can just go take our images. Our images look freaking normal. They don't look like cartoons. Just listen, I dare anyone to go take just a regular picture with a regular camera. Because that's what NASA says they have. They say they just have regular cameras that you can buy at the store. Make your photograph look like the photographs NASA looks like with the color, contrast, detail. You know, they have this weird look to them, all of them, that is not normal, right? It's not like the picture that like you take it, you're like, you know, I'm gonna take a picture of my kitchen or my backyard or something, or my friend. They don't look anything like that. They have this weirdness to them.
You like those Soviet submarine detection ranges? Did you see that little chart?
No,
Yeah,
I see that.
I posted it at right after at 34 minutes after. It's
Yeah, I
a
see it.
second chart. So those are on the left. Well, you know the design numbers. Greater than 1,000 kilometers for AV611. They're screwed. Especially in shallow water. Think about that. 100 kilometers, you're shooting a straight freaking shot in shallow water at 100-kilometer distance. How's that
Problems
possible?
all over the place.
How's that possible? Yeah.
I'll tell you how it's not. I'll tell you exactly how it's possible. It's not a ball.
Yeah. It's not a ball. Just plain is not a ball. Straight up. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of those submarines have detection ranges greater than at least up to 1,000 kilometers. And greater.
And this is what type of detection? Sonar?
Yeah, sonar, yes.
And the only reason I bet you it's limited is because of attenuation of the signal.
Mm-hmm. So people wonder, how do whales communicate? Well, if they do, we don't know because no one's cracked that code. But haven't they done tests on how far they can hear whale soundings? I think there is.
I thought sperm whales can, like, sperm whales in, like, off the coast of Alaska can hear other sperm whales. Not sperm whales. Maybe the sperm whales. See, the sperm whales are humpbacks. Something like they can hear, like they can be in the South Pacific and hear, like, all the way up until Alaska. Like the ocean islands.
Wow. Yeah. Think about that.
I got to find, there was a research paper I read once before I was doing flat Earth in another subject I was researching. So it was quantum macroscopic tunneling of sonar, which means I'm sure you've heard quantum tunneling, right?
Right.
So quantum tunneling is like you take a signal, and there'll be some barrier, and the barrier is supposed to block it, right? But for some reason, it'll instantaneously teleport, for lack of a better word, tunnel to the other side of the barrier. So this is how light emitting diodes work and laser diodes.
Okay, right.
They have something called a PN junction, right? So I can just,
yeah.
it's real simple what it is. Do you know what a PN junction is? 'Cause I won't.
Yeah, I know about those. I use diodes in guitar effects that I build.
Yeah, so you got one material that's electronegative, one material that's electropositive. You apply a voltage, and the electrons will tunnel across one of effectively they're a medium. So let's call them a medium because that's where they are. So they're a medium. So they'll tunnel across the electropositive into the electronegative, and that jump, that tunneling. So because it's electronegative, it has what they call electron holes. There's a place an electron can go, right? Because it's electron depleted. So when it gets into this hole, right, it'll emit light.
Right.
This is what happens. It goes to an electron hole, then it relaxes, then it emits the electron, or the electron leaves the hole because of the material, and it's this leaving of the hole, the way light works.
It's an amazing topic.
Well, listen, they've observed this. The point is, they've observed this macroscopically, meaning the Navy shot sonar, and it was supposed to be obstructed by a mountain range, and they were picking up stuff that was on the other side of an undersea mountain range, as if the sonar tunneled, quote unquote, quantum tunneled through the mountain range.
Through it or around it?
Through it, dude.
Through it. It had to be through it because it only goes.
So, it didn't strike me at the time, but they might have come to this conclusion because they think the Earth is a ball, right? So they said, the only way through this is because the only way through this Earth hump is because of has to be macroscopic tunneling of sonar, but it's actually flat, and it was actually direct line of sight, right?
Yeah, because it's a hill. So therefore, if it's a hill, therefore Earth is curved, like in geodetic, what they do in geodetic.
Yeah, exactly. That hump. They think there's a hump there. So in order to account for the hump, they have to say sonar quantum tunneled through. They call it macroscopic tunneling. So it's not
bizarre.
It's not quantum tunneling technically. But we can actually, this tunneling effect, we can observe it macroscopically. It's not esoterica. Actually pretty, I could explain it, but I'm not getting into it. It's kind of off topic. It's my little pet thing. Anyway, I like to find that because I like to get the distances and stuff and figure out like what exactly it was. I think it was several hundred kilometers if I remember right.
Good day, everyone. Is there anyone in here that thinks they live on a spinning ball, zipping around through nothing? Anybody?
Anybody at all think they're on a spinning ball? Anybody?
Bueller?
Anybody have a good reason?
No, I think we were on a spinning potato.
Anybody have any good reason to think they live on a spinning ball?
Hold on, man. Is that more? No, it's not just one choice. You got your choices: spinning ball, spinning
Or-
potato, spinning pear.
There you go.
Or flat?
Give us some options, Indio. That's a good idea.
Yeah, you only have those choices. That category over there, the pear, the ball.
Because there's a gold model. That's why there's three choices. Because there's a model.
Right.
All models have multiple choices, right?
I never saw the pear model. I'm still trying to figure out where it starts pairing out.
It gets
Because
a
I
little
wanna go
chubbier
there
at
and
the
see it.
equator. Neil explained that. It gets a little chubbier at the equator.
I want to go see that place. Can't we see it?
He was projecting himself looking in the mirror.
He just had lunch. He was
So did
feeling
you
a little
guys-
chubby.
He's a little chubby as he looks down at his velvet.
Did I just cut out? Shit.
No.
I heard.
Oh. Did you guys already talk about this? You see Whitsitt and Kai flat smack the police in Houston?
No, really?
Yeah.
Dude, this is like a day. Another one?
I
Is this
bet
like
that's
day
good.
3 of the trials of and tribulations of Whitsitt?
No
Well,
kidding.
the police, this is a good encounter. The police sit there and they listen to him talk flat earth for like 20 minutes. Y'all check it out. It's on his last video. It's in Houston, Texas. I think it's called Houston, We Have a Problem. But Kai did do good too. She was telling him all about gas pressure and stuff like that. Of course, they came over there and they tried to tell him that he needs to move along, and he's like, I'm not breaking any laws, and there's no city ordinance that says I can't be here. So they went and talked to their supervisors, and finally they came back over and said, how much longer you think you're going to be here? And at that point, Whitsitt just started flat smacking them. They stand there and listen to him.
Nice.
So everybody should check it out. It's pretty cool.
We ought to play that on the live stream.
Yeah, it's on his last video if you want to play it. I don't care.
If Indio and everyone approves, I'll go find it. Unless someone has their finger on the button, can post it in the live stream. Meanwhile, I'll be looking. 1 second. It's good to see people in here on Monday morning. Good morning, everybody. It's almost afternoon where you guys are in the east.
Let's set the tone for the week, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. 1.223. That's where your geometric horizon's supposed to be. Why isn't it there? No one's seen it anywhere.
Yeah, every time we go out and check, it's much further, isn't it? So.
No curvature. Wait a minute. Sidetracked here. Okay, where's Witzik gets it?
And while you're looking for that, he also had I didn't recognize the guy, but he was like an anti-flat earther globe troll that tried to debate him for like 30 minutes or so, but he got destroyed. Y'all know how that would go. Went straight to the stars. He was asking about star rotation in the sky. You guys have never heard that argument, right?
Wait, what was the argument? I just joined.
The Glober troll that walked up to Witsit last night, his first question was about star rotation in the southern hemisphere. So it must be a ball, right?
Yeah, clearly, guys. Yeah, clearly. Clearly must be a ball.
Where'd they get the sphere part?
The sky. Duh.
As Chocolate Saiyan would say, it's not logical to postulate you live on a sphere with no sphericity. Except he says it much better.
No, it blows my mind that they call it a rotation. It blows my mind. Playing the Southern Star, what rotation? The stars, if you do a time lapse, they make arcs in the sky. That is not a rotation. If I drew a circle, no one would call that a rotation.
So they're reasoning and inferring that it has to be a rotation if you complete the motion underneath the Earth, I guess. They're assuming that it's a full circular rotation.
Well, yeah, I understand. Take the pen, stick it on the paper, and spin the desk. Okay, prove the desk is spinning.
Well, to prove spin, you need to have an axis, usually, and something being pulled around the axis.
Stand by. Houston, we have a problem.
But you can get similar star motions by deformation off of a curved shape. When you shine light on a curved surface, you get curves and arcs and stuff that looks similar to what we see in the sky. So it may not necessarily be going around a polar axis. It may just be deformation off of a curved structure, the atmosphere, something else.
Well, it does rotate around Polaris, which doesn't seem to move. So.
It does appear that Polaris is a real, anchoring point for the rotation, but the southern one appears to be more fake.
Optical in nature.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play Witsit and Kai. Houston, we have a problem. Here we go.
Hey guys. So we are in Houston and it is super live. Houston is popping, bro. Houston's got it going on. So we set up on the corner. There's a bunch of people that go to the train here. We got some employees that want to play the game. We've already been told that we're not allowed to be here by some dude. So he's gonna call the cops, so stay tuned. So we're gonna do the intro song. What's up?
of days. Gotta face it, this is the masquerade. Waking up the cover, time to liberate. Know you're doing great when they start to hate. In a world.
Stockholm Syndrome got me fighting with the slaves, but how they about to face the truth when they can't show their face? Now the system don't control me, yeah, the beast is getting slaves. So Austin got the power, they look sour, oh behave, but I'm about my father's business, witness, he gon' get the praise. I ignore you, cause the tour, only thing that I obey. I ain't with the social distancing, but I'ma need my space. They be boring me with quarantine, so stay up in your place.
In a world, yeah. Running through the cities in the last of days. Gotta taste the truth, this is the masquerade. Waking up the public, trying to liberate. Know you're doing great when they start to hate. In a world, yeah.
I'm sorry we didn't go to the moon, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't lie to you, bro. I'm sorry. I think you told me what the moon too. It's a cool story. I'm sorry you got triggered. Inner World Productions. What up, guys? Inner World. So as you can see by our beautiful sign here, if you get 3 right answers, you win $100. I'll be back for my $100. All right, sounds good. We're just gonna sit down and chill all week. So, anyone wants to play, you can win $100. You want to play, brother? Yes, sir. Let's do it. All right.
Okay, wait. I gotta get you crazy ass shit. You guys want to be in the camera to Oh, yeah, oh. We're on YouTube. Okay. Hey, YouTube, what's up? Check out my YouTube, Jackie Shay. You know what I'm saying?
There they go. Let the smart man talk. They talk about Earth. They ain't talking about they kill what Earth.
All right, come on. I want to hear the question.
All right. First question, bro. First question. How many times does the Earth spin every day?
Well, once.
Once. That's right. 2 more, you win $100. 2 more. Okay. How fast does the Earth spin in miles per hour? How fast does it spin?
Oh, it don't spin about an hour.
Well, according to what we were taught.
Oh.
Everyone was taught this.
I say 1 mile an hour.
1 mile. The answer is 1,000. 1,037 miles per hour. That's what they said. It's a lie. It's a lie. Yeah, the Earth doesn't move, bro. It doesn't move. Thanks for playing, man. Thanks for playing. Yeah, of course. You want to play? All right, let's do it, bro. Okay, let's see. Based on what we were taught, right? How far away is the sun? A billion? 93 million. Not quite. Thank you for playing, though. And you just, of course, it's not actually 93 million miles. That's ridiculous. The sun is actually not that far away. You know how the sun and the moon look like they're the same size in the sky? They're the same size, bro. You know, the sun's not 400 times bigger than the moon and just coincidentally 400 times further away and 93 million miles away and there's giant ball of gas and a vacuum and all this nonsense. The sun just moves over top of the earth and lights it up, bro. Just like you see. You know, at noon it's the warmest because the sun's right over your head. Yeah, the sun moves in the sky. It's because it really moves in the sky, brother. They say it actually just looks like it's moving, but it's sitting still. I must be crazy. Yeah, so they lied, bro. They lied. Thank you for playing, though, bro. Yeah. Much love. Hey, let me give you a card. Can I give you a card? Yeah. Check that out, bro. There's a QR code on there, man. It's going to blow your mind. Just stay open-minded, bro. Yeah, I can tell. In a world. So still offering $100 to anybody that can get 3 questions right about the Earth. These crazy white folks out here think that the Earth's flat or something. I thought it was crazy too, bro. I ain't even mad at you, bro. I am not even mad at you, bro. I thought people were nuts think the Earth is flat. So what do you think about that? Because when I heard that the Earth might be flat, I was like, well, that can't be true. Wouldn't you fall off the edge of it? Well, you got an answer for that? What would you say?
It's a great question, right? If the Earth is flat, where's the edge? Or could you fall off the edge? Well, can you fall off the edge of a lake? You fall off the edge of a lake? No. The shoreline is there.
Okay, so we don't think that you can fall off the edge of it. That would be dumb. Right. But if you Google it, it'll tell you that we think you can fall off the edge of it. Seems legit. So you have to lie about what we really think, because what we really think is so crazy and dumb. So it's like you can't fall off of a lake or a pond or the ocean. If there's a shore, that the water on the Earth is contained by something called Antarctica, and it's illegal to go there. Interesting. $100 to anyone that can get 3 questions right. You heard the crazy computer voice talking? Citizen 875329. It's past your curfew. Houston, I thought Houston would be way more popping, bro. Is this normal? You guys from here, it's not normal? It's dead, bro.
It is.
It's crazy. What happened to Houston, bro? I heard way too many rappers talking about this place to be just dead. Alright, fair enough.
They don't mean nothing because in New York, on Sundays, it still be crunk.
Be popping. We were just in Austin, I guess, last night. So last night would have been more popping? This would have been the street last night?
Last night it was popping.
Okay, fair enough.
You'll see people walking all over.
Right.
Going out and everything.
Fair enough.
Everybody get the sticker shock buying drinks up here.
There you go. We were in Austin last night. It was crazy there. And then we were in Dallas the day before that. Oh well. We're going to talk to everybody that comes by. So you guys ever heard that the Earth is flat?
No, I thought it was what's called six.
Say it again.
It's something with the six.
Sphere.
Yeah, but that's a lie. I mean, you know the government lie. We all know that. Right. Yeah. Can't even talk about it. You happen to. I'm on YouTube. We can't even talk about that. That's how you know they're not hiding. They'll delete my channel, yo.
You will not be able to upload that video.
And how would say, yo? That's how you know they're lying. Same thing with the Earth, bro. I've been kicked off Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Yeah, just for saying something common sense. But anyway, that's the world we live in. We need Nicki Minaj standing up for us. She's the only one that's talking any common sense. But yeah, I thought flat Earth was super crazy. But just like the government lied about everything else, the government lied about the Earth. They lied about everything. And NASA is the one that told us the Earth's a ball. That's just a part of the government. It's really weird, because I've traveled the U.S. for like the last 10 months, every major city. And I ask people, I'm like, did the government lie? They're like, yeah, of course, the government always lies. I'm like, so what about NASA? No, they don't lie. That's different. They're the one part of the government that didn't lie. I'm like, you sound ridiculous, bro. That's dumb. NASA admitted they worked with Nazis, claimed they went to the moon. We never went to the moon. That's fake.
I don't think that's true. I don't think nobody could ever travel the moon. Like I don't like if you read the Bible now, it's not true. You can't even get that close. Like soon you come on, you can't.
Check her out. There's something called a firmament.
They are lying to us. Like that's
that is
like
correct.
even in school, that's like best to homeschool your kids and everything because the world.
Oh, you woke. You lucky what? Keep going. Cause like.
My daddy, he's a veteran. He did 30 years in the army, and like he done seen a lot, and he put me on game since I was little. R.I.P.
So he know from the inside that the government be lying already.
30 years. He done found out some stuff, and they kicked him out the army without benefits or anything. They wouldn't even bury him. We had to come up with the money to bury him at the veterans thing. And I was like, that's disrespectful. I wouldn't even want to bury him in the veterans thing.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. The government don't care about us.
All right.
Like I asked that guy how fast the Earth is spinning.
It's 1,000 miles.
Supposedly 1,000. Like, you think the Earth's spinning 1,000 miles per hour right now, bro? Like.
And we just sitting here.
Yeah. That's ridiculous, yo. That's ridiculous. Gravity. No, they just lie. Like, everything you've ever seen is true, bro. Like, the Earth doesn't move. That's why you don't feel like you're moving.
Yeah, we live in a lie.
As you guys know, the Earth is actually flat. If it wasn't, it'd be super hard to ride that scooter, bro.
The government is so powerful. It's like you can't even travel now unless you get that shot. Like,
Yo!
You're right. What happened? Like, they
flipped the switch like that. Yeah, and if you told someone about the New World Order, they'd say you were crazy conspiracy theorist. Yo, the whole world shut down the same day. The same day. They even hide it.
And then all of a sudden, it was popular 5G. Like, they took something in the sky. Like,
Yep. And yo, even YouTube censors that. Yeah, they censor anything that's true, like anything. Unless you want to twerk, you can twerk. You know what I'm saying? But like, you want to talk about any of the lies, you're getting off YouTube real quick.
You can't.
Now, so like you said, the scriptures, it says that there's a firmament, there's a container over top of the earth, and it separates the heavenly waters from the earthly waters. Well, that's real. Like, there are declassified military documents.
In the first chapter, like the book of Genesis, God created heaven and earth. You know, like he, like, it can go deep. I don't want to get y'all putting a lot from YouTube, but I can tell y'all a lot, like how this world is just a lot, and like how they just putting shit in our body.
Oh yeah.
And our kids get my kids ain't getting that fuck y'all. Like I would give start a form.
That's what we talking about doing. That's what we talking about doing. Yeah.
Like for real.
That's what you gotta
like,
do.
They putting steroids hormones, and I like,
Bruh.
man, look,
Yeah.
these kids need to be woken up. They hiding it though. They don't want to hear the truth.
I'm telling you. What's up, bro? What's up? Why? The rules are that you can't commercially set up. We're not selling anything.
Yeah, you can't.
They said you can't have any vendors.
Nah, that's the rule.
It is the
No
rule.
ordering, no disturbing the peace, none of that regular stuff that.
No First Amendment.
You First Amendment is not like this.
Well, which part of it is not like this? Like,
Well, this is constitutional disturbance according to the Constitution.
I know who called it and I talked to him. This little dude in the blue shirt over here. He said you can't be a vendor. That's just convenient. I'm not selling anything. I've traveled the U.S. for 10 months, man. So the law is that you can't sell something. I'm not selling anything. Knowledge is free, baby. I'm just giving people the truth for free.
Houston told you that? Or is that
The Houston City Ordinance, yeah. So unless you want to quote one that I haven't found, I would have to know the city ordinance. Again, I just did this at the Pentagon. So if I was disturbing the peace, why are people coming up here and hanging out, bro? That don't make no sense. Do you guys know the Earth is flat? Nah, it was the dude, the little short dude with the blue shirt. That's who called. Cause I talked to him before he called you. Him right there. That's who calls. He told me he was gonna call you. Okay. Well, why don't you guys read the city ordinance, though, brother? Like, hey, don't you agree that I had the right to call out the government lying to all of us? Like, we on the same team. The government lying to you too, bro.
Well, I put it like this. Think of it as somebody's house, regardless of what the rules is. They don't want it. You got now you want
Well, I need to know what the rules are.
Well, other things. Now you want to make a complaint, like, hey, yo, I have the right to do A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
But you're blocking it. You could watch that complaint to them.
No, I need to know the city ordinance. There has to be a law that says I can't do this, and there's not one. I looked it up. No, I read the city ordinance. Oh man, I've done this around the United States for 10 months.
No, we're good here.
Houston's not the exception.
Well,
You can't commercially sell things.
I'll put it like this. If they're cool with it, we'll leave.
Who? Oh yeah, ask them. I'm not gonna leave regardless until I get a city ordinance. It's just like I had friends die for this, bro. Die for my right to speak, homie. Like die.
I feel you, but it's up to them. I don't make the rules. If they
Yeah.
cool with it, we cool too.
Cool, bro. The city make the rules, and I read the rules. In the world. You guys know the Earth's flat, bro? What's up, bro? Why not? It says you can't commercially sell things as a vendor. I'm not selling anything. This is public property within 15 feet of the street, publicly accessible. So what's the city ordinance? This is legal. I looked it up where I came here, bro. I've been doing this for 10 months, homie. I travel the U.S. doing this. Why not? Yeah, I looked that up too. Yeah, you can. It can't be over a certain decibel past a certain time if you're commercially selling something, which I'm not. I read the ordinance. So if you want to cite one that's contradictory, I'll comply, but... Oh man, I was just at the Pentagon, dude. I just stood in front of the White House and did this.
All this is going on YouTube?
Yeah, it's all streamed. You know how it be. You guys know the Earth's flat, though? You guys sound crazy, bro. Look, check this. I thought it was crazy too, man. But we measured the surface, right? And it has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere, and it doesn't do that, bro. We saw mountains from 273 miles away. They should be blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature, though. So how do I see the mountains? It's impossible. That's why Congress admitted they censored this. The government censors this. We saw Chicago across Lake Michigan from 60 miles away. That's impossible on the ball, bro.
Hello.
I'm just trying to help. Hey, the Earth's flat don't make it weird, bro. Like, I ain't lying about it.
All right, y'all. Y'all stay
Much
up.
love.
Peace.
You got our card. You got our card. Yeah.
Thank you.
You see how this water is level right here? Yeah. Look, if I turn this water, it's always going to find its level. It's always going to be flat. The water always finds its level. How is 70% of the Earth ocean water on a ball? Enlighten me. I'm trying to find the answer for a few years now. The government would never lie. That's why they put fluoride in our water.
That's true.
All right, much love. Hey, y'all to grab a car, Just in case you want to, there's a QR code on the back of that. Much love. Yeah. Stay open-minded. Yeah, YouTube, everything's on there. How dare you? Hey, bro, check out Flat Earth, bro. You want a car, bro? Grab a car, bro. I know it sounds crazy. I thought it was super crazy, man. They lied about the Earth, straight up. They lied about everything else, too, right? Might as well look into it.
Hey, babe. How dare you?
Hey, did you guys know that the Earth is flat? They lied about the Earth. They've never been to space. None of that's real. NASA admits it's all just cartoons. That's weird. I thought Houston was popping though. It was so dead. Better make sure these guys can't be out here talking. Houston's so dead. So, if they went to the moon in 1969, why haven't they been back? Don't you think that's weird?
I think that's super weird.
I mean, if you went to the moon in 69, wouldn't we have like a 5K live stream 24/7 of the moon by now?
It's actually crazy. Jeff Bezos just went to the moon, or just went to outer space, and there's no footage, no video camera inside.
That's crazy, yeah. And then they actually said that, well, they just floated for 4 to 5 minutes, which is how long you can float if you take a vomit comet, which is where a plane just goes in the air and falls down. So it's an expensive plane trip. Weirdos. Isn't it weird that NASA admits that everything they show is just a cartoon, effectively a CGI image? Yeah, maybe you should read it. The Declaration of Independence says that we get rights from the Creator and that the government can never infringe upon those rights. And the Constitution is an articulation of those rights. The first one is that we have the right to freely assemble and speak our mind and redress grievances of the government, and it shall not be infringed upon. In fact, there is a Supreme Court ruling that says that a permit cannot be used as a prior restraint on free speech. 8-1 court decision, New York City, Coons versus New York. So I don't get my rights from the government. I have my rights articulated and the government can't take them. That's what the Constitution is. We've been brainwashed and people now think that the Constitution is what the government lets us do or something. No. It's what we told them they can never stop us from doing. Yes, let's see. What's going on with that famous picture of the Earth from space that everyone thinks is real? This is what NASA says. Let's see what NASA says.
So yeah, anyone who has an iPhone will say, hey, I have a picture of the globe on my iPhone. Well, guess what? That's not actually a picture. And on NASA's website, they admit that it's just Photoshop. So this is on nasa.gov. And the artist's name is Robert Simmons, and he is the one who created the image of the globe that's on everyone's iPhone. And this is what he said in an interview. He said, then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the clouds, the surface clouds and the oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So right there on NASA's website, they admit that their photos of the Earth are all Photoshop. The only one that they claim that is a real photo of the globe was taken in, I think, 1972 on the apparently on the moon by the astronauts. But that's it. For the last 50 plus years, one picture of the globe.
This is awkward. So NASA admits we don't have real pictures of the Earth being a ball from space in 2021, and we give them $60 million a day. You just read that. That's on nasa.gov.
Yep.
And it says that's not a real picture of the Earth from space. It's actually CGI, Photoshop, artist rendition, a cartoon.
Yep.
And this guy's name, what's his name right here?
Robert Simmons.
Robert Simmons. And he's quoted as saying, of course it's photoshopped, because it has to be. Isn't that crazy, bro? Like, the government lied to you guys about everything. I mean, they put fluoride in your water and lied about Vietnam and World War II and 9/11 and you name it. Everything they've said, they lied about it. But then they told us they went to the moon. That's over the decibel reader, bro. They lied about the moon. It said we went there in 1969, and everyone thinks it's crazy to not believe the government story. Isn't that weird? When the government actually admits those aren't real pictures of the Earth, they're just cartoons. So I've seen a cartoon of Superman. Do you think that Superman is real?
No.
So Superman's not real just because I saw a cartoon of him.
Correct.
Interesting. So we've never been to the moon. No one can go to the moon. We measured the surface of the Earth. It doesn't curve at the rate that it would have to if the radius value was 3,959 miles. Water always finds its level. 70% of the Earth is covered in water. So how is 70% of the Earth flat water on a ball? It's not. It's just flat. And that's why the horizon is called the horizon. It's horizontal. So maybe you can tell me about this. The government recently told us that breathing oxygen is a danger and that we should be scared of the air and wear masks and praise daddy government. They tell us when we're allowed to breathe. So maybe you can tell me a little bit about oxygen. I know that oxygen is a gas. Yeah?
Yes. Oxygen is a gas. That is correct. And what's very interesting is they tell us that above the gas here on Earth, above our atmosphere, there's the vacuum of space. Interesting. A vacuum of space. Well, what is a vacuum? A vacuum is essentially low pressure. And here on Earth you can see them trying to make a vacuum chamber. So they remove the air from the chamber, and there's really low pressure. But when you open a vacuum chamber, you open the door to a vacuum chamber, guess what happens to the air that's outside of the vacuum chamber? It rushes into the vacuum chamber. It fills the available space. Fills the high pressure outside, fills the low pressure. You can also see this with a soda can. You open the soda, the high pressure inside the soda equalizes to the surrounding air. So then the question is, why do we still have gas pressure here on Earth when it's uncontained right next to the vacuum space. This is defined.
Okay, I thought I would pause it so it doesn't go on too long. We can always restart it.
The part where he's flat smacking the cops is like 20 minutes away. I'm just guessing. I don't know if you want to.
No, it was already there.
No, there's
think-
another one where
Oh.
they get like 20 minutes with like 3 or 4 cops.
Yeah, most of the cops end up taking QR codes, and they're very receptive to it in the end because they listen to it the whole time and they realize, oh, we're not in the right here.
Yeah, it's too bad that we can't. There's no way to fast forward or skip to another place, and with this bot that I'm aware of. So
That's really good shit. When was this recorded?
Last night. It's on Winston's channel. Anybody who wants to watch it can go watch it for real.
Is it live? Is it live?
yeah, it's live.
last night.
I
Yeah.
played it. Listen, I stopped the video. It's Houston. Houston, Texas. We have a problem. And I stopped it. Where you guys stopped listening just now is about 24:53. So if you want to go back to where we left off, that's where it is, 24:53. But yeah, maybe I'll try to zoom ahead and try to get that and play it just on my speaker. Hold on a second.
My memory from last night, but the next thing that happens, that Globe, that anti-flat earther guy comes up, starts engaging him, but then like 20 minutes from then, another cop comes over and just kind of asks him, how much longer are you planning on being here? And then Winston starts talking to him. So, but he doesn't threaten to arrest him or anything. It was actually a pretty good interaction. People who want to watch it can watch it. I'll shut up.
Fucking Mondays, man.
You don't like Mondays, Black Flood?
I don't care either way. I'm just saying that because that's what people say.
Everybody says that. Everybody says they live on a ball. Okay, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, they go to work. Happy Monday, Earth's a globe. Everything is as I was told. Listening to that video, the Jesuit deception final card thing last night before bed again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking about my family. Yeah. Let me share it. Think about my family.
I'll find it later. I'll look it up your name.
Okay. Well, I can DM it to you. That's even easier.
Either way, whatever you want to take me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet.
I think I actually did play the part where the cops. It's in the beginning. I don't see any cops. I'm like paging through the whole video. I don't see any more cops.
I could have been wrong about the time, but there is like 3 or 4 more cops come up, and they're very cool.
Well, yeah, they went off to the corner and they were sitting there listening. Yeah, for a long time, for like 20 minutes, just like you said.
And then one of them comes back over there and just kind of asks Austin, how much longer you plan on being here?
Yeah, did you notice the one cop told the other cop, no, chill. He made a hand gesture. He goes like no, like put his hand down and waved it back and forth like a slicing motion, like no, don't do, like, okay, don't, like.
Yeah.
So the big cop on the right told the other cop to chill on that point, whatever point he was trying to make at the time, told him to chill.
But yeah, there is.
You're roboting just a little bit, Dave. But anyway, yeah, so you guys want to check that out. The part that I see where the cops are is at from about 12:30 to about 24 or 20, maybe 22. Anyway.
are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Wits It, Gets It. Houston,
From
we have a
last night.
problem. Live video from last night. I just played about 24 minutes of it here.
Oh, okay, cool.
And I was trying to tell people, if you want to find the part where the cops walk up, it's at 12 minutes, 30 seconds to about 22 minutes.
Oh,
12
got it.
minutes,
Okay.
22 minutes. So that part is the clip where the cops are.
Got it. Did that dude in Austin steal shit from their table, or were we just flipping out for no reason? You guys know about that?
Which city?
Some dude in Austin, Texas.
I was told he just stole a bunch of QR code cards.
Oh, there's no problem with that.
Yeah, spread them around. Yeah.
It's like the only thing that you could steal would be okay.
Where's this video with Witsit?
Well, it's been posted here. Here, I'll post it again in the live stream.
Thank you.
Sure.
Chat was going fucking nuts when that guy was milling around looking like he was stealing stuff. All of us were like, hey! Didn't know how to get a hold of either of them. It's like, in a world of technology, nobody could text Austin, hey, bud, because his phone was on the table. Shit.
Am I still a robot?
Kinda.
A little better. Try it again.
I'm just gonna say real quick, I don't think Austin leaves anything laying around that's like that, where he's not paying attention to it. But
yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, so in the video, he had to go back behind him to go get his phone. It was on the table. But here's the problem. They were downtown 6th Street, Austin, and there's not a lot of room. So they were sharing a table with this guy who was doing, how long can you hang on this pull-up bar for, right, before letting go and all that kind of deal. And he was set up there as well. So they were sharing a table with this guy. Yeah. So that's what she put her purse, Kai put her purse over there, and then phones and everything were sitting over there while they were just talking probably 5 feet from it, but they couldn't see the table. So we were all freaking out. This guy's stealing stuff.
Yeah, they also have Chris there, who's got that third perspective, looking at their stuff.
Yeah, I hope so.
So that's helpful.
Yeah.
when he was in Austin, I was hoping Alex Young was going to show up with his bullhorn. Yours is float.
Well, if the troller elves didn't tell him, then it's not true. Dave, I sent that video to you.
Roger that. Thank you. If I'm not roboting, we've got Dan in Texas, but he's a flat earther. Since we're talking about Texas, maybe he wants to talk. Or not. No pressure. May not be near his bike. Can't talk right now. Anyway, that's the only new name I see, so y'all continue.
So, asteroids and then aliens is what's coming next, guys. Asteroids and aliens.
Well, if they come at the same time, like the aliens are riding on the asteroids, that'll be crazy.
Well, shit. I don't know.
To minimize the effects of asteroids or aliens, turn off your TV.
Yep.
I mean, shit. I'm like, even if they drop bombs, as long as I'm not watching the news, like, fuck, I could deal with that shit. Okay. One hits me, okay, then that's it. Okay. If not, then we'll deal with it at that point. Cross that bridge when we come to it.
long as we got like Bruce Willis and we got Will Smith as a pilot, we don't have to worry about either one of us.
There's this mural, this big mural in my city here, and it says, what does it say? Oh, it says America's finest city, and then it has a newspaper. This is painted on a big, huge wall on the side of a whole side of a building. And it says, welcome, San Diego welcomes the new citizens. The year is 2050. Why are they putting a newspaper article from 2050 saying, welcome the new citizens? And it has a picture of them molding a man's face like out of granite and chiseling it and painting it. The new citizens. What happened to the old ones?
That is kind of weird. Wow, 2050?
Yep. I think I even have a picture of this. Hold on. So you don't think I'm bullshit.
Got a new guy in the, not in the server, but in the server. Now his name's Blue Ben. KJ's talking to him. He's in the voice text.
Where did I put that?
He's VC verified. Anybody got the video where the guy zooms in on the coin on the table and moves it further and backward and shows perspective? I actually don't think I have that video, but if anybody knows where it is.
I personally made a video like that.
Me too.
Here, I'll
Okay.
share mine.
Yeah, just everybody put it in the voice text.
Yeah, perspective.
Yeah. He's saying, can you help me, please? He sounds very nice.
Mine's really cool because it has Bambi and the ladies on Ladies' Night in the background. Let's see, where is that?
There. No, I guess I don't have make YouTube make a preview thumbnail rights. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Did you put it in the voice text, Dannon?
I did.
Oh, okay. Don't have Lincoln bedrolls, huh? No, he doesn't. I need to give this Dannon, Texas guy some rolls with some butter.
Thank you. Anyway, yeah, I did that video. If you want to check it out.
Cool. Checking it out. Quick magic trick, huh?
Yeah, it's about the best I could come up with on short notice.
Short notice?
I was demonstrating that point to someone on Facebook, so I made that video right then and there. But you can, I didn't really even clean up my kitchen table. Salt and pepper shakers and stuff are still there.
Yeah, really? Geez, get your shit together, would you? And done. Thanks, Sonny. Which one's the one with the Bambi hoop? I'll have to watch that one.
Yeah, at 33 minutes.
Can be.
Robot chick.
You're good.
I was just going to ask Dan in Texas how long he's been questioning the globe. Never met him before.
Hey, about 2016. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'm
That's when
just
my
a little
son
bit.
was born. Okay.
I guess I'm in the class of 2015. I was just curious. But welcome to the server. Good to hear from you. Nice to meet you.
Right on. You too. Thanks.
Welcome. How's the secession going?
Yeah. Hopeful.
I want to know. I want to know. I'll head that way as soon as I hear some news on
Yeah,
that.
man. I was gonna say, let us know when it's ready.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've all heard that our governor issued an executive order banning any vaccine mandates. Yeah. Well, did he?
Just don't say that word. You could say a ham sandwich instead, or Kool-Aid or something. Make it code word.
I usually say the V word. My bad. I know that. So,
say Fauci if you want to. Go ahead.
Did you also know that he took $21 million to promote the V? No, yeah, two states did not. Texas is not one of those. So our wonderful
there's gonna be
governor did. So.
There's gonna be seedy dealings, even if he's doing the right thing over here. He's gonna be doing the wrong thing over the other place. You know what I'm trying to say, man?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a politician. Fuck do you expect?
Two-faced.
Yeah, I think he needs to go. I think Dan Patrick needs to go. I think they all need to go. But
well, if any place can make them go, it's probably Texas.
Well, we'll see, man. This place is turning bluer and bluer by the day. Well, I mean, I'm not in the red versus blue paradigm, but I realize that it exists and it happens to make a lot of things happen. So I'm fearful for the future of my state. I live north of Houston, and Houston is a very blue city. So
yeah,
and then you got Austin, which is the most liberal, weird place within 500 miles of Houston. So you think Texas is full of freedom, but it's not all cowboys and sidearms.
Yeah, but if your only requirement is to find a little piece where you could grow some, food and have some pigs and chickens or whatever.
Yeah, and that's the plan, right? But you still don't own that land.
Yeah,
you never will. You never can. If you don't pay your taxes, they take it from you. So.
Unless you just have a place where you can hide out and dare them come close.
Yeah, they did that in Waco, I believe.
Well, that wasn't really a hideout on flat land.
Yeah.
That's not a hideout. You're all on flat land. No, you have to be in a place where they can't get to easily. But yeah, of course they have, all the weapons.
I'd love to build a shelter on the side of a mountain, call it a day, but I have the means.
Put it in and build a house into a side of a hill or something,
Yeah, exactly. For now, I'm stuck in the suburbs.
Yeah, I get it. I'm in the city.
Cowboys and sidearms versus soy boys and knife. I mean, did the left really want a war with the right? I mean, come on.
No. Yeah, but all that stuff is actually just part of the card game. It's a big shell game. So okay, left, right. It's all been. That's part of the mind control.
Yeah, and no one can deny that's been put in place to divide us. But you can also not deny that there are people with vastly different ideologies, and they've kind of naturally gravitated towards the side that accepts them.
Did what?
Yeah, it's called mental illness.
Well, yeah,
Very-
but
very wide spectrum.
What did they do?
Well, I don't know.
Certainly
what I
didn't gravitate. You can't gravitate.
They were a massive. See, liberals are a massive ball of shit, and people get gravitated towards them. I guess
Attracted. Say attracted.
Yeah, attracted. Right.
I don't mean to be a dick.
No,
Here's what I'm trying to do in
Our
my life
language
is
is
not say
poison.
the word planet. I'm trying not to say word planet, gravity, atmosphere. I'm trying to get rid of those 3 words in my fucking language.
I don't say planet unless I'm describing the heliocentric nonsense we're trying to say. Well, I mean, the planets are real. You can't deny that the planets are there. I just deny that Earth is one of them.
Well, see, there you go. But see that right there, that's just kind of confusing anyway. I'm just going to say,
I know.
Well, the word planet isn't what you think, so the Earth isn't that. Let's talk about the Earth. You know what I mean? Because saying to me, this is just me, saying to someone, saying the word planet helps beg the question.
Right. Agree. But if you're having not even a debate, if you're just trying to talk to someone that's still stuck in the globe world, you have to use words that they can relate to, and they're usually going to bring them up in the first place. I'm never going to bring up, did you know that the planet? No, I'm not going to bring that point up. But they're going to bring it up, and I'm going to say, did you know that planet doesn't mean what you think it means? It means a wandering star, and we're not a wandering star. You're not standing on a light. So
I feel that I have better luck when I use the term unverified light in the sky, because that's technically what the sun, moon, and stars are. They're just unverified lights in the sky. So you have direct evidence of what they really are.
Right.
I'm going to go look at tree leaves to figure out what size shoe I should wear.
Right. I mean, it's a leap of logic to understand that we are not a planet, and I think you can't even get through to someone unless they actually start looking into this in themselves, because that just simply will not compute that we are not a planet. Planets are not what you were told. What? That makes no sense. Everything else is round. We must be round. I mean, it's the biggest argument that they've got, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So knowing that, it literally, like, something snaps in their brain. They start thinking logically rather than like a puppy dog. I know.
It's the time. It's all the time in their life that they believe that lie. And then you finally tell them the earth is flat. It's all that time they spent believing the lie. It's hard for them to just get over that.
It didn't take me that long.
No, I don't think it's that, Orion.
I mean, I don't know what it is. It took me a month, maybe, and I didn't go argue with people online about all this nonsense. I watched all the videos. I kind of figured out what the basic concept was. I bought a Nikon P900, went to the beach, proved that there's no curve. Game over. Earth is flat. So now it's convinced the other 7.8 billion people of the same thing for no reason whatsoever other than my own justification, my own gratitude that I'm not crazy. Pride, ego. We're not building an army here, so what's the point of convincing these people that don't want to be convinced? And I commend everyone that does it, especially the Austin. He's great. All the guys that go live on the big shows, reaching a lot of people. Great.
I challenge the idea that we're not an army.
Well, we're not very organized.
Well, that's in your own opinion.
Yeah.
There are people that are organizing.
Sure. Grassroots movements. I like that. I'm always suspicious of leadership and those types of things, though.
There's nothing wrong with leadership. It just depends what wisdom is running it,
Sure, but there's nefarious things going on, and the leadership's responsible for it, and you have a flock of people that believe the basic set of general principles, but then you guide them towards this other thing that isn't real, and you know it's not real, and you do it on purpose. You can deceive the masses because you all also don't believe in something else.
Oh yeah, certainly.
I don't know what you call that, but religion.
It's kind of a good thing about flat Earth, though. It's very hard to, be an agent, be a fake flat earther, and get past everybody.
It's
difficult.
Hoping you were going to finish that.
Being a flat earther, But who knows,
there was.
I don't know what the top caliber the CIA has to offer as far as what they could get into our communities and stuff.
Well, what about the Flat Earth Society? I think that's generally agreed upon that they have some ideas that the majority of us, people I've met anyway, that believe we don't live on a globe. We don't believe that it's a disk flying upwards at 9.8 per meter per second squared, do we? I don't believe that. I don't know anyone that's ever actually said that, thought that, other than hearing it from the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, nobody believes that.
So
I don't think anybody in here has ever met a single person from the Flat Earth Society.
Right? Me neither.
I think Mark Sargent's the only guy that's had any kind of interaction with him.
And that's what I meant by leadership. Mark Sargent kind of became the unofficial de facto leader of his little circle of earthers.
No.
His circle.
That's how the media painted him.
Well, I mean, he is one of the speakers at the Flat Earth conferences. He is the one of the people in the mockumentary. He's made money off of commercials mocking himself. He made Flat Earth clues early on. A lot of people will say that Mark's the one that woke him up. And I think that's great. I don't really care why you woke up or how you woke up, but if you're being led astray, that's not good. I don't know if anyone is. I don't know if Mark's wrong about anything.
Yeah, I mean, these discussions have went on in here before. Everybody has their doubts about certain people, but ultimately, it doesn't matter.
Right, I agree.
Everyone in here is like, I say all the time, all the flat earthers, all the rest of the flat earthers in the world could disappear tomorrow. It's not going to change anything for me. It's not about personalities. It's not about any of that. Yeah, there's going to be significantly less, so pretty much almost no one left in the world that can actually stand to be around. But that's a subjective thing. As far as how I acknowledge reality to be, how it presents itself, it's going to stay the same. It's not consensus at all.
I agree with that. What if you came across new information that you previously, disagreed with or didn't? If you disagree with it and then came out something's real,
new information that goes back to the globe or something.
No, not necessarily the globe, but some aspect of flat Earth. The world's not a globe. There's nothing that you could do short of shooting me up to space and showing me this big ball Earth to convince me otherwise. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I guess if there was only flat Earth left in the world, I would have to, get on with it and make new flat earthers. So, yeah. What would I do with new information? Incorporate it. If it's valid, throw it away if it's not.
Well, there's still things up for debate, I think. The whole incoherent dielectric acceleration and the density gradient argument. I believe there was a video playing earlier with Austin Whitsitt took one side and someone else had taken another. I don't know if we can necessarily prove either way. At least I can't. And it doesn't matter either way which is true. I guess we're still talking about the surface of the world that we live on, not what makes things go up or down. But that seems to be we flat earthers have to prove what causes things to go up and down.
I know we
by globe believing zealots.
Yeah, by their
standards
standards,
anyway.
you know,
Yeah.
they need us to replace their fantasies. Yeah. I think it's something we could come to know in time, and maybe we already have kind of gotten to the bottom of it in a way. But I'm not going to make any claims. But yeah, we don't need to prove anything to Globers as far as that goes. They have no radius value. They have no curvature. They have nothing. No proof of gravity. No demonstration of it.
It's quite brilliant how the burden of proof is shifted to flat earthers instead of people wanting you to believe you live on a ball. Okay, prove it. That's how it works. You know, they've been bamboozled the whole world, and they've hijacked the word science. Just this very strange place.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. They think the globe is the default state of reality, you know. They think flat earthers are coming along trying to flatten out the globe like it's going to morph. It's like, no, it was never a globe in the first place. They don't understand that. That's why they think it's us making a positive claim. It's like, no. The base assertion you would make if nobody told you otherwise is that you're on a level motionless plane, you know?
Right.
And then someone would come along and make the positive claim that no, it's a globe spinning, you know.
And unless you're speaking to someone, you can't really convince them of this simple point on online comments, social media. Either they're trolling or there's just not enough characters. I don't know. I never seem to be able to get that simple point across. So I just don't even try.
I just don't think some people read the whole comments. They just read a little bit and then get triggered, and oftentimes just read between the lines. It's just really bad in text form sometimes.
Yeah, 140 characters at a time. You're not going to learn anything. Plus, you're not going to change anybody's mind. Not through the social media comments. I don't think. You get someone live on these debates where they state their claim in plain English, and you can demonstrate to them why they're wrong, and then they concede their point. That's real. That happened. You're not going to see that on social media comments. That's why I love not just your channel or this Discord, but Nathan Oakley stuff. I wish Glowbusters took call-ins, FAQs, things like that. I love to see the interaction of people who think they've figured something out. They think they're clever, and then they get educated. It's that, I don't know, that moment of light or illumination or knowledge that sparks in someone's head, and you can almost hear it, and that's great.
Mm.
That's the only reason.
That's why I was saying it's hard to be to fake being a flat earther, because flat earthers have a passion that you can't fake, basically. You know.
Yeah.
And
I've seen
one.
You
can hear it in them if you just have a, you know.
I did see one. This dude, what is it? Seek Truth, Speak Truth, I believe was his name. And, he came out and he tried to make a big name for himself, and, had the NASA shirt where he wrote NASA Lies on it. And he went on Eric Dubé's International Flat Earth Research Society website on their bulletin board and made a couple posts, I'm a big flat earther, thanks Eric for all this and that. And then he got teamed up with somebody, and nope, I'm anti-flat earth now, and this or that proved it for me. And then he got involved with Conspiracy Cats and a few of those other guys, all to go anti-flat earth. So, was he ever real in the first place? I doubt it. But he had me fooled. He certainly had me fooled. So,
who are you referring to?
His name on YouTube was something like Seek Truth, Speak Truth. I don't know, let me see if I can find his channel.
I don't know him.
Yeah, I never heard him.
India was in here earlier talking about something that was a straight up fake flat earther. Well, I forgot who he was talking about.
This dude, I just put it in the live stream voice chat.
I don't understand why people would want to fake being flat Earth though. Like that, you guys are so, I guess, made fun of. Like, why would you even want to fake it? There's like so many disadvantages to it.
Well, they want to try to make fun of us, and they want to try to argue that once you go flat, you can go back. So they've been trying to fake it a lot, and we keep catching them out. So it's just a common tactic at this point.
If you have genuinely assimilated flat Earth, you will never go back to the globe ever.
Yeah,
right.
We have it's like a 99.99% retention rate. Nobody goes back except for people that were never here in the first place for real.
Right.
Exactly.
This is why this guy had to have been fake right from the beginning, because I don't see it. I mean, I even asked him, I said, how do you reconcile what you've learned with the globe? How do you go back once you've learned anything? You obviously didn't learn anything.
Same thing like that nut over at Infinite Plane Society. Those creatures.
So guys, yeah, I know that guy you just posted. I know him. I've heard of him. Yeah.
All I know about that dude is that he's a flat earther, or was, and said that he basically preaches infinite plane society and that everything is a hoax.
Yeah,
everything.
Muddy the waters.
I don't know. This guy just looks like a tool just from his titles and thumbnails. He's got a video here called "A Child Goes to Antarctica and Wrecks the Dreams of Flat Earthers All Around the Globe." It doesn't seem like a flat earther to me.
Yeah, he's pretty sharp. The guy's not stupid. He puts up a phone number you can call in live when he goes live.
Most anti-flat earthers are not stupid.
Yeah.
Well,
He's smart. He says he's intelligent probably until you count the number of logical fallacies he's using in the first sentence or two.
He's smart enough to get by people without them noticing.
Most anti-flat earthers suffer from all sorts of mental issues. Like most of them have egocentrism at the core, so they might appear very intelligent at times, but when you're egocentric, you start losing sight of things. Delusions don't help you be logical or be right. So they can sound intelligent because they speak fast and they use big words, but they don't really use reason and logic.
Same thing Ben Shapiro does, is just speak fast and use big words.
They have the gift of gab, and that's about it, right?
Gaslighting, yeah, at its finest. The narcissistic
But Drace, I
operative.
was referring. Sorry, Sonny. Sorry. Drace, I kind of meant in the manner of if they're plants, if they are playing a role. It's just all a show. Their narcissism and snarkiness and obvious fallacious reasoning and straw manning, gaslighting, etc. They're probably put in the position they are because they're not stupid people.
Yeah, I don't even think they have to be plants, because in the beginning, when you're not, I was a narcissist that came from a narcissistic family, so I understand that the only way to break narcissism is to hit rock bottom and realize that you are an idiot. Yep. You're a fool who've been fooling yourself and making yourself so dumb this whole time. So that's the issue. They're not going to hit that rock bottom and realize they're wrong, but they're willing to pretend and lie as long as they think that it suits them. So it's easy for them to appear like a plant, appear like an agent, because they're all parroting the same bullshit, using the same fallacies to pretend to be part of the group, and then they get caught out and they just take a 180 and they're just anti-flat earthers now because they were all along. They just wanted to be part of something because they thought it was cool in the beginning,
right?
And then they realized they weren't the same here. They weren't the same as us. They can't actually compete with us in logic, so they have to run away and fight us.
I agree.
And a lot of these anti-flat earthers, which is fine, but they make money by making YouTube videos, which is fine, right? Go make your YouTube videos and earn money. That's something you got to do. But
yeah, get all your reward here because in the end, it's going to be quite different.
Yeah, so they need to keep it up, right? Need to earn money. So stuck in that circle.
What if they really think they're right and we're all crazy? Do you still fault them? What if they really believe what they're preaching?
Oh, I think
And
they
they're
do.
just
Many of them do.
a lot of them do. Yeah.
Yeah, because they lie to themselves more than they lie to other people. Like the delusions that underpin ecocentrism are the same fallacies that they use on us to try to justify the globe.
Oh, you should have been here like 10 hours ago. In my morning, there was a guy coming in. And he said, well, yeah, I have a study here from Vietnam veterans that got a brain injury, and now they're more likely to have radical thoughts. So people that have radical thoughts have brain damage, and so do you guys. You guys have radical
roundabout analogy is that?
He defined radical thoughts as something that doesn't align with political truth or commonly accepted political truth. Yeah.
Let me use his logic for a second. So most globers, most people believe in the globe, and 99% of all murderers are globers. Therefore, he's a murderer?
What?
Perfect.
Yeah. We didn't even touch the globe or the flat earth. We're just playing with him, and he was like, yeah, look at this. And I asked him, are thoughts physical? He said, yes, we have neural links, and that is consciousness physical. Yeah, we can divide it up. Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Thoughts are physical, guys.
Wait. Who knew, man? It took with
brings a little new meaning to